months. Now I'm going to have to do all new things. It's all right. I'm going to do it anyway. Let's get the show started. Howdy. Why am I so dark? There we go. A little bit more light. All right, everybody. Acapella style. Official opening commencing now. Good morning, everybody. Grand rising and grand approach. Welcome back to Z Show. That's right. That's my name. Z is short for Zetetic Warrior. Welcome back, and we're broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal realm. You know, it doesn't have quite the same pizzazz without my music. But we'll get there, everybody. We'll get there. Let's see who's here. Random fan came in. First person out of the gates. Much love. Somewhere in time. Good to see you, lovely lady. Phil K. Welcome. Yeah, I wasn't so excited with my new intro music. I just picked something 2 minutes before the show started. Fucking sucks anyway. No, in the house. Quantum Epic, a.k.a. Cadence. She said, Big Z has decided to grace us with his presence again. What a treat. Oh, Quantum Epic. You little so-and-so. Dave O, much love. Mad Mac in the house. Ryan Johnson coming at you. Capricorny. There's Steph Davis. Hola, sister Hola. Smith W in the house. You gotta love Smith. Nuba, there he is. Vivette coming at us. Yeah. Zionist warrior with an Israeli flag. The Star of Rempram. Nice little play off my name. Much love, Zionist warrior. Much love, much love, much love. Heidi, Divine Spirit 313 coming at you. Freedom Grower. Good to see you, Mr. Freedom Grower. Welcome. Who else is here? I feel naked without my music. This is weird, guys. I'm going to have to spend some time to get new music. I can't do this without music. Three Fingers, much love in the house. Zionist Warrior says, make Israel great again. Are we going to go down that line? I'm thinking about bringing back my news segment, like I was saying earlier. I used to end all my shows with a news segment. I may do that again. I don't know. I got a little something inside me that I'm feeling a little like that. Like I didn't want to talk about you, you weird matrix, mind matrix, demonic fucking Luciferian system that you have created. I don't really love watching the news, reading the news, but I may have to do that for this channel. People want to hear the news. I'm like, all right, I do a daily show. I should probably be topical. So I'm probably going to bring back the news segment at the end of the show, especially now. I mean, everybody's going crazy. Oh, is this it? Is this it? Israel, Iran, the U.S., Russia. Are the dominoes ready to fall? I don't know. I'm not going to fearmonger here. If you ask me, the dominoes have been ready to fall for a long time. But just remember, when the dominoes fall, it's usually because they tip them over. Right? So if somebody's stacking up the dominoes and then knocking them over, what does that say? Gary Baxter, much love. Joe Moore coming at you. Mental Pancakes, good to see you. Big Drink Tea, yeah, coming at you. Shalom, shalom, everybody. There's a Jewish vibe going on today. Don't make me play my Jewish music. Glyph in the house. Buongiorno to you. D'Angelo, that's right. Z's back. Back again. I think I said hi to no. Open your eyes, connect dots. Welcome, welcome. Big Stank. Axis Rat Blood. He said he'll make me music. Cool, Rat Blood. Cool. Dr. Evals. Yeah. The Rebuttal Bar. That's Mr. London, man, of course. London, I was watching your channel, your rebuttal stuff. Do I get into the London stuff? I was watching them behind the scenes. Sometimes I'll just watch people. I won't let them know I'm there. So I was watching the Rebuttal Bar. That's London Man's second channel where he kind of chops it up. It's a little more loosey-goosey than his main channel. I like that, London. You kind of separated like the gossip part of like your, content to like a second channel. It's a good idea. I might take your lead on that one. Check out London Man at the Rebuttal Bar. That's him right there. Jay in the house. Good to see you. Jack's dreaming. Much love, much love. Benton's here. Says Ready Player Z. Are you still listening, Benton? Sometimes Benton swings in, he leaves a comment, and he leaves. What do you think, guys? What do I do with like Benton and OTW? Do I even really want to talk about you guys? Here's the thing. Are we all like going to be involved into this like clusterfuck of like competition, Mr. Benton, Mr. OTW? Do we even fucking care? It's a big metaverse, but yet we're all like kind of around each other in a weird way. I got nothing but love for all you guys. I'm kind of really over all the bullshit. I don't know if you guys are feeling the same thing, but maybe it's just the temperature. Maybe it's the climate that we find ourselves in. This shitstorm that seems to be this fucking existence. I'm kind of done with the petty bullshit, really. So much love to all you guys, you other content creators. If you want to come here, you want to talk to me, my door is always open. But I'm going to be doing the Z thing over here. I'm really kind of over the nonsense. Maybe you guys are feeling the same way. I don't know. But much love. Smith W, it seems like you were worried about me, dude. Which makes me feel like all warm inside. Like in some ironic twist of fate, like Smith W's like my buddy now. Like Smith W and I are like cosmically connected in some weird way. It's strange how things happen. Fucking weird. Joe R in the house. Geo Ptolemy. Our resident geocentrist in the house. In the house. GG Abby Lynn. Good to see you. Lovely lady. Look, Benton subscribed to my backup channel. Benton, don't get me started on you.
Anytime, Z.
On Benton.
You know I love you, Z.
All right, that's enough. I'm not going to sit here and read the fucking chat the whole time. I'm not doing that.
Which channel, Jay?
Let me take an interlude as I get back into the swing of things. See what I can play here. Yeah, I'm over the bullshit, everybody. Let me just say this. I'm over the bullshit. Like, I'm done with it. I'm not playing these little reindeer games with people anymore. Honestly, I don't fucking care.
Prove it.
Like, I'm bored with it now. If any content creator, if you're going to continue to do this, like, I'm just going to like chalk you up on in a certain category in my mind. I'm going to consider you insincere at this point. We can't just keep looping for months and years on end. We're just playing into their whole system.
Well,
if
we
we're gonna do
can,
that.
Z. We can.
I'm not doing that anymore. I'm fucking not. Where are we here? Let's take a little interlude. Let me regroup. We'll move on to the next thing here. Appreciate you guys being here. What do I want to play? What's YouTube approved?
Hey, I'm eating right now, but I'll be there shortly. I sure do eat a lot for somebody who weighs 120
I'm gonna have to get
pounds.
a whole
huh?
like copyright-free list going. And I'll learn over time like what I could play and what I can't. One of you conspiracy theorists out there thought that I sunk my show on purpose last week. And then you called me a Mason. What did you call me? A Mason wizard magus. Which is funny because I had to look up the word magus. So. And then I'm like, oh, it's kind of a compliment. I'm like, a Mason wizard magus. Well, I'm not a Mason, but it kind of would be cool to be a wizard. Certainly would be cool to be a magus. So for those of you who don't know, a magus is like a magi. Like if you remember like the term like the gift of the magi in the Bible, the three wise men. It's apparently like a priestly class, like Persians or something. So hey, I'm a magi, apparently. I'll take it.
Fucking starving. I'm wicked hungry. I can't do that accent.
Let's get a little music going.
Wait a minute. All right, we're out of this if you're going to be playing music.
And I know this is copyright free.
Oh,
this is our good friend Nathan.
Oh, good.
I'll be back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Well, shit, you're going to make me do my show, Z. Good Lord, Z. What do I got to do a show now? What are you doing to me? Oh, well, I do want to finish up this wizard stuff that we were listening to earlier. So, yeah, maybe I don't have to do a show. Whoops, that ain't it. Oh, wait a minute. I done fucked up. Boom, boom, boom. Why did this happen? This doesn't make any sense. The entire StreamYard just jumped out of nowhere to my main screen. Why would it do that? There's got to be a way to tell it not to do that. Hang on. There has to be. I'm going to have to research that on my time. My time.
Faith. You're either going to prove it with something to him or others who think like him, or you're just going to let it go. Because you repeating something is not going to change what he is communicating.
Amen.
And him consistently telling people that I'm a fraud and liar until that happens does no one any good, and it makes him look bad.
Yeah, but Wizard, why aren't you accepting what he just said? Paul just said this. We need to back this up because I remember I was responding to this earlier. Yeah.
My best advice. And for Calvin, I believe this is Calvin Mauve, Jeremy, towards old-fashioned snafu.
Ooh, I like that, Yurt. Hey, good to see you, brother. One of my favorites. I'm a huge fan. I'm selfish. And I'll say this, Yurt. I'm trying to balance this thing where, you know, my own wants and, dare I say, needs is I need more Yurt, right? But then, you know, understanding that all of Yurt's time spent away from the metaverse is probably time much better spent. I'm assuming, right? But yeah, fake beefs or fake makeups. That's good because I don't know, man. What do you think? That's interesting because since I tend to internalize, I'm already thinking, well, does he mean me? But not in a paranoid way. I'm actually scanning my own memory to see, like, wait a minute. Yeah, the fake makeups is interesting. I would say the fake makeups are worse, because at least when there's something of a beef, there's an opportunity for, people to go their separate ways and, not reunite in some way. And did you catch anything of what was said earlier about, oh, by the way, I've developed a strategy to defeat Mitchell. Mitchell is the defeated foe, Yurt, just so you know. So every time Mitchell shows up in a live chat, it's going to take some time for the people to receive word. But the people are, if they choose to, right? We're not here. I'm not here, dictating behavior. But the people are to type Mitchell, and then maybe put it in quotation marks, so that he can't construe it as if we're referring to someone else, because he certainly will, right? Mitchell, quote, the lying piece of trash, end quote, is here, right? And then no matter what he types, respond with, do not address the content of his post, right? Neither way, whatever he comes in with, no matter what it is, if it's friendly, if it's biting, incisive, if it's some sort of mostly accurate portrayal of what might be going on at the level of character assassination. The first comment is Mitchell, quote, the lying piece of trash, end quote, is here. Then whatever he comes back with, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of garbage? And he's already posting less in my chat just based on this. And I've already done it to him a few times. But, of course, since he's using multiple sock accounts, he's pretending like that's not actually him. But pretty sure we can spot him by now, right? And if it's accidentally Kim before the storm, I mean, who cares, right? I'm willing to take those chances, right? Okay. I'm going fake makeup is worse. Yeah. It is. I got pages of talking points cooking up. Who the hell's that? Beanie. Oh, you're talking about see, I don't even know who you mean. I'm out of the loop, man. I'm doing so much of my own broadcasts that I don't really know what's going on. I get word filtered back to me, and I'm trying to train these folks up. And again, if I'm not talking to you, I ain't talking to you. I'm trying to train some of these folks up to maybe, and I intend to make a website. I've been intending to make a website for some time now with at least a list of all the channels and links, minimum, right? But realistically, there needs to be some kind of mechanism where people can say, and you have to wait till the live stream's over with to get the time code. I think that's why we're having trouble with time codes, is because there is no time code until the stream ends, right? But once the stream's over, just link to the time code, content creator, channel, and then a brief description of what happened with the time code, right? And in fact, in YouTube, if you're looking at a video, you can actually right-click, and folks may see on the screen here, it says copy video URL at current time, but you can't do this when the stream is still live. It only works after the stream's over. So if folks, the more that people can email that stuff to me, or, hopefully I can come up with some sort of a website where, simple text boxes where you can just fill in a simple form, right? That would help, because I can review the material on stream. And in fact, that would help the show. Because I'm here so much by choice, right? And nobody's forcing me. I'm here by choice, but so much that I'm not able to keep up with what's going on. But yeah, man. Or do you mean Flow State? I don't know who that is, Beanie Ninja, but it's probably something wrong with my own brain. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the talking points. And again, what do we have to do? I could actually, I have some money because we are receiving some donations. Certainly not enough for me to make a living, which is fine. I don't know that I'm supposed to earn a living from my hobbies, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, Stamp Man, yeah. Oh, Z, yeah, Beanie Man, the Beanie Ninja, yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I tend to just sort of not that they need my permission, but I tend to just let people do whatever they're going to do anyway, right? And just sort of, give them enough rope, and they'll surely hang themselves, right? And then some people need to be destroyed, like Mitchell, right? And this is I have discovered the proper strategy for his destruction, which is fantastic, right? Of course, this will require vigilance, because what will happen is most likely he will go underground for a period of time. Then when people are not vigilant, he will pop back up and probably just start doing all of the same, antisocial behaviors. I mean, let's just call it what it is, antisocial behaviors. But Dick, I don't know if you caught Freedom Growers broadcast, Yurt, and I wish I had that ready to go. Actually, I had it ready to go, but then I rebooted my PC. But yeah, where he gave a pretty good breakdown of why Mitchell does what he does. And even though I believe that I comprehended some of that, there's something like hearing it just, plainly stated for it really sinks in, right? And Dick pointed out the error in my ways, although he wasn't referring to me specifically, but saying this is what he described Mitchell's interactions and then said, and this is why, and the motivations behind them. And then I added my own, near expert level of, breakdown psychologically. As far as Mitchell does have a level 100 impregnable defense, but I figured out why. It's because he's in a constant state of emotional upheaval and turmoil. And that, as we know, logic cannot penetrate into someone who is in such an emotional state. Well, he's always in that state, right? He's never not in that state. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. See, I'm bright-siding, but I would like to think that, right? Not that I'm living vicariously through Yurt, but, I am filled with a good feeling, but, yeah. All right, man. Yeah, I'm glad. Well, and I'll say this for the millionth time, and Yurt, every time I say this to a man, I get laughed at, but, bro, if you need to talk, I'm a really good listener. I know you see me with Highly Suspect, and I'm just fucking browbeating him at a certain point, but he needs some of that. Let's just be honest. But not that it's good for him, but he certainly brings that out of me. But I'm a big boy. I'll own it. But I am really good at shutting the fuck up and listening, and then not really providing a whole lot in the way of feedback unless it's asked for. So if you ever need to talk, sir, it doesn't have to be on a live stream. Although I might want, and if you don't want it recorded, I won't record it. But whatever. I'd like to, just in case I go off on some rant, but I don't have to. I don't have to record it. But yeah, here's the problem, and I agree in a way. He said block and forget them. That doesn't work with Mitchell because I'm live every day for I average probably 9 hours a day, and he has so many sock accounts that I can't do the show. And then while simultaneously having a phone where I'm just constantly blocking people. And the fact is, whoever the moderator is has not proven themselves to be able to just be on top of that. And I don't really want the moderators to have to be just realistically. I really only need moderators. We only really need moderators to drop links, honestly. So, it's my job to do the actual moderation of the channel. So as far as blocking people, so and this is a war of attrition, right? He has defeated me through a war of attrition where I've seen that it's just not worth the effort and the energy that I put into blocking his, however many sock accounts he makes, right? So he's able to overwhelm my defenses. So, kudos to him for that, right? Respect on some level, but so that's why it finally came to me. Only after Dick said what he said, which was, he said, this is why you never seek to resolution with these people because, they are bad faith. And I added that last part. But he's right. My problem was that I had battled Mitchell. And in fact, I completely outmaneuvered him logically with my rational brain. I was able to argue him into just giving up in her live chat. Meanwhile, yeah, I get into a space every once in a while where I just enjoy piecing somebody up in a live chat because I can do that. Part of that is I don't read the posts because I have, as a veteran of message board flame wars, I'm really good at more or less knowing what the person is going to respond with, if that makes sense. So I read none of his posts and still just decimated him. But I have no interest in that while I can't do that while I'm doing a broadcast. So as soon as I accepted what Dick was saying, was like, oh, he's right. I need to just So the correct strategy is to characterize the behavior and the person, which is lying piece of trash. Because let's just call it what it is. If we were to describe Mitchell in one sentence, it would be lying piece of trash. That's what he embodies. A liar piece of garbage. That's what he embodies. Now, I don't think it's a coincidence that, much like we've seen with people like Bill Cosby, America's father, where he's wearing these funky, irreverent sweaters and dancing with a silly look on his face. Well, that's a front, much like Ellen's dancing, right? This idea that Ellen loves to dance. Well, like Adam Carolla said, he went to a wedding with Ellen, and guess who didn't bother to take to the dance floor at all? Ellen. So he's like, well, wait a minute. Do you love to dance or do you not love to dance? Or is it just a front for a person who is most likely a fucking raging asshole? So the fact that Mitchell is putting himself forward as, accountable and above reproach, in a certain sense, that's called a front and a cover. Meanwhile, while he seems to want to try to hold other people accountable when he's not able to hold himself accountable because he chooses to embody loser. Well, certainly loser, but a liar piece of trash, right? It's what he is. That's his essence. The essence of his beingness here is liar piece of trash. So as soon as I accepted, I might have a desire to connect on a certain level with people, and the problem is he uses that against me. He uses my own. Again, this is what evil does, Yurt. Evil understands humanity, right? And this is a person who's most likely demonically oppressed. If a person is willing to believe in that, he's probably infested with demons, just like JG, who may not be infested with demons anymore, but certainly was doing a damn good impression of a person who is, in fact, infested with devils, right? So human to human, I want to treat him like my brother, but how you gonna love a demon, right? You really can't, realistically. So as soon as I finally accepted what Dick was saying, that it's more or less always a mistake to try to seek resolution with these people, but Mitchell will play into it. He will reform his behavior temporarily, but it never lasts, as we see. And then because we have so much hope, I still have hope for an individual, right? I've talked about that I am very pessimistic with the masses of humanity, but when we talk about an individual, in fact, I'm very optimistic in that individual's ability to, overcome and transcend the present limitations, right? But that's not happening, clearly, and it's none of my concern. So it's amazing how as soon as I accepted what Dick was saying, just the proper strategy for how to defeat Mitchell, and I will defeat Mitchell. It's now one of my missions. I can't say my main mission, but I am now making it my mission to defeat Mitchell. And just wait, folks. Next time I tune into Paul and Mitchell's on that panel, I'm clicking the link, and all I'm going to do is come up and say, oh, look, Mitchell, that lying piece of garbage is here. And then there's going to be a pause, and Paul's going to say whatever. I'm going to say, well, what's that got to do with the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of garbage? And then whatever's said, I'm just going to say, well, I'm just still wondering what any of this has to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of garbage. I'm not going to state my case. I'm not going to respond to the content of what he says, right? Whatever he says, I'm just going to ignore it. And all I'm ever going to do is I'm just going to every single time I'm going to hammer that point and hammer that point. It's the only way to defeat him. And it will defeat him if everybody starts doing it everywhere he goes. It will defeat him. Because that's the only communication anybody will have. If we get to the point, and this might be my own fantasy, where the only communication anybody is willing to have with him, or at least the people he wants to fuck with, is, hey, Mitchell, the lying piece of garbage, is here. And then, well, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of garbage? There's nowhere to go from there. And here's what it is to be a genius-level strategist, as I am. I am that. My strategy is so high level that I can tell it to my enemy and it's still going to work. Think about that. Can't wait. Can't fucking wait. I live for this sort of thing. It's going to be glorious. Every time I see that man on a panel, here I come. Hey, Mitchell's here, that lying piece of garbage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I can't fucking wait. Yeah. Anyway, anytime you need to talk, man, let me know. I'm there for you, Yurt. Well, I would like to be if I can be, but just as a good listener, right? Not as someone who's trying to insert themselves into whatever you've got going on. It's none of my business. I certainly understand if you don't want to tell me things like that. I also understand dynamics where certain folks will, take something in confidence, and then the next thing you know, it's being weaponized against them. Those are cult dynamics, by the way. But anyway, I just wanted to offer that to you, just human to human, right? And yeah, we miss you around here anyway, sir. Certainly miss your broadcast. Shout out to receiving my $5 back from that piece of garbage, Mitchell. Thanks for the $5, Mitchell, you piece of trash, who just sent me a $5 super chat. And if it's Kim, that's fine. It's definitely one of the two. And the idea that someone that a sock account was created and it's got my picture, right? Oh yeah, that can only ever be a couple of folks, right? That can only ever be a couple of people. It's most likely Mitchell, but yeah, $ Mitchell IQ, lest we forget. Yeah, Mitchell IQ. Yeah. See, but you see the change in tack, right? And see, this is why this strategy, even though it's the proper strategy, it can prove difficult to apply across the board, because I can ruthlessly do this. See, I can resist the part where they're now typing nice things at me, right? But many folks can't. See, so you see the immediate changing of the tactics, right? He's gone from on the offensive to now seeking to curry favor, right? Isn't this interesting? Yeah, fascinating. But I would respond to that. I respond to the super chat, and I respond to that last comment the same way I'm going to respond to the rest of it. What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a liar piece of trash? So, unless you can answer that question, I don't really know what to tell you. But thanks for the $5 that I actually had sent to Mitchell through his Cash App previously. So thanks for the refund. Much appreciated. And actually, YouTube's taking 33 or 30% of that, but that's okay. Thanks for the $3.75. Is that the correct math? I don't know. However that breaks down. Yeah, $2.50 would be half. Yeah, something like that. I think that's right. $3.75. Yeah. What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a liar piece of garbage? Yeah. And see, here's the thing is, avoid any and all, the human will have a desire to explain themselves or to actually respond to the content of the message. But this is actually the same tactic. See, I didn't even know it was Mitchell at first that I was going back and forth with in Bex's live chat. But part of the reason why I can always carry the day is, number one, I'm right. Okay. I'm first make sure you're right, then go ahead. Davy Crockett, by the way, who supposedly I'm descended from. That's what my uncle, who's a judge. Although does the fact that he's a judge make him more credible? In some people's eyes, it makes him less credible. But he claims to have done the research. It found out that our lineage is descended through Davy Crockett, and that's probably true. So first, make sure I'm right, then go ahead. Well, I knew I was right, but then part of not losing is I literally stop reading the posts. I just don't read them because part of that is I have so much experience in message board flame wars. I only really need to see the first couple of responses, and then I know, based on what I say, I already know what they're going to say. So then when I come back, I'm addressing what I know they said on some level without having to read it, because the problem with reading it is then I will possibly get entrapped in my own humanity where I want to address the points that he's trying to make. That's the mistake. Don't try to address the points. Just hammer him with you have a hammer, smash, 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 smash. So here comes Mitchell. Hey, Mitchell, that lying piece of garbage is here. That's the smash. Then he pops up again over here. Oh, what's that have to do with the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of trash? Smash. See, it's just smash. And this is all we do. Smash, smash. It's like whack-a-mole. We just smash, 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 smash. And there's nothing he can do. And if everywhere he goes, it's smash, 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 smash. Nothing can be done. There's no way to counteract that strategy other than appealing to people's own humanity, which will sort of work. What that will do is make the smash less likely to land, or if it lands, it will land less powerfully, right? Because once the person becomes embroiled in the details of what Mitchell is putting, the liar piece of trash is putting forward, then all is lost, right? So, yeah, I love doing this, man. I love strategizing. It's just fun. Hashtag War Chief, lest we forget. Yeah. Fantastic. I love that. Yurt is just soaking in the meta around here. Indeed, sir. Love that. I love it, man. I love every minute of it. Loving every minute of it. What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of trash? Bam. It's working right. It's working already. It's working already. I love it. What's up, Sunshine Time? Good to see you. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't care what he's doing, because shout out to Freedom Grower, who's finally impressed upon me that it's always a mistake to try to resolve with these people, such as Mitchell, the liar piece of trash. And that is the most accurate description. He embodies that. So I immediately devised the proper strategy to defeat my enemy or our enemy or the community's enemy. And it's by always characterizing the person. And then no matter what the person responds with, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, always doubling down and saying, well, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of trash? And this is just me doing it right now. Wait till other folks see me do it and start doing it themselves. Won't be long. Everywhere he pops up, every panel he pops up on, every live chat he enters, this is what he will be met with. Because we know he has level 100 defense. See, to go in on him and to characterize him as how he lives, that you can't ever penetrate his level 100 defense, right? I mean, just imagine being a person who lives like Mitchell lives and makes fun of me for the way I live, right? Like, doesn't even make sense. But then again, it makes perfect sense when you see that he can withstand any and all attacks if the attack is based in, addressing him, how he's living, his choices, and all of these things. No, characterize the being. Sum up the being as a lying piece of trash, because that's what he embodies, okay? That's not me. And some people will feel bad and be like, well, everybody has value. No, they don't. That's not true at all. Everybody has the potential to express and give value. Every being has the potential. He's not adding one thing to anybody's life here. He's contributing nothing while taking whatever it is that he feels like he needs. He's not adding anything. Now, I used to believe that he was adding at the level of knowledge, but no, he's not. No, he is not. He contributes nothing, okay? So some folks like Quantum Epic and others, and some of the males too, this is not just a female trait, some folks will feel bad, right? And they will feel some type of way, and they say, well, wait a minute, he's a human with an inherent value. No, he's not. He's a human being with an inherent potential to join a community or communities, to have a friend or friends, and to then, through his actions, to provide value and then to receive value. This is a person who's attempting to give nothing but take everything. See, this is the evil, by the way. If we could say to be loving is to give first and then receive, right? And giving is receiving, by the way. If that's what love is in some way, what Mitchell's doing is the opposite. It's evil, right? It's to never give of himself, but to only take, right? And basically, Freedom Grower accurately described him as what I would basically, what Freedom Grower was getting at was a description of how Mitchell lives, which, let's just call it what it is. He's a fucking bum. Mitchell's a fucking bum. Okay. Has my life resembled a bum at times? Yeah, it has. You might say it does now, except that I worked my ass off and I used my brain. Now, did Mitchell use his brain to get a payout that he's now living on? Perhaps he did. Oh, but that's okay, see? Because remember, Mitchell has level 100 defense. So that's okay that he's done that. So at the same person, see, we get lost in the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is built into the being. In fact, that all of us are hypocrites at various times, right? Show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. See, a lot of this is based on just a utilization of an incorrect strategy that can never, ever bear fruit. And my only goal is to destroy my enemy and the community's enemy. That's my goal, and I will do that, sir. Now, what will happen is he will go dormant, as these demons tend to do. And the human's not a demon, but the human is most likely under heavy demonic oppression. Who knows how that happened? I don't know. But in my testimony, as I've been delivered from wicked spirits, unclean spirits, and demonic spirits in the name of Christ Jesus. And if anybody feels some type of way and thinks I'm pushing religion, I don't know what to tell you. But that's my perception of what happened. Right. And there is power in the name of Jesus, whether y'all want to face it or not. I don't know what to tell you. I know that at an experiential level, whatever that even means, right? We're using terms in the English language. So I don't know how that works. I don't know what mechanism that works on. There is power in the name of Jesus. Okay. Just is. So, yeah, this is what it is. I will destroy this enemy for my sake and the rest of the community's sake. And in the meantime, I might very well go to members only live chat. I might. I would like not to. I might. I'm considering it. I'm pretty sure no matter what, I can sit here and talk to 10 folks, even if those 10 folks are paying me a monthly fee. I mean, are there 10 people that would pay $50 a month? I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. And then everybody else can listen and not fucking chat. I don't know. You know, what's $500 minus 30% or whatever it is, you know? It's probably pretty close to what I'm getting in live chats already, right? Thank you, by the way. I know my tone of voice sounded like I wasn't happy with the donos. I am. I'm happy with the donos. Thank you. It's paying for the internet. It's paying for the StreamYard. If I choose to get this $60 season pass to Fish Tank Season 2, which includes the the TV, basically the television episodes of Season 1, then yeah, I will. Thank you. But I'm so cheap, I haven't been able to make myself do that yet. I'm so frugal, right? Yep. Yeah, exactly. See, that's the thing is, it's easy to do in real life. Yurt says, if I don't like folks' behavior in real life, I stop associating or thinking or involved. That's what I do. Yeah, exactly. But now we're in a metaverse, right? Where because of the nature of the broadcast, at the present time, let's just call it what it is. In these so-called truth communities, there's a standard where, we say we don't like censorship, and, we let everybody come to the live chat for the most part. Yeah, maybe certain folks get blocked for a time, but typically they're able to get unblocked, and maybe they get timed out, and, all of these dynamics occur, right? But that doesn't mean I have to continue to conduct my broadcast this way. And the fact is, I don't have to be in a motel room. I chose to spend $800 so that I could temporarily engage in my my hobby. Now, part of this was when I first moved into this $800 a month room, I was way sicker than I am now. So part of this is that, yeah, I've had a chance to rest. I've had a chance to heal somewhat. And I'm certainly not nearly as ill as I was, although, like I say, I'm just sitting here eating all morning, and I weigh 120 fucking pounds. Maybe I am going to start to put on a little bit of weight. Who knows? I'm open to all of it. I'm not blocking my own healing. And these folks who want to act as if I'm not manifesting poor health. That's just insane. I understand. I'm well-versed in utilizing the law of attraction, which is part of the reason I'm not concerned about if I choose to leave this place on the 28th. Of this month. I'm not that concerned with what's next, although I still have some loose ends to tie up, including all of these ridiculous amounts of possessions that I've accumulated in the last 5 years. However, let's just call truck driving what it's been. In some way, I've taken a 5-year break from being homeless. or from living in the streets. I've maintained homelessness during that time. I've either lived in a truck and was working, or I spent money to stay in a motel, or, believe it or not, I chose to keep my belongings in a storage building. The rest of my belongings were in my car, my personal vehicle, and then pitch a tent at night, as I did in Buda, which is on the south side of Austin. Right, I did that for at least a month at a certain point. I also fucked off to Slab City. Shout out to Big Drink T if he's around. I also fucked off to Slab City for like 6 weeks during there and camped out in Slab City with a trans person, by the way, named Van. Biologically female, decided it was a male, but certainly isn't, right? But yeah, I'll be friends with a trans person. I'll be friends with just about any kind of person, but not a lying piece of garbage. See, I ain't got time for that. We ain't got time for that. I don't have lying pieces of garbage in my life. What's up, Christos? Good to see you. It is. I agree. It's all included, and with no, I don't have furniture. You know, the furniture stays here, and if I don't, I'm free to go at any time. No encumbrances, right? So yeah, I think it is cheap. I agree. So good to see you, Sunshine Time. And then Yurt says, if that person pursues, then I use whatever means at my disposal in the venue and context to defend and stop the interaction. Thank you. Yes. Well, and you may not be surprised to learn that this is something I practiced in homelessness. In fact, I'll give you a specific example, and I'll brag on myself in the process. So I met this girl named Brooke when I was living, me and ex-wife number 2 were living in Alton Baker Park in Eugene, Oregon. And Brooke showed up with her boyfriend, her longtime significant other. I forget his name. He was a raging alcoholic, so he was okay when he wasn't just completely fucking hammered. But he was one of these drunks that's just no good to be around. Good to see you, Christos. And thank you, sir. I want to finish the story, but I see I'm being complimented. I think it's admirable to attempt to live within your means and create a source of income by doing videos, content on YouTube like yourself. I consider it art and calling in a way. Thank you. And I'll just go ahead and double down on something I've said before. I'm here for me, period. I'm here for me, my own entertainment, to work on what I need to work on, and also to serve my purpose, which is to be of service. I'm doing all of that. I'm not doing it for anyone other than me. I don't care how it sounds is none of my concern. That's what I am doing. So when Mitchell says all truthers have an agenda or truthies have an agenda, you damn right I've got an agenda, and it's been on Front Street from day one. I'm here for me and my entertainment and what I need to do. And the fact is, I'm in a way better mood every day if I'm creating my art, right? I need to create my art damn near 7 days a week. And I know it sounds ridiculous because I'm from a culture where that sounds ridiculous. Yes, I get that. It sounds ridiculous to say it, but it's true. I do the best when I'm more or less exhausting my own creativity every day. And I have to get physically tired to even sleep. Yesterday, I rode the skateboard to Walmart and back, and since I get no physical activity, that was enough to pretty much make me tired enough that I actually slept. I couldn't believe how much I actually slept last night. So maybe there'll be more skateboarding, although I need to be careful because at one point I was like, damn, am I going to blow out my fucking Achilles here, But thankfully, I was all right. And I'm not even sore today like I thought I might be. But not that skateboarding is any difficult thing to do, but when a person's been sitting on their ass for months on end, coming out of an illness, a serious illness. But yeah, anyway. So to try to tie into what Yurt was saying about more or less cutting people off, and even, when they show themselves, having a means to counteract what they're doing. So Brooke... my second wife was very charming and liked to socialize and all of this. So now we've met a couple, right, where we can kind of hang out a little bit. And then, Brooke and my Leah was her name, or is her name. Leah could kind of hang out and stuff. And I got to know Brooke. Well, then and remember, this is homelessness. So they were newly homeless. Meanwhile, Brooke, dude, quickest person I've ever met in my life. Because just because somebody's a girl, they're dumb and no, fucking light. I've never met a person as fast as her, and just fucking witty, and could just cut to the fucking bone. Like, just, I've never seen nothing like it, man. She just bam, 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 bam. And she had a fun personality, and she was good looking, right? So that helps certainly with some folks. I mean, didn't do nothing for me necessarily. But in homelessness, a woman doesn't have to be very attractive to be considered attractive, right? So of course, her and her man end up breaking up at a certain point. Well, Jerry, who's known as Arkansas because he's from Arkansas, right? Yeah, there's another Arkansas bozo running around, and he was more of a redneck type. And he used to beat everybody. He used to like to beat people up. He's one of them types. Arkansas is kind of known for guys that like to do that. I'm a pacifist for whatever reason, but so Jerry ends up so I leave at a certain point. Well, I come back and Brooke and Jerry, I guess they'd just gotten together when I left. So I come back and now they're together, and I'm literally seeing Jerry loves Brooke or whatever, written on the fucking, where the people would make tags and shit. And so, I've received word, and I had completely stopped talking to this chick. She was, and this is to Yurt's point, she had behaved so fucking poorly with me that at first I tried to correct her. I tried to let her know that this fucking aggression won't stand. Plus, she was I'm pretty sure she was on meth, right? And people had observed these dynamics where I just basically let her have it. At a certain point, I just wouldn't talk to her. And we were in a lot of group settings, right? So I'd be like posted up at the fucking picnic table at the pavilions doing my cigarette business. And, here comes Brooke. I just got to where I wouldn't talk. I would just look at her and wouldn't say nothing. She would say something to me. I'd just look at her. Wouldn't say nothing. So I leave for about a year. I come back, and here comes Brooke. And now I'm treating her with respect because, well, number one, I don't need Jerry popping up and fucking knocking my lights out. Number two, I am old school enough that, if I respect the man, and maybe this sounds ridiculous, like I'm going to treat her with respect solely based on, it's kind of a silly possessive thing, but, solely based on that's his woman now. And so I'm keeping it at a surface level, right? We're not friends. And then finally, here comes the fucking, I say something and she's just right on top of me with the fucking wit. And I just looked at her, I said, Brooke, I said, you may not remember this, but I completely stopped talking to you last year. And, I'm only talking to you right now because of Jerry. And then there was this other woman who had observed me, and she actually wasn't homeless. And then Brooke just left. And then she was like, wow, you really have been working on yourself, haven't you? Because she knows in the past I would have cussed her out. I would have got all fucking angry because Brooke she's picking at me, see? And I was like, yeah, thanks. I'm glad you noticed. But same thing with Mitchell in a lot of ways, and I will fucking defeat this enemy, right? So I'm with you, Yurt. That was kind of a long, convoluted story. And I've got 1,000,001 homeless stories. But and then this is Mitchell. See, what Mitchell will do is he will keep his dossier and see, this is new ammo for Mitchell's dossier. Well, I've understood the entire time I've been doing this channel and speaking this way that I understood that persons, including Mitchell, have been creating a dossier. Well, since I'm taking a groceries in the parking lot of the grocery store approach, I'm putting it all out there, right? Now, I've realized that in some way it's been my mistake by trying to refute his assertions. There's no need to refute anything he asserts, because Mitchell, the lying piece of trash, is here. And then whatever he has to say, well, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of trash? See, he can never defeat that. The only way he can defeat that is by appealing to my own humanity to get me to feel some type of way so that I will then treat him with respect that he doesn't deserve or hasn't earned, right? How you going to love a demon? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. And then we have channels like The Machine Lies, who at a certain point, he's this Cecil and JG on his panel. Well, now I just won't go to his channel. Now, if one day Machine Lies figures out that these aren't the bozos to have on his panel, then I'll probably come over there and we'll squash whatever. I don't even think it's a beef as far as I can tell, but we'll squash whatever needs to be squashed and we'll move on. Same thing with Drew. I mean, Drew used to, every time Drew went live, even me and Drew's morning show, here's Cecil's fucking dumb head. Yeah, and then, he's a fucking moron. And I can forgive a lot of things, and this is part of the problem I've gotten this deep with Mitchell is he's anything but stupid, okay? So I do place a little too much importance on the intelligence or the lack thereof at times. So yeah, that's one of my failings. I get that, right? He doesn't have potential, though. I disagree. What's up? A lying piece of trash has no potential to be anything but a lying piece of trash, right? Now the potential is, and I know you're actually agreeing with something I said, but I have, and I'm good to see you. What's up? This is nothing against you. I have to be vigilant. I have to discipline my own mind. Until he chooses to move out of the loser piece of trash space, he actually has no potential. In fact, I was only really saying that as a devil's advocate in a specific context because I already know once other people see that this approach works and they begin to use it, people like Quan Mbappe and others are going to get in their feelers and they're not going to like to see somebody treated this way. So that's the only reason I'm even addressing potential. The fact is, it's never going to happen, most likely. He's most likely beyond redemption. He most likely will never be able to express other than as a loser piece of trash. Lying piece of trash. Most likely. Now, obviously, there's time for him to change, but he's probably not capable of change because of why? It's that thing that's creating his level 1 impregnable defense, the constant state of emotional turmoil, so much so that he can't accomplish anything in life other than to lay around his truck with his emotional support animal. Okay. And let's just call it what it is. A grown-ass man with an emotional support animal, that's all we need to know. That's a person who's hobbled. That's a person who can't get to a minimum level, like Kim before the storm, who says he refers to his emotional support animal. Mitchell's referred to his emotional support animal. A grown man with an emotional support animal, that's a very, 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 very bad sign. For them, not for me. For them. This is not the way to be, folks. And again, I'm not mad at you, what's up. I have to be ruthless. Okay, so yes, I agree. He has potential, but he can't access the potential and he can't give his gifts to the world until he chooses to move out of a space of lying piece of garbage. And he can never express as anything but a liar piece of garbage because he will not hold himself accountable. Until he can hold himself accountable, and he's shown no ability to do so. And in fact, when I went on Paul's and we yelled at each other for 20 minutes, he still never accepted blame for being weird and strange in chats as he is. Everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say he's a creepy fucking weirdo in the chats. Now, what he did since then is he's not expressing in quite a creepy weirdo way. He's changed his tactics, right? And he's become a little more humorous. But it's still, the motivation remains the same. So until he can go into his chaotic, disorienting, inner space of turmoil and just the most negative emotions you can possibly imagine, right? That's his internal space 100% of the time. And it's why he can't ever actually move forward in his life, to Dick's point. And it's why we see him attacking myself and others. It's so that I will then attack him. And what does that do? When I start to attack him, there's a process of transference, see, where some of that nastiness that's built up in him actually gets transferred onto me. And I know this because when I start to interface with somebody on that level, my trauma starts to hurt, which is mine's physically located here, right? So this starts to, it always hurts right here, but I become more aware of it in the moment. And it's happening right now, by the way. Because see, I'm actually feeding into that as I say all of this. It's diabolical. It's pure fucking evil, folks. Let's just call it what it is. It's demonic and it's evil. Okay? Now, again, how are you going to love a demon? So I can't treat Mitchell with love. Now, I've made that mistake by trying to resolve with people like this. But you can't love a demon. And he's not a demon. A human can't be a demon. A human can be under demonic oppression and under demonic influence. And what's happening is demons, just like with JG, demons are seeking to attack me through Mitchell. And here's how sick these demons are. They're doing it simultaneously to feed off of whatever energies he's experiencing, and then they can actually feed off of my energies if I really get into that mode too. And I am an expert at this shit, right? I have practiced this stuff. I've practiced the fucking spiritual warfare in the motherfucking streets, y'all. And so many of these demons have aligned themselves against me, and I have proven myself to powerfully wield the sword. And what's the sword? Yeah. Am I going to have to read Revelation chapter 19? I haven't read Revelation chapter 19 on the channel in a while, and please humor me, folks. We're going just a little bit biblical for the moment. Oh, shit. We pressed escape again. StreamYard just can't deal with me accidentally. I'm such in the habit of, in order to get out of a full screen, pressing escape, and for some reason it then throws the window onto my main screen. Why does it do that? I don't know. But
you want Snafu beheaded? Old?
Yeah, we're going Revelation chapter 19. KJV, of course. And just bear with me, folks. I know a lot of people don't like the Bible talk, but we're doing it. We're doing it, folks. Starting with verse 11, I believe. Yep. And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, and he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, Come and gather yourselves together unto the supper of the great God, that ye may eat the flesh of kings, and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sat on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great. And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast, and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire, burning with brimstone. And the remnant were slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horse, which sword proceeded out of his mouth. And all the fowls were filled with their flesh. And I don't, again, whether or not that's real or not, I know that these demons hate that shit. So I read that because these demons can't fucking stand that shit. Right? And part of me loves it. Like, I love that. I love that kind of stuff, man. Because I don't love God, y'all. I don't love God. I hate evil. Okay? See, I'm not here, and this is half of the problem I have with so-called Christians. They want to do some kind of imitation of what they think love for God looks like. I ain't made that way. I ain't made to love God. I'm made to hate evil, folks. It's a very different thing, or it seems like a different thing. So whatever that evil is within Mitchell. I hate that shit, and he's ate up with it. So now we're going to read Psalm 23. They really hate this one. And I challenge Mitchell to go onto a live stream and read Psalm 23 aloud in his own voice. I challenge you to that, Mitchell. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you're capable of doing it, and not in a mocking tone. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie, because they hate this one. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, this place, by the way, I will fear no evil, Mitchell, for thou art with me, meaning God. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me, or creation, or the Most High, or the universe, whatever you want to call it. Whatever that thing is I'm tapped into, we're just using words in the English language, so what does it even mean? Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me, as it has, by the way. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And goodness and mercy have absolutely followed me my whole life. Can you say that, Mitchell? I don't think you can, buddy. Now, maybe it was unfortunate circumstances that led the being to the state that we now observe him to be in, meaning a liar, piece of garbage. Okay, a liar, piece of garbage. Meanwhile, of course, I'm accused of being a liar at the level of grifting. Of course, I'm accused of that. While just about every day I come on. See, it doesn't matter that I come on here and say that, well, it's, as far as I can tell, I'm no longer actively dying, although I'm certainly sick. I could get graphic about what I'm going through. I won't, though. Yeah. But anyway, didn't mean to pick on you. What's up? I already had a head of steam going, so my apologies. Nice. What's up? I like how you put that. What's up said, I said earlier, he likes to play truth poker with certain folks and gets creepy, mad, and weird when he loses. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. But then, even that the demons can feed off of, those low-level emotions. And I'm better than that. I mean, let's just, sometimes I'm not, but overall I'm better than that. So I just want to, I don't mind having this discussion. I do enjoy the discussion, but I'm just smash, 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 smash. I now have a Morrow, right? A large hammer. And he's going to get it. He's going to get it. Yeah. So what's that have to do? See, all I see is Alinsky rules post. So I say, what's that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a liar, piece of garbage? See, that's the strategy. And I don't know if you caught this earlier. Yeah, trick knowledge. That's right, Christos. So I don't know if you caught this earlier, but here's how I am. Well, here's how I've defeated my enemy. And let's just call it what it is, folks. Satan, meaning evil, is the defeated foe. And I know that. Satan is defeated, right? Now it's up to me to administer the defeat. So Mitchell's master is the defeated foe. It's for me to administer the defeat. And here's how I administer the defeat. Every time Mitchell shows himself, Mitchell, quote, because you need to put the quote. If you don't put the quote, then he'll try to construe it as if you mean somebody else. Mitchell, quote, the liar, piece of garbage, end quote, is here. And then whatever he says, don't even pay attention to it. Then just respond with, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a liar, piece of garbage, or a lying piece of garbage? Because that's what he is. That's the most accurate way to describe Mitchell as a person, is a liar, a lying piece of trash, right? That's what he is. That's what he embodies, right? Now, again, I know some folks are going to get in their feelers and they're going to view as, somebody's being attacked, right? Yeah, I'm supposed to hate what's evil. I'm supposed to seek to destroy it and rip it out by the root. And the fact is, I have tolerated this evil in our midst for far too long. I will defeat this enemy. No weapon formed against these communities shall prosper. Believe that. And I can't wait to show y'all what I am. Can't wait. Here he is. Mitchell, the lying piece of garbage, is here. Lying piece of trash. Yep, here he is. I might actually be able to go to the restroom. I'm a little backed up here. Nice. You must be doing something right if he blocked you. What's up? I forgot that. So yeah, if he actually blocked you, you must be doing something right. Oh, man. Getting a little bit of a headache. It's probably the coffee addiction. Yesterday, I managed to make it with only 2 12-ounce cups, but I think I had my second cup a little too early. I should have waited until right about now to have the second one. That was my mistake. So now I'm already wanting the third, so I thought I made progress yesterday, but it looks like we're probably about to have number 3. And the people are like, don't do it. It's like, I don't know, man. I think I'm going to do it. Man, I bought like 3 pounds of grapes, or red grapes yesterday. I fucking ate damn near that whole bag. Oh, that was not the intention. But once I started, man, I just couldn't stop.
Fashion style. We haven't done that in a while. Maybe we'll resurrect that. We'll like that.
And so, yeah, when it comes to the responsibility post date, like I said before, folks, if the post office actually thought I was committing fraud, they wouldn't let me to send it. If the post office thought...
It's not how it works, sir. It's not how logic works. That's completely illogical. For that to be true, we must be able to demonstrate that immediately when somebody tries a fraud, that the post office, whoever is there, immediately shuts it down. That's not what happens. In fact, the system absolutely allows fraud for its own purposes at times.
Thought the other people were committing fraud.
Again, Wizard, it doesn't matter how many times you say it. What's on the table is he says he doesn't believe you. He says you're lying and bullshitting in bad faith. You're either going to prove it with something to him or others who think like him, or you're just going to let it go. Because you repeating something is not going to change what he is communicating.
And him consistently telling people that I'm a fraud.
When that's, again, Wizard unable to accept what Paul's telling him.
Fraud and liar until that happens, does no one any good, and it makes him look bad.
Right, but he's entitled.
Listen, I'm just going to say...
That's an opinion. That's an opinion. Let's go back. See, this Wizard is... See, he ain't coming correct.
It's going to let it go. Because you repeating something is not going to change what he is communicating.
And him consistently telling people that I'm a fraud and liar until that happens does no one any good, and it makes him look bad.
That's an opinion, Wizard. That's your opinion. You don't speak for the group on this. And this, by the way, this is an example of what I've talked about when people have this fantasy of, you know, when things finally get bad enough, you know, people just traveling to some fucking arbitrary piece of dirt somewhere and trying to live communally. This is the dynamics that have to... The fact is, whether or not I like or dislike flow state has nothing to do with... I could find myself in a community, and in fact, I apparently do find myself in a community. So I will treat him as if, you know, I'm going to treat him with some level of as if he has a standing. Now, Wizard doesn't get to carry the day just because maybe some folks, or maybe even I have in the past viewed him as having a greater level of a greater standing or being more worthy of respect, right? It's still your opinion, Wizard. And we all know what those are worth. Right, myself included.
Right,
Not
but
much.
he's entitled.
Listen. Exactly. Flow state's entitled to his viewpoint, his opinion. By the way, his opinion.
Listen, I'm just going to sit here.
And this is becoming authoritarian. This is becoming authoritarian. It's an attempt to force a viewpoint onto people against their will. Nobody has to accept this. He might be right. We, meaning individual members of these, you know, loosely affiliated communities, metaversally, are under no obligation to accept what he's putting forward here. And in fact, what you see is that most folks will not accept what he's putting forth here, which has nothing to do with whether or not he's right. That's completely separate. And that's one of the frustrations / challenges of being of existing in the realm at present.
Wait until it happens.
And this is something I accepted when I took it to the streets for all those years. That I have basically no control over how people accept something I know to be right. Because at some level, it is my opinion from their perspective.
I'm not going to force anything, people.
You are forcing it. Whether you see it or not, you're attempting to force it. You probably won't succeed with some of these folks, especially with the levels of oppositional defiance we see in these communities. Yeah, good luck. I can't even get people to do what's probably in theirs and our best interest. And I accept that. Now, every once in a while, I complain about it and whine and cry. But, you know, I understand that this is how it works.
You are obviously in the wrong capacity to think that you can force shit. You're supposed to let things happen as they will.
There's no forcing. You're forcing right now in your own way.
Then shut the fuck up about it.
It doesn't. I don't have to shut up about it.
Wow, Wizard's losing it. He is. You are forcing it, Wizard. Absolutely. And see, it's easier for me to call this out because number one, I can pause it. Number two, when you're on the panel, it's a little different. It's like when I'm playing poker, if I'm watching other people play a certain hand, it's easier for me to see what's going on than it is for the people who are actually, involved in the action. That's just how that works. Oh shit. Clicking the wrong buttons. Damn it. Boy, this computer is slow. Come on, man. All right. Is it working? It's not. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Just want to make sure I'm still live.
The fact that you're detracting from this and want me to shut up about it and won't just do what he says creates more doubt than it does answer questions.
Yep.
So if you're trying to,
Yep. This is called Welcome to Human Beings, by the way. This is how people are. And you can't do nothing about that, Wizard. Nothing. This is just how people are.
trying to benefit yourself or the idea, you would just leave it alone and stop trying to.
So the same premise has the court.
You're not showing honor and good faith in this moment because you want me to not talk over you, but you keep doing it to me. You're showing you're angry and belligerent and combative. You're showing that you have a narrative put forth that is not verified with physicality, and you expect us to believe it and accept it. And many, including myself, won't till we see certain things. That's okay. And people can say they perceive you as incorrect or a liar or a fraud. They're entitled to that perspective.
And it doesn't mean he's not right. It doesn't mean you're not right, Wizard. That's just how that works. You can be right all day long. You cannot force people to acknowledge that you're right. It just doesn't work that way.
They can't claim it objectively that you've harmed someone.
I can deny that. Why is everybody demanding that?
I would say talk is cheap. What's up? Believe me, I understand the not irony. I understand the that's hypocrisy, and because all I do is talk. Right? I come on here and just talk. But talk is cheap. Especially in a context, right?
I do something based on an accusation just like a fucking court. Fuck all of you punk-ass bitch motherfucking slave.
There you go. That's not the answer to this conversation. That's not a healthy, functional response. And that does not lend credence.
See, this is where Paul is. See, I can't, it's hard. It's very difficult for me to remain calm in these situations. I tend to get locked in and I tend to meet the person where they're at, right? Which is very helpful if we're going to have an actual, not a physical smash out, but if we're actually, the gloves are off, let's fucking do this thing, right? Even if that's with words, right? I can do that, but my goal is to, among other goals, is to fully master my emotions, right? So I certainly see that Paul is light years ahead of me in that regard, and it is inspiring for me to see someone who can do the thing that I want to do, right? That I've gotten better at, or less bad, but I'm still working towards.
That does not lend credence and credibility to the argument. It detracts from it.
Oh, okay. So that has credence to the accusation.
See, Wizard is not stopping long enough to consider what's being said. And this is what I've realized with me is that I get in these patterns with people where they're able to just immediately tell me why I'm wrong. But my thing is like, wait a minute, I've thought about this ahead of time, and I'm as smarter than the person who's telling me why I'm wrong. So, the fact that they immediately can tell me why I'm wrong, to me, that's representative of nothing. It's just a person who's dug in, and they're going to fire back with something, even if what that something is doesn't really mean anything.
Good job, folks.
Yeah, you're smashing apart your credibility just like this.
You are. He is.
Right now. Keep going.
He really is.
Struggle harder. I actually made a video responding to your last one with the right to travel thing. 75 cases or whatever. I just haven't uploaded it because it's kind of fucking boring. But I can, if you want me to. You can find something else.
I could just simplify it. I don't care what anybody believes that I have a right to do or not do. The Constitution's pretty clear to me, ambiguous to others. I have a right that is indwelling in me that I know at birth to do whatever I want to pursue my happiness as long as I don't cause loss, injury, and harm, pay my own debts, and reconcile with my fellow man in the event of accident, which is always present.
And in the event of accidents, yes.
I don't even against that concept, right? My point is against him misapplying and intentionally misinterpreting case law. You can't bring up a case that proves your point and then spend the whole review of it focusing on the etymology of one word. What was the word? And then move off to a Bible verse. Like that proves anything about the case you just completely ignored.
Again, I'll let him speak for himself, but I'm sure that he's not doing that.
Well, and you know, I don't want to be too critical of Wizard here because I do want to avoid the character assassination. And whether we like it or not, Wizard brings a lot to the table. But, you know, this is something I've noticed in many folks. Once they start going down an aggressive path, very few people can slam on the brakes when they need to and sort of look around and be like, wait a minute, maybe I need to back up a little bit here. Like he's so fucking dug in. I mean, he never should have allowed himself to get this deep into this, in my opinion. But he's free at any point to say, you know what, guys, I can see that I've become emotional about this. Like I'm very passionate. I'm locked in. So, you know, I think I'm going to take a pass on the rest of the conversation. But again, it's very difficult, especially for a man, to be seen as backing down or surrendering. I'm going to tell you right now, surrender is a valid tactic. Meaning, if I'm determined to achieve a specific goal, sometimes the only way to do that is a temporary backing off or a temporary something that could be seen as surrender. But what does this system promote? Especially all the Donald Trump stuff. Never surrender. That stupid picture of the frog getting eaten and he's like, you know, by the whatever kind of bird that is, and he's strangling the fucking frog is strangling the bird, and it says never surrender or never give up. That's bullshit. Absolutely surrender under the right circumstances strategically in order to achieve the goal. Absolutely. 100%.
Know that he knows at least certain things that I know when it comes to that. He's probably correlating.
And if I'm going tactician against tactician, if my opposition refuses to surrender, but that's the appropriate tactic, I can't lose unless I allow them to live, right? To come back and wait, and then they can strengthen themselves and defeat me in the future. If I'm willing to just go ahead and destroy my enemy in this moment, I can't fucking lose if they refuse to surrender. Because now they're presenting themselves to me in a weakened state. And Wizard's in a weakened state, whether he recognizes it or not. And as a genius level strategist, I would know this, at least. If I got this deep, I'd be like, oh, fuck. I done stepped in it. I done fucked up. I'm weak. The enemy's strong. It's time to fucking retreat, lick my wounds, reassess, and, you know, come back in a different form, right? And I don't know that Wizard's going to be able to do that here.
What other people have decided that is called case law, which is decisions of people within the legal society with understandings in the Bible and or the inverse perspective. Because again,
and then we get to, you know, we make fun of flow state gets made fun of at times, but unless Wizard can match the levels of patience that flow state is exhibiting, he can't win. See, flow state is showing that he can control his emotions. He's showing that he is able to be patient. Wizard isn't, right? Now, I might not want to be patient in a given scenario, but once I identify that as the proper tactic to win, whatever that means, I will probably, even though I don't want to, I will probably exhibit that. You see, we see flow state showing a great deal of patience, right? Whether or not I respect flow state has nothing to do with the fact that he is exhibiting that in the moment.
Swear in a Bible for reason. The etymology of court begins in the church. So you held court at church and you swore in a Bible because there's a 10 commandments we all have to adhere to. It's common law, common sense.
Yeah, but if you go to court to defend yourself and you read them the etymology of the word confer.
I don't go to defend.
This is the point.
But you're not hearing him out. He said if, sir. If. He's making a point abstractly, right? As has every right to do, by the way.
I could have already told you what he was going to say because, again, he knows what I know. And I was just about to say, he or I is not going to go to court to defend ourselves. There's nothing to defend against, right? You're either going to do wrong to me with some belief or you're not. I don't need to substantiate your belief for you or detract or defend from it. You're entitled, costume or not, to your belief.
Presumably Wizard would, though, because why else would you be reviewing case law if it wasn't relevant to your point?
Again, there's a difference between appearing at court or in court versus presuming that you could get through the initial stages of no loss, injury, and harm to one's rights, you know, no impediment, which a search and seizure is a violation of Fourth Amendment.
But here's where things get difficult. and I agree with your overall assertion here. What's Up says, yeah, for real, I wish him all the best, but getting outraged because someone is questioning your claims is not good. If it's true, it should be easy in my view. Well, but now that last part, we see that the system, their system, right, if we're willing to call it their system, it's intentionally very, very, very confusing. And it's intentionally designed to what? Trick us out of position. So it's realistically, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy to have a certain understanding that can then be packaged and given to somebody else. That's not going to happen. So like what we see Paul doing is saying, basically, yeah, if I know that what they are doing is illegitimate, doesn't mean they can't continue to do it, right? It's now we get back to the, if I'm willing to stand on what I know and somebody else violates me, that's on them. That's them violating, right? Which is a violation, which I mean should seem obvious, but unfortunately, with everyone having free will, part of that is, yeah, a person can violate me if I'm violatable, right? And Wizard, very early on in his life, something happened, and most likely he was violated in some way and ended up in prison. That's probably what happened. I don't know that, I have no idea what he was convicted of or what happened, but may not have been anything that some people, especially young males, end up in prison for things that may not actually be that big of a deal in the long run. I mean, and I'm not trying to excuse whatever his crime may have been. I'm just saying that, that's the system seems to do this to certain folks for whatever reason, who, especially people of a certain socioeconomic background, or maybe people who were orphans and adopted and maybe were in foster care or whatever. Again, back to the classism, inherent that's built into the system and built into society. So he may not have actually done anything that serious as far as the amount of time he may have served, but maybe, I don't know, like an armed robbery. Yeah, it's a serious crime, but, if a 17-year-old serves fucking 10 years over an armed robbery, I mean, yeah, armed robbery is certainly a very serious crime, but, a first offender having to go to prison for 10 years, I know a guy who murdered somebody and was out in 5. Okay, so what I'm saying is, I don't know, did Wizard kill somebody, right? I don't know what he done or what he was convicted of, but I know a guy who killed somebody, not in self-defense either. I know a guy who murdered somebody and did 5 years. Okay, so as we know, these things are not. So the fact that he spent whatever amount of time he spent in prison may not really mean much of anything. So I can relate to where he's probably has a certain view of the system.
Amendment. So just by walking to an administrative courthouse, they're going to expect you to give up your rights at the door. Once you do such, you're in their jurisdiction. So last few times I've gone to court for presentment to put the affidavit on record, on file, and to speak it into the record, live voice, I never wound up in there because they tried to take my rights at the door. And I said, fellas, you know what the law of the land is here. And they said, well, we have a reason, safety and fear. I said, it doesn't wash with me. So I said, you can't say I didn't appear because I came here to present. I couldn't appear, disappear anyway. I'm not a disembodied spirit. So they can use language games all they want, and they can try to obfuscate away from the law of the land, the Constitution. When they want to put me or anyone else in their jurisdiction, we stay out of it.
You're making it you're making the topic way bigger than it is.
Okay,
yeah, I'm expanding the purview of the understanding, but we can refocus back in on it. You're free to do whatever you please.
I mean, the focus of my Wizard. Why did you review case law then? If you agree, assuming you agree with everything Paul just said, why even bother reviewing case law?
Because if you will take the time to listen, I have a certain scripture again, which I use as my holy writs. It says in John 1 John 8:14 through 20. Jesus answered and said unto them.
See, now he's going to double down on the religion here, apparently.
Though I bear record of myself, yet my record is true. For I know whence I came and whither I go. But ye cannot tell whence I come and whither I go. Ye judge after the flesh. I judge no man. And yet if I judge, my judgment is true. For I am not alone, but I and the Father that sent me. It is also written in your law that the testimony of 2 men is true. I am one that bears witness of myself, and the Father that sent me bears witness of me. They said unto him, where is thy Father? Jesus answered, ye neither know me nor my Father. If ye had known me, ye should have also known my Father. These words spake Jesus in the treasury, as he taught in the temple. And no man.
Objection, relevance.
Again, he can't even let a man finish. You see what I'm talking about?
You're filibustering and bullshitting with Bible verses. I asked you why you made that video if you don't believe in the law. Why did you make the video?
You don't understand it, do you? I just correlated their law with the biblical scriptures, just like that biblical scripture told me to.
So, what
okay,
is
but
the audience?
The point is you could have just said that without doing a performance. Just echo the sentiment I just gave with clear and concise language. I wasn't citing case law. I didn't say that it has any authority. Just say that you were correlating, like I said, the scripture with their legal society. To go and cite a whole paragraph of scripture that everyone has to listen to and wait to end for you to just communicate that idea at the end of it makes no sense. And it goes on here regularly. These people don't give a fuck about scripture. They're not listening. They don't feel it. They're blowing right past it and waiting for you to just answer the
100%. And yeah, I just read Revelation chapter 19, and I did that more for me than anybody else. Yeah, I completely agree. Most people don't give a flying fuck.
Question they asked.
No answer, I guess.
Yeah, the truth hurts.
Again, truth needs no defense. I'm just going to shut the fuck up.
Well, that's right.
The
truth needs no defense. Exactly. And Paul just spoke something that I believe is representative of, I hesitate to say truth because I was raised in a mind control cult that wouldn't shut up about the truth as if that could be possessed, when clearly that's not even fucking possible to possess the truth, whatever's meant by that. But yeah, this is certainly what is happening, sir. Paul just gave an accurate description of what is happening, sir.
I'm going to listen to my own fucking advice. Oh, wait.
Probably the best thing you should do.
And because Wizard is doing the exact same thing the rest of us are doing at a base level, which is dealing with our own social isolation, he must be here on some level communicating with people like Flow State and Paul Enslaved and whoever this new fella is. And at times myself, right? At times.
With a bunch of folks who, if you perceive them as worldly infidels and status and fools, why continue to try to convince them of what they've already thrown in with? If you're going to try to convince them, make the argument more compelling for them, not for someone like you.
Or don't waste your time.
Well, exactly.
That was actually my advice.
Or don't waste your time, because you're not going to waste much of my time, because I'm not going to let you waste much of my time.
Actually, I pose again that if I had 3 witnesses sending it through their postmaster, that's 3 more witnesses, and I received 3 of them 3 different times from 3 different postal service workers, yeah, and I'll have a jury of 12.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, you should take your advice and shut the fuck up. And my advice, actually, that was the very first thing I ever said, is like, hey, if you don't know what you're talking about, maybe you shouldn't talk about it. I assume that you were mistaken about the standpoint.
Well, and that's something that I don't always practice, but one of the things I learned in my walk, it was, don't utter a single sentence unless I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's part of the reason why I tend to speak mostly from my own experience, because at least I know that, right? I can very quickly get lost in my own sauce when I try to speak on external things. And I can and have appeared foolish at times, certainly.
Damn thing originally, until you were ignoring the stuff I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, the postal service is too.
Will you stop telling? Just show me. Just show me. All I want is for you to show me and stop telling me what other people think or do. Praise God. Well, thanks for letting me come up and play whack-a-mole with retards on your panel.
You don't have to thank me. Everyone has equal access and consideration here. They may not be treated equally, conditionally, depending on the presentment, and the facts of the matter as I perceive it. But I'm not here for political games and affinity groups, as I've said many times, and nepotism. I could bond with folks 1 second, and I could just call it as I see it the next minute. And I'm not going to play favorites. So I could see where a lot of the miscommunication and misunderstanding.
Well, I'll just talk about Jesus, because I did say something I know, which is there's power in the name of Jesus. It's not my concern, the historicity. I have my own belief, right? But like what Dominic is saying, or the story of someone called Jesus or the Tooth Fairy or Santa, that shit doesn't bother me at all. But look at how triggered some of these Christians get just at the idea that the person we call Jesus, I'm not getting lost in the personhood. I'm saying whatever Jesus is, whatever that refers to, whatever that energy is, whatever that level of consciousness, maybe it's something that exists in all of us and I'm tapping into it. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking care. I'm set up for effectiveness in the real world. See, that's what I'm set up for. And I was given a specific framework culturally that I was socialized in, through these mechanisms. My psyche, my psychology was formed. It's shorthand for me to view things in a Christian, Protestant context, right? Which involves Jesus, right? And an idea of a heavenly Father. Doesn't mean I believe in a literal person walking in sandals and a certain type of garb, right? A Caucasian, by the way. Let's just go ahead and call it what it is. Ain't no white prophets, y'all. Ain't no white Jesus. That Jesus, Christians, is from over there. He ain't from here. That's the Occidental Jesus. I'm sorry, Oriental Jesus. Ain't no Occidental Jesus. Ain't no white prophets. I hate to break it to you, honkies. That's just the way it is.
Standing happens, and I don't want to believe either person on either side is completely corrupt, fraudulent, bad faith, dishonorable. So I presume everyone should take that approach, and then just, if we're going to convince, make it more compelling, show it, don't tell it, because you can't tell to someone the truth who already has said, I don't believe you, won't listen to you.
That's right. They're not open to it. He's not open to it.
How would I know? Because I've done it over and over again, essentially.
Yeah, me too. Well, and, I kind of got there with Bex yesterday on T4 Lovers live stream. I'm going to drop his link here in a bit. I'll probably wait for Z to wrap up, and then maybe we'll wait till some more folks come, if I can remember. But I can tell Bex has certain views of the fake pandemic, the medication. Not that she's, as far as I know, she's never been involved in any of it, but she has a certain viewpoint that I'm not open-minded. I am completely closed-minded when it comes to certain aspects of what the government's doing, what's being done to children, the whole thing. I'm outspoken. I am not willing to consider anybody's viewpoint on this. I'm happy to, she can have whatever space she wants to convey her ideas. I have zero level of open-mindedness when it comes to that. I'm not interested in fighting about it. I'm not saying we fought about it. I'm saying, here's my line in the sand. This is what I know. I'm not open to having my mind changed. I, on some level, don't want to fucking hear the opposing viewpoint. Because I almost drank myself to death. I did 56 episodes of a podcast. I followed the fucking fake pandemic. I read every day, every single fucking day, reading 50 plus news articles. I moved into the space of fully accepting the dystopia and the literal hell realm. No 24-hour period has gone by since the fake pandemic was declared that I didn't exist in this space, and I will never leave this space. This is the rest of my life. Now, I understand that the thing appeared to go away to some extent. It's never going away inside of me because I can't get caught flat-footed. I won't get flat-footed. I will maintain a state of readiness around this medical tyranny because I will not be caught slipping. Therefore, I'm not interested in hearing what anybody has to say on these topics. Surprise, surprise, nobody's ever mentioned a test to me. It's never been brought up in my life. Nobody's ever said, well, okay, we just need you to go take a test. Okay, we just need you to go take a jab. You know why? Because I have already made my mind up. I am so convicted this system knows not to even test me. It doesn't. Where the system knows to test me is at the level of this thing. That's where I've been tested repeatedly. And unfortunately, I haven't done too well on them tests. It's never even been mentioned to me, a test or a jab, and it probably never will until they try to take me to the fucking, segregation detention center to segregate me from the populace for public health. And we all know when they ramp up the next fake pandemic, or if it's a new variant, whatever it may be, it's all going to be the app. And when I go out in public, people are going to expect to see me, and they're going to expect to look at their phone, and they're going to want to see a green dot. And maybe if it's a different color, maybe they're going to, maybe there won't be a color, but it'll be red, right? Whatever it is, they're going to expect to see that I have affirmed my fucking jab status. And when they see that I haven't done that, and I'm not interested in faking it, folks, I have no interest in faking it. So how do you think those people are going to react to me in the physical space when they can look right on their fucking app and they can look at me and be like, wait a minute. It's just like that. It's just like from Idiocracy, unscannable. You know, when the main character's in there talking to that doctor, the guy smoking weed, and he's like, okay, you know, we just need to, where's your, you know, he's like, we need to scan you. Where's your tattoo, your UPC tattoo? And when he sees the guy doesn't have it, it's just like, unscannable. The doctor freaks the fuck out. It's going to be that. These people are going to freak the fuck out just by my physical presence. And they can't look at their app and look at me. That's coming. If you think it's not, you're living in a state of denial. That's absolutely going to happen. Most likely in my lifetime, unless I get beamed up out of here. Can I pretty please with sugar on top, just get the fuck out of here. But I don't have the option of deletion. And I thought I found a loophole with the drinking. But since I've chosen to live, here I am. Good God.
I mean, I don't even have to tell anyone anything at this point because everything I've done or do, other than certain things, when it comes to this venue of law, is on the channel. You can see that I don't give a fuck. I'm going to do whatever I want. They can keep arresting me over and over again.
Me
claiming
too.
things on paper, putting labels and judgments on me. I don't even appear at their courts because it's not for me. When I try to present there, they tell me I have to give up my right to the door, so I leave. Then they tell me there's warrants out on paper for me. I don't know what any of that means or how it matters to me. I'm going to continue to do whatever the fuck I want to do, what's true and what's right, unless I cause loss, injury.
And by the way, they can come get you anytime they want. And that applies to all of us. This system can come for us anytime it fucking pleases. And I think we make a mistake when we falsely believe that has anything to do with our actual behavior. No, it doesn't. The chances of being came for I can make it more likely they're going to come for me, and I can do things to make it less likely. But ultimately, if they come for me, I don't control that.
And harm, and if there's a valid claimant or complainant, I will address it. They can take the stand. I can meet my accuser, and we can reconcile under God. Till that process happens, I don't give a fuck about their games and their beliefs. All they have is fear of what's going to happen if I don't listen and be like them, and I don't operate off that. I operate off faith for me. I do that for me, so I don't go back on heroin and hate myself. I don't give a fuck what the consequence is. I have to live in the now, man. I got to like me, be comfortable inside my vessel.
Yep.
That's all we do this for. Let's not kid ourselves. Self-growth, self-development,
Thank you.
actualization and realization can change other people's life. We do it for ourselves.
Yes. I'm here for me, full stop. Now, does that involve other people? Well, it has to. We have to socialize. I can't be socially isolated. I'm very introverted. I can go fuck off for months at a time. I have to be here on some level. I don't have no choice on that. I'm here for me, which also part of that is I'm here to serve as much as I might not want to. That's my purpose, at least in part.
I do this so I could be faithful and peaceful and empowered and inspired and do what's true and what's right and surrender the rest. I don't give a fuck who else takes it or understands it, quite frankly. I'll talk to you till I'm blue in the face about it if you want to know.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, lick the hand that feeds you. Let your chain sit lightly upon you. I'm going to go my way. You go yours.
Bam.
Let posterity forget you were my countrymen. That's how I...
Fire emoji, by the way. Fucking yes. 100%. And I'm confused. Why don't more people operate on those levels? You know why? Because they want to click up and they want to get involved in weirdo codependency. And if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. Okay? I ain't built for that. I ain't wired for that. Not interested in that. It's fucking sick as far as I'm concerned.
I look at it just like the founders would have looked at it. Give a fuck what's written down. I know what's true in my heart and in my conscience, and I know what I'm going to do. Like Montana said, all I got is my balls and my word. I ain't breaking them for nobody.
Man, I'm hurting.
Thoughts, expert panel? I think we're going to wrap up. We did a
B looks like he's got thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just listening, man. I don't know you guys like that, so I'm just listening for right now. I don't got nothing to say right now. I wanted to talk more about Israel, but we kind of got off the rails.
That's how lost these people are.
What do you need to know about Israel, sir? It's all state show war games where they're going to kill actual people and blame it on other people.
It's fake.
To create more chaos, to create order out of it, to proliferate a one world government and a centralized digital currency.
It's not fake. It's not legitimate. That's really... I do myself a disservice when I say it's fake. It's something's happening. It's illegitimate, especially what's being presented to us is certainly not legitimate. You know. Anyway, I got to take a quick break. I shall return. I don't know if Mitchell's still here or not. I guess I got to get rid of the banner. All right. Let me see if I can leave y'all with something. How about I'll leave you with Z?
I'm not way into you, Miss Swift.
All right. We're not doing that. I don't know what he's playing there. Oh, man. Oh, here's the first version. I didn't realize that was still on the channel. I need to download that too. Had no idea. Give me a moment. Oh, because I was looking under live. That's the problem. That was the problem. Oh, man. Woman insists Mark Zuckerberg profile is not a. She thinks she's talking to Mark Zuckerberg. Is that? Come on now. Is anybody? That's just a delusion, right? Her choosing a delusion. Shout out to a Z 90 in the house. Well done, sir. Oh, and Burn Eyes alive.
Right. This mysterious Nan Madol. Yes, Taiga, New Zealand. Indeed, they do. The first time I talked to, shout out to Dutch Sense, my man Dutch. Indeed, earthquake forecasting at its
pop out
finest.
my chat here.
The first time we mentioned it together, and I did a stream on Nan Madol. He's like, dude, literally the next day there was this crazy earthquake in Nan Madol, like. Or at least USGS reported there being one. Who actually knows if there was? But it's kind of like the Antarctica, where there's like zero reported data ever, except for when they want to just randomly put one out, just to like fuck with the data and the official statistics and all this. Like, it's just crazy stuff. But yeah, shout out to Dutch if you. Follow his work, you know what I'm talking about. If not, you should check it out because it's next level stuff. All right, let's continue with Nan Madol, the Starfort Island in the middle of the Pacific Island macro. Like, again, these perfect breakwaters, canal entrances, just it's mind-boggling. It really is mind-boggling. You have breakwater, inner outer canals, starting the lines of the castle fort houses going into a complete jungle that is covered oh my goodness, it's crazy. So that's, oops, sorry, wrong way. And again, this polygonal basalt construction methods that make it earthquake and hurricane proof. The story of the big bad wolf that huffs and puffs and can't blow or burn down or even hurricane out Nan Madol's megalithic macro giant ass artificially constructed Pentagon Island, ancient island in the middle of nowhere. For those just tuning in, this is what we're talking about. It's a giant pentagon, and Nan Madol is at the very bottom here, and this is what it officially looks like. Over 100 structures recognized officially with the Nan Madol, and they had to officially recognize them because of this here, the LiDAR mapping, and you can see the petals there, this bastion star fort, and then these outer giant megalithic walls, and then the inner city of it here. And then I guess this would probably be lava if it is a volcano spot, if some sort of volcanic eruption happened. But clearly underneath it and proceeding up to the northwest corner are these identical canals carved into every angle, and that it is all artificial. So it doesn't just end here. It completely was showing that there was some sort of lava flow or some sort of flow over and canals all the way up and through, just like this thing right here. You can see it all up in the corners there. And look at this. It's literally, it's mind-boggling, the scope, and then it's covered by trees. And you get more lush as it goes into the brackish and freshwater areas compared to the outer brine. And you have your geoglyph here on the this fish or whale or something, but a clear island of a geoglyph as well. Who made all of these ancient islands that are literally in the middle of nowhere? It's a mystery that has not been answered. Has not been answered, and we're taking a look at this mystery today on Woo Woo Wednesday. Here we go. So, Temwin Island, they claim, is what Nan Madol is, but in fact, I state that all of Temwin Island is definitely the exact same as artificially constructed as what the official Nan Madol is. And I'm going to also say that if it ever is able to be discovered or properly explored, then LiDAR, that most likely the entire Nan Madol Island is going to be artificially built of all of this polygonal basalt macro megalithic structure. Just mind-blowing, the scope of it, and that there's legends of scuba divers and snorkelers and fishermen off the coast of it, doing their daily fishing runs, finding underwater cities and stuff, like just lost crazy amounts of what is this. And yeah, here we have Gunung Padang, the famous what is definitely pre-cataclysm Indonesian basalt pyramid that Graham Hancock has had work on, and but has an NDA sadly related with now, but a crazy ancient site that they believe is at least 24,000, maybe 36,000 years old. It's quite fascinating, but just, well, it looks like we have a very similar building style, material, and potential, you know, same civilization. And again, you see this full pentagon, and right here is Nan Madol, and it's this little Niue island thingy, but I'm saying at least all of this is artificial, but most likely this is artificial. And this is, I know that there's coral on it now and a coral reef, of course. I'm saying it was probably built, the foundation, and well, the coral has grown with it since, and self-sustaining sort of thing. Designed by the master builder race, whoever, whatever they were, giants, demigods, I don't know, aliens, maybe, God, probably something built all of this, and they are star forts, they are megalithic. And here we go, this Florida Keys, another artificially constructed island with no history. Again, the map of the official Nan Madol. Just they try to claim that it's just a little segment sunk off of the corner of Temwen Island, when in fact the LiDAR there shows that Temwen Island is completely made up of it. This is Meldon Island. So this is an old picture of Meldon Island, and also basalt columns. Here we go. You can see still these crazy canals going everywhere, crisscrossing into this jungle. This being brackish. And then you go in and you start getting fresh water. Right, so up here is where the tide goes in and out, giving your brackish daily tidal flush, and that giant waterfall, water spring collecting, whatever, however the plumbing works that they built, feeds the freshwater inner areas for, well, plantation life and using. Right, so it's like these people did not, and these people's ancestors did not build these structures. They themselves, their wisdom keepers, their oral traditions all state that the gods came and built them. They just inhabited them afterwards. And I believe them. I believe the gods, the demigods, someone came and built this long ago. Here we have a picture from 1902. This is a picture on Miwi Island itself. So this is on the island of Nan Madol. Yeah. Just crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. All right, I've been talking for at least a half hour now. So I think I deserve a little break, but also that it is, well, time to transition smoothly into the next topic, that is the star forts. And, well, we'll let Olaf the Sverker, shout out to my man Olaf in Scotland, and the discoveries he's shown, and that I've done further research on verifying, and these 1,000-kilometer long bastion star fort walls from Crimea, aka Little Tartaria, to through Siberia into main Tartaria on the ancient maps, which is also to the Siberian Arctic sea or ocean, I believe, but in the ancient maps called the Mar de Tartar, the Sea of Tartaria, the ancient sea, and that these bastion walls, as you'll see right here, as Olaf is about to show and explain, run from the Azov Sea in the Black Sea of Ukraine-Russia border war right now, all the way through pretty much the line of contact of this current war of what, well, the indigenous people of Crimea are the Tartars. Still living there today, ethnic Tartars. And if you've seen Tartarian Truth's work or Ancient Historia, shout out to Luke as well, following the real research of the Tartar people and the remnants of them today and their amazing ancient language. And I'm going to shut up and let Olaf the Svirker take it away for a bit, showing the Slavic or the Star Fort here, and then I'll also play his video of the 7,500-year-old Slavic calendar that predates the Gregorian Catholic, Jesus, whatever modern shenanigan dating system. But yeah, that's a whole other podcast and rabbit hole, wormhole.
And send it to you. So if you want to upload this into your own account, then feel absolutely free. Now we get to where it becomes obvious. Krasny Yar, Samara, it becomes obvious that this is some form of defensive line. I've tried to plot it. It sort of sits along modern day boundary lines, but it moves around again so much over the years. But Alexivka Fortress, this was, if my memory serves me right, a fairly interesting one. My memory does not serve me right. You can almost make it out there. Have I got any pictures? Nope. But again, you didn't have to look too far to see the remains of some other weird structures. What has went on here? That's what happens when you have massive reservoirs and the people that take over attempt to dam them up or change the flow of the water. I believe in a lot of these cases the water was used as a weapon, and it flooded and washed over a lot of these fortresses. That's why some of them are so hard to make out. So this next one is extremely interesting. The amount of man-hours and work that went into this boggle the mind. So we have Alexivka Fortress here. The remains of Alexivka Fortress. I don't know. I wonder if I've got any photographs of it. No. And if we open these points up, we can see from here, if we follow this all the way up, it looks like we're following a natural tree line, when in fact we are following the remains of a giant, and I mean it, absolutely giant wall. And that becomes obvious when we see structures such as this. This is the defensive line, a massive ancient defensive line. That is a Starfort petal, just on a massive scale, and it carries all the way up. As you can see here, there's another. Some of them are more visible than others. There's another, and another, and this was created in a time without tooling, without machinery, without electric batteries or DeWalt drills or diggers or dumpers or skid steers. There's another. Mile after mile after mile, and another, and another, and it carries on this way for miles until we hit the next Star Fortress, which if we follow this up, we'll keep following it. There's another petal, and another, and we see strange structures all the way, but when the people in charge of history lie to us and tell us tales, we can't be quite sure what we're looking at, other than when we see common sense objects such as
Oops, sorry there, muted. And I paused it here just to show these bastions, this bastion and these petals, this ridiculously giant wall, and that these walls are probably ruins of there's canals running through them or around them, and that we've found parallel canals still running matching them, and just keep watching. This is crazy what Olaf, and shout out to Olaf, the Sverker is showing here. I will post the link for the full video right now as this continues to play.
And it carries on this way for miles until we hit the next Star Fortress, which if we follow this up, we'll keep following it. There's another petal and another. And we see strange structures all the way, but when the people in charge of history lie to us and tell us tales, we can't be quite sure what we're looking at, other than when we see common sense objects such as this. That is very clearly some massive ancient earthen ramparts. Whether or not these structures at the side yet were anything, we cannot determine. But we do not build walls on this scale today. There's another petal. And another. Absolutely perfect geometry, perfect straight lines. And like I say, how far has this went on for now? And we carry on following these petals all the way up until we hit the next Star Fort, which I will quickly go to. And here we have. If I can zoom in, you can just about make it the remains another massive Star Fort. Now, what I've shown you has not been the most spectacular examples of Star Forts, but can you consider for a second the amount of earth needed to be removed, the amount of construction and work that has went into what we have seen so far? And as you can see, this massive wall does not stop. It continues on. There is another petal. And for anybody to tell us this wasn't an advanced empire that created this, they're barefaced liars. Where any modicum of common sense, it becomes blatantly obvious that once upon a time on this planet there was a single unified people, and because they were unified, because they worked together, we were able to create some amazing structures. As we can see, these petals continue. There is another.
Well, I tell you what, once the option of junk food is removed from one's life, it's a lot of work, man. This is carrot, onion, beets, celery, and radish, all uncooked, and then we have four uncooked egg yolks.
In comparison, but
good stuff.
Just look at the scale of this. Petal after petal after petal, and these structures are perfect.
Yeah, everything tastes good since I can't eat junk food and I'm in semi-starvation. Although maybe I'm starting to gain a little weight. I've been way more hungry than normal lately. But if anybody wants to panel, I'm going to be eating. But if anybody feels like hitting the link and has something on their mind, please let me know.
One of the more amazing Star Fortresses.
I haven't been listening to any of this, so I'm not sure what this guy's talking about.
You can see that today this has remained.
Let y'all watch me eat, I guess.
In fairly decent condition. However, I believe this is only a part of what was once in this place. As you can see, there is structures reminiscent of hidden Star Fortresses or covered up Star Fortresses, and you can see that carries on all the way to the water. So I believe that this was probably, as you see, with most Star Fortresses, there is a larger star and then a smaller star pointing at the bigger star. I think that's exactly what we're looking at here. But if we follow this giant wall even further, sorry, I'm not very good at Google Maps. Keep following our giant wall. In fact, I'll save us some time, just so you can see. There is still petal after petal after petal. So how many miles have we covered now? You see structures such as this. Is this modern? This wall certainly almost 100% without a shadow of a doubt is not modern. Is this outline here modern? We'd be left guessing. But petal after petal on this giant wall, this wall blew my mind when I seen it. Absolutely blew my mind. And if anybody's seen this for the first time, leave me a comment and let me know what you think, because I went to bed that night and had dreams about this wall. We will just zoom it quickly. This wall carries on all this way until we get to the next Star Fortress, And just so you know, it's not the only fortress in town, but it is fairly clear that there's that wall, and here is a star fortress built onto the wall. Now, why mainstream sources, mainstream historians didn't want to give us an explanation for this, I don't know. Why the Russian government doesn't want to take credit for such an amazing history is beyond me. But that's the world that we live in. People make money, people have influence, and people control us for very particular reasons. If you ask me, I think the reason for this vast cover up is fear. I think they're absolutely terrified of being caught out. We can see here, not far from the wall, next to another source of water, is another star fortress that we can just about make out the remains of. Like I said, for some reason, trees love growing along the earth and ramparts of these fortresses. It's almost as if something improved the quality of the soil. If we zoom out, we will get to Chernovka. And what do we see here next to the water? But the remains of yet another star fortress. This is a fairly bad example, but you can just about make it out there. And it sits along the site of this massive ancient wall. We'll zoom out a bit again, just to get a wee bit of perspective. As you can see, this wall clearly forms some form of defensive line. And I could spend hours. See, if we zoomed in on this map and went inch by inch by inch, we would not. This is not the limit of what we would find. We would find thousands of things. I've not managed to mark everything I've found on these maps. But here we have, what is this? Oh, it's not, because it's not showing us. But here we have another star fortress that sits along this massive wall, or a redoubt, or you call it what you want. But you can quite clearly see the geometric structure, and it sits along this massive, look there, this wall is continuing even still. Massive ancient wall with defensive fortifications the entire way along. How much earth are we talking about being moved now? 1,000 tons? 10,000 tons? 100,000 tons? With diggers. People with shovels. And it's not just soil, there's rocks in here, I was a landscaper for 10 years of my life. This is an impossible creation with the advanced technology. We could not do it. Even keeping a line that perfect would be impossible. And yet mainstream historians would lead us to believe that men with shovels, and no very good shovels by modern day standards either, created this. And what we can see here, if we follow this wall along as it cuts off, is the remains of yet another massive fortress, which history or the controllers have done an absolutely perfect job of covering up. And this massive wall continues. Now, tell me this isn't blowing your minds. This wall alone is, I could spend 100 years studying it. I could walk the length of this wall. In fact, I intend to, as soon as we're allowed out of house again, and find everything I can find out along the way. But I will just quickly zoom along. There's this wall continuing. Look, there's some more petals. And we'll just quickly zoom along to the next fortress or redoubt along the way. What is this one? We'll zoom in and see. Some of these I can't remember, so use a with me for the ride. And again, look at this massive wall, this absolutely perfect wall in a barren landscape. A barren landscape that for some reason has perfect lines, perfect parallel lines and right angles. Almost as if an entire city has been wiped off the face of the earth. But that would be pure speculation, and the people we're up against love speculation, because any speculation can lead to false claims, and they tear us to shreds for pointing out anything wrong. What they can't tear us to shreds for is telling them that this wall could not be created in modern times, and it definitely couldn't be created without the use of advanced technology. Even the mathematics involved in creating this wall are staggering. And it continues. So, like I say, we will zoom out and we will look at the next one along this massive wall. We have here nothing much. What do we have here? Oh, another star fort. And you can just about make it the petal here. But again, how many tons of earth are we into now? This is human history that is being covered up. This is the history of people, and it's on our backs to reclaim it. It would be so easy to let all of this slip into obscurity, but we cannot and we must not allow that to happen. And again, you can see here, like I said, the trees love growing along it. Massive geometric structure, but what's that here? That is a starfort petal. You'll have to excuse me 2 seconds, guys. I've got cats going crazy again. 2 minutes. It wasn't too bad. They chilled themselves out. If you hear noise in the background of these videos, I have not only got a 2-year-old kid, I have 4 cats, used to have 5, 4 cats, a husky and a labradoodle. Because if we don't share our lives with things we love, what is the point? This, I could find no information about. I remember this one, but it's another beautiful starfort, another perfect starfort, which would have taken a staggering amount of effort to create. And to modern day interpretation, when we look at this is just lines in it up. And again, I believe
real so she can claim the prize Mark originally promised her and prove to her son that all of it is true.
The most valuable thing to me is losing my son. And that is my mission, is to get my son back. He won't talk to me.
It's gonna make me sad.
He won't see me.
Fuck.
He won't respond to my text.
Good Lord. She thinks she's talking to Mark Zuckerberg on the internet.
Who's the CEO of the company? And she told me, Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. I was a lucky contestant that had won $1 million. I was trying to do this, not even for me, but for my son. He wanted me to be his mistress or his second wife. He's got a great body. I have to give him that. For the first time in his life, he knows what true love is and what it means to actually be in love.
Listen, I believe in freedom, but at a certain point, should this woman be allowed to use the internet? I mean, I'm just for her own sake.
She purposely got pregnant for the 3rd child so she could hold on to him.
What's up, Seekers? Welcome back to another episode of Scamfish, sponsored by SocialCatfish.com.
I provided personal information of mine and my son's. My mission is to get my son back. He won't talk to me. He won't see me. My son's eyes. I chose Mark over my son.
On today's episode, we speak to a woman named Carrie who thinks she's in an online relationship with one of the richest men in the world, the Mark Zuckerberg. This online affair has ruined her relationship with her son. Join us as we help her find answers and reveal to her the truth about who she's really communicating with online. Real quick, guys, don't forget to like.
I enjoy shooting pool, going bowling. I love to drive and be on an open road. And I'm looking forward to getting my CDL license now. My husband was very complex, very entertaining.
You know they're not going to let her get a CDL, right? Because she's clearly medicated. That whatever med she's on, she can't drive a big rig.
We met when I was 15 and he was 23. He loved to cook. He was also a professional clown, loved music. He unfortunately passed away November 28th of 21. I've been trying to find myself and who I am, because I've never really known who I Carrie have it, it's supposed to be.
Carrie's husband's.
I don't know if I can watch this. I watched some of these and I mostly just am like, how can you be that dumb? This is just sad. I'm just going to make me sad. Already making me sad.
Passing left her in a tight spot financially. She was lonely and left to raise her son alone. One night while she was scrolling through Facebook is when it all began.
I was not online dating. I was not looking for a relationship. I had gotten a message. Her name was Virginia. She claims that I was a lucky contestant that had won $1 million. And I'm like, yeah, this ain't real. Facebook doesn't do online giveaways. She eventually told me that the CEO of the company wanted to talk to me. I'm like, oh, really? Who's the CEO of the company? And she told me, Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. My knowledge of what Mark net worth is somewhere around $700 billion. He's one of the richest men in the world. He also is not just the CEO of Facebook. He also has a joint business with Priscilla. He is very compassionate and sincere. He's got a great body. I have to give him that. He's got a great body. Him and I would talk for a little while. Then he asked me how I would use this money, and I told him I would get a trust fund for my son. I would buy a small little house, maybe go on a vacation, and donate some to a cancer.
Well, I mean, let's just assume that Mark Zuckerberg is really running Facebook. He doesn't have time to talk to you. I mean, he literally doesn't have time to talk to you. The amount of money it would cost him to speak with you, meaning that his time is money if he's actually worth this amount of money. I mean, not that she can understand this, but.
It's the foundation. I was trying to do this, not even for me, but for my son, to have him have some kind of financial security. I didn't tell anybody about this. I didn't want to be ridiculed and shut down for talking with somebody, let alone potentially Mark.
Carrie had originally began to send money to Mark so she could claim her $1 million and a 2023 Camaro he said she had won through a Facebook raffle.
The money and the car were in this kind of container, but in order to get it released, there had to be payment to release that. What's $50 compared to $1 million? Even though I was struggling and I didn't have much at that time, I started trusting him. I provided personal information of mine and my son's, and even the address to where I was living at.
Carrie sent the front and back of both her ID and her son's ID. Mark claimed he needed this so he could process the money to her account. She would also share her bank account information along with $500 for the winner's fee. She is still waiting to hear back from Virginia on when she will receive all of her prizes. While she waited, Mark would open up about his relationship with his wife.
Mark and Priscilla met at Harvard. They got married one day before Facebook was ready to launch. He felt that she purposely got pregnant for the third child so she could hold on to him. They don't see each other that much because he works a lot and so doesn't she, taking care of the kids. He would say that he had meetings he was spending time with the baby. We would ask each other how our days were, what had happened in the day. As time went on, things got a little more complex. I think it was around the third week of him and I talking, is when he told me that he was in love with me. He wanted me to be his mistress or his second wife. He thought he was in love with Priscilla, but he had said to me that he wants to be with me. For the first time in his life, he knows what true love is and what it means to actually be in love. He's talked about eventually opening a Facebook company here on the East Coast, which myself and him, we will work side by side together at the company. He has found a couple houses that he would love to purchase here in Massachusetts for him and I. And he feels that my son is not just mine, but ours, you know, and he's looking forward to being a stepdad to him, teaching him and giving him a job at Facebook.
This Mark Zuckerberg profile would eventually tell Wanda that he was ready to completely end his marriage. This is when things started to spiral out of control.
He told Priscilla that he was not happy anymore. He wasn't in love with her anymore. She put a freeze on his accounts until this divorce is finalized. And I even looked into, you know, the laws in California, and yeah, the law states that a spouse can freeze the other person's account until a divorce is finalized. Another time that he asked me for money was so he could eat. Or he needed to do an upgrade of software on his device, because since he doesn't have access to the money, as Priscilla had closed the accounts.
You know, if for some insane reason Mark Zuckerberg couldn't access funds, you know, people would just give him shit for free, right? He could just say, hey man, how about you just give me some of your money? Hey man, how about you just give me a sandwich? I mean, just because people will do this just to try to have some sort of a connection to Mark. I mean, you realize this, right? That he doesn't even actually need money, most likely, to fucking live.
The first person that he had as a lawyer took the money and hasn't been seen since. So he had to get another lawyer.
Carrie has essentially been funding Mark Zuckerberg's life. She sent money for his divorce lawyer, food, Wi-Fi. The list goes on and on, totaling to $24,000. Yet she still holds on to this relationship.
You know, not that they should help their kids, right? They're grown children, but this is the same type of person that her son could need like $100 and probably wouldn't give it to him necessarily. Although she's a mom, so maybe she would, but you know, probably wouldn't, you know, give $10,000 to her son in an emergency, but she'll give $24,000 to one of the world's richest men in the world. Like, it's just insane. $24,000. This one lady, it was like $1.5 million, dude. It's fucking, and it's guys fall for it too. Bananas, dude. Bananas.
Being true.
The real reason why I think that I am talking to the real Mark, I have seen private credentials of him, such as Meta key card, his driver's license. He is planning on coming here on October 2nd or 3rd.
Mark never showed up on the 3rd. This is when Carrie knew something wasn't right. She waited all day for him, but he told her that his divorce was still ongoing and he needed more money for his lawyer. All she wants is for all of this to be real so she can claim the prize Mark originally promised her and prove to her son that all of it is true.
The most valuable thing to me, it's losing my son.
Bro, exactly. Yeah, these scammers are going to burn in hell. I hope so. You know, I couldn't fucking do it. There's no way, man. I'm on, you know, I don't even know what to say at this point. I just feel sad about this. And some of them I really don't feel that bad for, honestly. This one, it's one of the first ones where I'm just like, good Lord. I mean, she's obviously fucked up in the head somehow. And again, I'm for freedom, but like, she doesn't need to be on the fucking internet. I mean, at all.
And that is my mission, is to get my son back. He won't talk to me. He won't see me. He won't respond to my text messages. But I've always made sure he's got food on the table, clothes on his back, some kind of roof over his head. In my son's eyes, I chose Mark over my son, which is not what I was doing. Not at all. Zach, if you're watching this, I hope you have gotten the text messages that I have sent you. No matter how much I may have lost, the biggest thing I've lost was you. Please forgive Mom, and let me back in.
We waited weeks and never received any information from Carrie. After several emails, text messages, and even phone calls, we finally got a hold of her. I pulled her in for a call so I can pull as much information as I could. Our goal was to come with facts and to show the guest on our show why this person is not real. This is the only way that we were going to get her to come to terms.
Today we were supposed to go over your in-depth, but I don't have an in-depth to go over with you. Going through these chats, we can at least pull some of the information, and then from here we can try to give you some answers. But what exactly is the reason for you not being able to send anything to us over the past 3 weeks?
I haven't gotten any emails out from you guys outside of the release.
Does he have access to those emails?
I would assume so.
So call them and reset the password, unable to do.
So the fucking scammer is deleting their emails. She's given the scammers access to her fucking, all her accounts probably. This is just insane.
Honey, where did you go? My love, honey. Why is Mark Zuckerberg asking you what your credit limit is on your TJ Maxx credit card?
He was actually joking around about that because I told him that there is no cash advance, and so he was actually joking with me on that.
Carrie, he's hitting you with one-liners. He's hitting you with 3 words every single time. I don't see any depth to this conversation at all. It's literally, I'm reading, writing, done, no ma'am. Look at how much time and effort you're putting into each message, and look at the amount of words and effort he's putting into his messages. Do you see that?
There's more to it than that, Joe.
Okay. All right. Well, let's keep scrolling through this.
Our team got straight to work. We took the next few hours and started to research everything.
If you've made it this far, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, guys. We appreciate you so much.
We then set up another call with Carrie to go over what we had found.
I just want to tell you something. Like, we're here to help you out. We have, I think.
Well, I got all my own opinions on that, TBE, but I don't know, man. I certainly understand the last thing you're saying there. So I don't know, man. It's worth getting into, but I would like to hear more, right? Like, I would like to hear you talk about that. Even if it's just you talking about that. Because that's interesting what you're saying there, Mr. TBE. Yes, very interesting.
Drew told you this earlier, but we have no incentive. You're not paying us to do this. We have no incentive to tell you the person you're talking to is real or they're not real. We just want to bring the truth to you, right? And so as you've given us this stuff, you've done it last minute, but I want to tell you, we found everything and we have a lot of information to share with you. So one thing that's extremely concerning is that this guy has access to all your accounts, right?
Yeah.
So he's logging into your bank account, he's logging into your Facebook, your email, everything.
Yeah.
Why would you give him access to all this stuff, just out of curiosity?
And I want to say this. Ms. Blanche said that his ex's mother, 92, got swindled out of $40,000 over the phone in a scam. She has Alzheimer's. Look, I don't, it's not like, oh, Benton's a great person. I can't even describe to you what I feel about, as far as just, wanting to protect people, even if it's from themselves, right? And I don't have I don't have vengeance towards the scammer necessarily, although, if I were to able to, be there, and again, the electronic means, how much of this is happening, and you not even have to, swindle somebody face to face like in the olden days, right? I mean, I can't. Whatever I feel when I hear about stuff like that, I don't even know how to describe it. It's it's a tough one, man. Very, very tough. Very tough.
Maybe I'm too trusting. Maybe I'm naive. But when I love somebody, I trust.
And as of right now, you truly believe you're talking to the real Mark Zuckerberg?
Yeah, I do. Because there's certain things that we have shared. He has shared videos with me of, in the moment videos that were not out on social media until a couple days or a month or so later.
That brings us to the first bit of information that we looked up. So the photo that you received of him with the bruises on his face, can you tell me what he said when he sent that to you?
He first said, don't worry about it, he's okay, LOL. And then he told me that it was makeup, so I wouldn't worry.
So Mark Zuckerberg, he's a fitness guy. He works out with a lot of famous UFC fighters like Adesanya, you name it, like the biggest guys in the UFC world. One of the things that concerned you was that you received that photo of him a day before it was released on his Instagram. Well, we went back and we were able to do a reverse image search and find that that was actually posted on his Twitter a day prior to when he sent it to you. Using an Instagram to reference why you're talking to Mark Zuckerberg isn't probably a clear reason of why this person could be true, right?
Yeah, I guess. There was also, a picture of the youngest kid in Priscilla in the hospital before that went public.
Why would he only send you pictures that are posted on social media and they're posted a day or 2 days before he sends them to you? You see where we're getting at here?
Yeah.
Like many other romance scam victims, it was tough for Carrie to accept the fact that she was wrong. She wanted to prove to her son that this truly was Mark. Her pride was in the way, but we had even more to show her.
Why exactly does Mark Zuckerberg, a guy that's literally one of the richest guys in the world, why exactly does he need money from you specifically?
He told me he decided to leave Priscilla. When he told Priscilla that he...
I'm just going to say it again. He doesn't need money. He can just pick up a fucking phone and motherfuckers are going to do what he says. They're not checking to make sure his accounts work. He can pick up a fucking phone and say, hey man, do X, Y, and Z, and it will be done. He doesn't even need money at this point.
He had found somebody else and that he was in love with somebody else. He didn't take it well. California law states, and I've looked this up, a spouse can freeze assets during a separation and a divorce.
So they can freeze assets to keep you from selling your house and transferring funds from one bank account to another, but they can't keep you from making money and surviving. That would just never happen in a court of law. I'm just letting you know.
I mean, I know a little bit of Massachusetts law. I'm not familiar with our law.
He told you that you were the only one that could help him?
He told me I was the only one that could help him. He told me that he needed first the money for the first lawyer he had.
We followed the Bitcoin wallets, right? And there was money going into those crypto wallets, but there was also, just the other day, there was $20,000, right? There were $20,000 in other transactions going through those wallets. So this person's telling you they need $400, which is gonna change their life somehow, one of the richest people in the world. And then the money that we found going into those crypto wallets that you are sending, somebody else, collectively, other people have sent $20,000 to the same person that owns these crypto wallets. So he was getting, $400 from you, and then he was getting another $20,000 from somebody else days ago, like literally days ago, like a week ago. But one of the big things we found, there was a handwritten letter to you from this person that you were talking to.
Yeah, that's done.
Yeah, so there are a few weird things from that. So we were able to find Mark Zuckerberg's real handwriting and match them side by side. They're not even close, Carrie. Like, not even close. The R's, the A's, the N's, the spacing between, there's so many differences between these two, the handwriting. It's not the same person, 100%.
Okay.
And so as we're going through this information, what's going on through your mind? Are things starting to click for you? Do you still have doubt?
I don't even know. I don't even know. I lost my son. I lost my friend of almost 30 years. I feel betrayed. I feel used. I feel stupid, pathetic.
You're not stupid. You know you had a good incentive on why you were talking to Mark, right? It was to help your son. But you just need to be educated on why it's so dangerous to send your personal information and your son's personal information to somebody that you've never met.
It was all starting to hit Carrie. This had to be stopped, and we knew our last two pieces of information was the nail in the coffin.
Carrie, we know where this person is. As you gave us access to your Facebook account, we were able to go in and look at logins. And we had asked you 2 questions. We said, hey, what phone are you using? Because we saw another phone in there. So there was an iPhone XS in there, which we looked it up. It's a little bit older phone. And so what we were able to do is find an IP address in Facebook. Drew dropped it in, and we were able to find out the IP address was in Nigeria, Carrie. The person you're talking to is in Nigeria right now. Just to be certain, we looked up Mark Zuckerberg's phone. You got one of the richest people in the world. They're not going to be using a 3 or 4-year-old iPhone. And B, we have pictures of him even using an Android phone.
We've pulled a bunch of photos of Mark. So the first one was, from about a month ago. This photo, this is when he announced his newborn maybe 4 or 5 months ago. And then the last one is 2 weeks ago. It's him and his wife. They're talking about their new AI system and how it's going to help healthcare. They're together. They're not divorced. They're not getting a divorce. There's nothing out there on the internet that talks about them, having a problem in their marriage. This guy is happily married.
If you guys were to reach out to Mark, if this was not him, ideally, I would like to meet him. And
doubling down on the delusion.
And I'm not asking him to lie. But if my son could see Mark and I together.
That's not gonna happen, Carrie. Carrie, come on. Like, that's not gonna, like, I just...
Not even in a romantic... It doesn't like
this.
Okay, now I'm not feeling sorry for her now. Like, this is... Bro, what is this? What?
Person's ripped you apart. Like, the wrong thing to do is like go to your son and act like there's this real story going on. The right thing to do is to come clean and be like, look, you're my son, I love you, I fucked up, and I want to make things right in our relationship. That's the right thing to do, Carrie. It doesn't, Mark Zuckerberg doesn't matter, he's not even part of this. He's not, the only part of this that he is somebody uses his images to scam. Here's what I think we should do, and you tell me if this is the right or wrong way. I think you should film a video, and you should tell your son how you feel. We will reach out to your son and say, hey, look, we've investigated this, we're helping Carrie through this mess, and the only thing that she cares about in life is making amends with you, and here's a message, and at very minimum, if you could respond. You can respond to us or you can respond to her, and you don't have to rekindle things with her, but if you could at least respond and see if we can get a response out of it.
I'm going to try.
If you want this relationship back with your son, you have to let this go. It's not real. It's 100% not real.
Wow.
I want to help you repair your credit. I want to help you move on. I want to help you try to patch up your relationship with your son.
This is a mental illness.
It starts with you. It starts with you.
She's mentally unwell. I agree, Ms. Blanche. So I feel sorry for her on that basis. But yeah, this is something wrong with her brain. Absolutely. And that she cannot drive. I'm telling you this. She's 0% chance of driving a truck. 0.
Decision. You have to, in your heart, believe that this is fake.
That's another delusion. Oh, I'm going to go drive a truck and make all this money back. No, you are not.
It's not real. You can go off and you can go back and you can live this fantasy with this fake Mark, or you can quit it all today. You can block him and you can repair your life. The decision is yours.
I don't even know where to begin.
The two haven't spoken since she came in contact with the fake Mark Zuckerberg.
We're going to try to get this video over to your son. What would you like to tell him?
Hey, kiddo. You know, I don't say this easily. I never have. But I was wrong.
Wow.
I was wrong. You and your aunt and Kim, you were all right. The person I thought was Mark, the real Mark, is not.
No shit.
And I'm having a hard time broken down everything that I have done, lost, but most importantly, losing you. I need just that. I need to make this right. I need to make amends with you. You of all people are the only one.
What's up, Yeti Life? We're watching a channel called Catfished. These people fall for these romance scams. Yeah. What's up, T4 lovers? Good to see you, brother. Mr. Phoenix Joshua Fox swinging through. Yeah, some lady that she thought she was corresponding with Mark Zuckerberg, one of the world's richest men, and she thought that he needed her to send gift cards to him. Yeah.
My biggest regret, my mistake, was not listening to you. I was wrong. Please let me back in. Please let me try and make this right with you. And I'm willing to try. And I'm not gonna talk to him no more. On Grandpa and on Dad. I'm done. You, like I said, you and your aunt, you're all right. I love you so much, baby boy.
Wow. We assisted in updating the login details for some of Carrie's accounts. She's currently in the midst of altering her banking logins to ensure that this scammer's control is completely eliminated. She has made a commitment to refrain from sending or receiving money from anyone she's never met. Although her son did read our message, he has yet to respond. We remain hopeful that he will initiate direct contact with her. We are pleased to learn that she has taken the proactive step of blocking the impersonator of Mark Zuckerberg and is now concentrating on pursuing her CDL. No, she is not, by the way. That shit can't never happen because there's no way she's not on medications that would preclude her from being able to even have a learner's permit to drive a truck. I know this from experience. She would have to pass a physical first. Unless she's taking those medications without being prescribed them. Yeah, that's how that works. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Is Z done, I guess? I don't know. What's this? 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. There was a really good... actually, I put this on my community tab. I make these community posts and I forget all about them. Where are we at? I thought this was pretty funny. Sam Hyde's liberal teacher, student-teacher experience.
The 25. Yo, Sam, I'm getting a master's in education right now to teach high school English. I'm 28 years old. Any advance on teaching these younglings? All they want to teach me is how to teach black kids.
Well, you better be paying attention because you're going to be teaching a lot of black kids. Ask Brandon Buckingham. He said he hates that job.
Yeah, he like showed up to work for a couple of weeks and he was like, I have to leave.
Yeah, you might not like that job, brother.
whole degree. He's like, nope.
Dude, I did a student teaching thing in at RISD, and first of all, it was an inner city thing, and first of all, I absolutely nailed it because day one, I went in and I was like, so that's what chiaroscuro means, and this little black girl was like, I don't like his attitude. And I realized what it was about, and the next day I came in with printed out outlines of Air Jordan sneakers, and I was like, all right, y'all, every one of y'all is going to be designing custom Air Jordans. So pick out your colors and get your Jordans designed. And they were hooked. Yeah. They were dialed in. Oh, yeah. They were locked in. I'm going to do mine with the blue shit on it. That's fire. I'm going to do mine to go and be whatever. Okay? Mm-hmm. So I got it right away. But there was this other guy. Yeah. So we would sit and talk about our experience teaching or whatever. And there was this guy whose name was Harrison Love, whose parents, his parents were artists. His parents were like successful artists. Successful meaning they like made money somehow with their bad art or whatever. And we were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I figured it out right away. I had him coloring in Jordans. What'd you guys do? And he's like, this is like every college kid's like so hopeful and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He's in there. He's like, you know, I just don't understand. I was talking to him, and I was like, this might be your one chance. You have to try hard. Like he took it like he was in Higher Learning or something. Yeah. Like he was in some movie where him being like the higher IQ white guy in this situation, he's somehow going to lift these 20 kids out of poverty by inspiring them to make art. It was awesome to see. It was so awesome to see, to get a taste of like that liberal shit up close and personal. It was fucking awesome, man. I loved seeing that. And years later, like 15 years later, like recently, that same guy, he got in trouble at like some super hippie communal art living area, like one of these places where you have to apply for a residency, and then it's like stuff's like your laundry's taken care of because you're an artist or whatever, like one of these sort of higher end fancy facty sort of factual information places. He got in trouble because his bisexual, I'm not going to allege anything. There was some kind of thing with a girl and a black guy at this thing, and he used like racial slurs because he wasn't like, some relationship criteria wasn't being satisfied for him, and he like got kicked out of this place. It's just such an awesome arc. Yeah. To go from like, I just want to give them a chance and I hope that they can achieve their dreams if they only realize what art really means, and they have to apply themselves and try hard. To like 10 years later, be like, you didn't F my girlfriend right. Oh my God, man! People are so fucked up.
Yes,
it's awesome.
It is awesome. I agree.
Yeah, that's his full life story.
That's a savage arc.
That is indeed a savage arc, sir.
Yo, man.
Wow. Well, and since let's double down on the Doom. I've got just the thing for this. Give me a moment. We're gonna find it. Just the thing. Might take me a minute, but I know it's on here somewhere. Wait a minute. Where is this? Was this long ago that I watched this? I guess it was. Yeah, here we go. Let's double down on the Doom.
I'm miserable. Life has lost its magic. fuck suicide, you know? I'm gonna wait patiently for that. I'm gonna wait. Look, I'm not trying to bum my fucking fans out. But that's just the truth. I wanna die, but fuck suicide. I'm waiting patiently. Anybody tries to murder my ass, I'll murder them back. We get to that age where life has lost its magic, and you're just waiting patiently to die, to die, to die. I know the feeling. We're hanging out in the forest. It was a hot summer's afternoon, and all I did was ask, hey, can you show me your boobs, please? She lifted up her shirt. I gave him a fucking squeeze, and I went in to kiss her, and she backed off a little bit, you know? So I'm like, okay, hold up, let me reinvent this shit. I whipped out my dick and started whacking one off and busted a nut. And she was into it too, dude. She was just like, hey, make that white stuff come out again. Whipped out my dick, busted a nut. Make that white stuff come out again. Come out again. Hey, make that white stuff come out again. Come out again. It was totally consensual, and I regret calling her retarded when I talked about it, but she was special needs. Then again, so am I. She wasn't so special needs, though, that she couldn't function. I you know, my dick. When you're so fucking horny, you make out with your Britney Spears poster, like, I wonder what boobies feel like. I whipped out my dick, busted a nut. Hey, make that white stuff come out again. Come out again. Hey, make that white stuff come out again. Come out again. Hey, make that white stuff come out again.
Pop out on a op by surprise, you would think he turning pro. Marilyn Monroe, he swing the stick like Joe DiMaggio. To the windows, to the wall, I call it John and he get low. Call me Vincent, I get in that van and go. Pop out on a op by surprise, you would think he turning pro. Marilyn Monroe, he swing the stick like Joe DiMaggio. To the windows, to the wall, I call it John and he get low. Call me Vincent, I get in that van and go. That boy a Kappa flying Delta, I fly private with that fire. They searching around for fool's gold, trying to take what's mine. Too much built up tar, but not from Zans, I'm holding on to the vine. I'm starting to fray, I asked them how to save a life, they told me rhyme. This ain't mumble rap, I was stepping on shit until I pop like bubble wrap. I'm on route disguised with a handgun in my bucket hat. If IG stand for instant gratification, fuck a double tap. cause I don't fuck with that. Anti-ass people, you say something, they say the opposite. Broke out my shell, I had to go Pacific like a Nautilus. Checking all my foes right off the board, cause that shit's not a list. I was at the halfway house, I'm about to go cop a crib and Nautilus. They kicked me out of every job, but now I'm worth a Nautilus. Protect, I'm playing man, I call a fact checker. Sticking out their chest, they let the dreidel in the industry, but I ain't skipping steps. Out the window playing a trumpet, I put Republicans in check. Pop out on the op by surprise, you would think he turning pro. Marilyn Monroe, he swing the stick like Joe DiMaggio. To the windows, to the wall, I call it John and he get low. Call me Vincent, I get in that van and go. Pop out on the op by surprise, you would think he turning pro. Marilyn Monroe, he swing the stick like Joe DiMaggio. To the windows, to the wall, I call it John and he get low. Call me Vincent, I get in that van and go. Fuck it, take me off the roster. Banana clip could turn an enemy to bananas foster. They used to try me out the locker, now I keep a chopper. Ops grinding like they Kyle flip heels, they need a walker. Water, I took his girl, now he got no boo. Now that's Malibu. Me and Mo were leaving Prince around Atlantic Avenue. Pockets tweaking, rolled ankle, but my pants black and blue. Acquired taste and it also come from the nose, so what that palette do? BLP unthinkable, I'll make the chairman take a seat. Evolute with flame for transformation, I might wake the beast. Extend the clip, hanging out my dungarees. They booted me while stepping on the pest, but now they hungry. They say Jit done made us way up out the field like a phalo. Florida man, I'm getting goosebumps, smell the tornado. Wayne Gretzky swing the stick, street hockey, but on Play-Doh. Pull up to the intersection looking crazy, Ben Cato. Pop out on the op by surprise, you would think he turning pro. Marilyn Monroe, he swing the stick like Joe DiMaggio. To the windows, to the wall, I call it John and he get low. Call me Vincent, I get in that van and go. Pop out on the op by surprise, you would think he turning pro. Marilyn Monroe, he swing the stick like Joe DiMaggio. To the windows, to the wall, I call it John and he get low. Call me Vincent, I get in that van and go.
What's happening, Capricorni, as well as Luella Manning? If TBE's still here, I need some beats, partner. I need some audio I can play without having to concern myself with copyright. I got money, man, and you know I do I enjoy TBE's some of the music I've heard him make. So yeah. Anyway, what is this? Oh shit! Is this old? I never seen it.
As it says right behind.
2 days ago, have y'all seen this? This is Channel 5 News, that guy that used to be all gas, no brakes, the all gas, no brakes guy. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Truth or Cop, what's happening? Hey, man, I dropped your link to your live stream about Owen. How did that go off? How many did you have in the live? That looked very interesting. You know, if I had free time, right, I would watch it. I guess I could watch it here. Maybe I'll wait till Paul goes live. We'll see. Yeah, I'd like to be able to check that out. What is this? UFC Fight Pass. Something about Kimbo Slice. But what is this? This is Q Shaman Comes Home. Let me drop this link. Channel 5 with Andrew, what's that, Callahan, I guess. Hold on. Hey, London McLovett, what's up, man? That was BLP Kosher. BLP Kosher. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, BLP Kosher. Well, I got another one, but wait a minute. I want to play a little bit of this Q Shaman stuff. Somewhat fascinated with the Q Shaman. But yeah, Channel 5. Is it Callahan? Let's hope it is. Channel. All right, we got one more. I've been listening to rap for many, many years, going back to the 80s, actually the early 80s. But I don't like a lot of the newer stuff, and I understand some of that is just me being old. But yeah, the BLP Kosher. I'm trying not to play his video so I don't want to get struck or whatever. But this is another song I like quite a bit. And some of it, you know, it's hit or miss. I don't like all of it. But this is called Jew on the Canoe.
Walking, Then I met the Jew on the canoe,
I might find me a message in a bottle, coach. Yeah, rat it at. Rap and try, dandruff, all a piece. Hey, let it kick back like an angry horse and make him hit the hay. Spider bites, it all trapped the trapper, put me on the play. They told me I should make a Yeezy diss, but I don't fucking play. I serve the crack of cornstarch, cause I don't fuck with ye. Two-Face, I call that bitch Cruella, cause she from the Ville. Stay on track until I hit 100K or make a mill. Coach a pickle, keep a barrel while I'm skating, Jason Dill. Coach a pickle, keep a barrel while I'm skating, Jason Dill. We in the cut, get a gauze bandage. Pull up on the criminal day like a villain Krampus. Llama with a light bulb, make his eyes vanish. Alopecia, she say all these other rappers dangerous. Fat bit front of nose, she say it's to me though. Truth of the matter is I hop up on like any beat though. They sleeping on me, I might lead their ass to El Dorado. Or maybe I'll just take the man and shove us to Morocco. Hog wash, he ain't gon' step without his goon. Swashbuckling and let the Jew on the canoe. I'm in the suit, Tasha tearing up my suit, tearing my suit. That sound fruitful that I'm a license, see about what this honey do. Hog wash, he ain't gon' step without his goon. Swashbuckling and let the Jew on the canoe. I'm in the suit, Tasha tearing up my suit, tearing my suit. That sound fruitful that I'm a license, see about what this honey do. When I grow up, I'm trying to have a jit and be a rat dad. She kicked me out on Cypress, had to take the bus from McNabb. I hit it from the back, now she say I'm a pain in the ass. Call the dentist when I grow up, I have a whole lot of plaque. Plural, I got to pull up on the current state, I call it rip curl. My mama told me keep the peace, it's a real sick world. I'm trying, I punish ops, Debbie Ryan. He want smoke cause I just burnt the bridge, late Wyman. Hog wash, he ain't gon' step without his goon. Swashbuckling and let the Jew on the canoe. I'm in the suit and Tasha tearing up my suit, tearing my suit. That sound fruitful that I'm a license, see about what this honey do. Hog wash, he ain't gon' step without his goon. Swashbuckling and let the Jew on the canoe. I'm in the suit and Tasha tearing up my suit, tearing my suit. That sound fruitful that I'm a license, see about what this honey do.
I want to see a little bit of this Q Shaman with the Channel 5 here. Let's see if we can do this. See how much of this YouTube will let us play, right? That's one thing. I am keeping the streams under 6 hours when possible, so I can use the old editing tools if
Behind
necessary.
me, freedom is not free. So don't forget that. Freedom is not free. Remember the Constitution and remember our rights. Kelly J. Patriot, Channel 5 Live.
I can't fucking deal with these bozos, and I just can't. I have no time. I just can't do it. Where's the Q Shaman?
What's this? Oh, I think this one's a 357 hollow point. And now we're going to talk a little gun safety here. So
I recently sold almost all of my guns and ammo, by the way, and seeing this guy, I'm actually kind of glad I did.
First of all, make sure
what I had left anyway, which was still significant.
Gun is empty.
You won't catch me lacking, though, as Rob would say. I'm never lacking.
Bullets are out. We got 6 right here. Don't point it at somebody unless you're going to fire it, and don't shoot unless you intend to kill or protect somebody that you need to. God bless America. Once again, Kelly.
Fuck you.
Jacob Chansley, a.k.a. the QAnon Shaman.
Jacob Chansley, known as the QAnon Shaman, has been released from prison.
Fresh out the federal slammer after spending 41
First day out the feds, huh?
months in solitary confinement for his role in the January 6th.
Yeah, but that's just meditation for this guy, right? That's just, he should have leveled up 41 months in the fucking solitary, right?
Capitol riot. Since his release, he's yet to talk to the media, but for some reason, he wanted to talk to me.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Doing all right.
But under one condition. He said that before our interview, he'd...
Where is this? This is Arizona. I always want to know where stuff is. Since I've traveled and drove a truck, everything, it's like I always think I've been to these places, but I don't think I have.
like to perform a shamanic hymn he wrote behind bars. A war song commemorating his victory against the deep state.
How's it going?
My grandmother just told me, on my father's side, my grandmother told me that we have Cheyenne blood running through our veins, and she said one of my ancestors was actually one of the few survivors of the Trail of Tears.
How does that make you feel?
Very proud of my heritage. Typically, Native Americans wear headdresses where they have to earn all the feathers. This is not something that I was given by a Native American tribe or anything like that, but I do certainly believe over the course of my veins.
Is that something you can like feel?
Oh yeah. This idea of whiteness, it's just so racist. I happen to have Cheyenne blood running.
Yeah, but you're white, homie, whatever that is.
Through my veins, so please tell me more about how it is wearing something my ancestors wore for quite some time is an insult to my heritage. Please tell me more about that.
What's up with the wrist tattoos?
I got these here after a heartless wretch.
Thank you all so much for showing up. It is truly an honor and a pleasure to shake your hands and give you all hugs and to see your faces again. I remember a lot of you, and the last time I saw many of you, I was waving goodbye and saying, "See you in a couple days."
Bro, like I say, I'm not trying to hang out with nobody, but if you made me pick between hanging out with Antifa or Black Lives Matter and hanging out with these people, I'm going Antifa BLM every time. But I'm ultimately not clicking up with either one. But if you try to force me into a binary, it's not these folks. No, keep them away from me, and I will keep away from them. Garbage.
Solitary confinement sucks. It was the hardest time in my life. I didn't want to be alive anymore, but I also didn't want to die. So I'd like to start this speech by thanking God.
That's your problem, sir. If you were what you say you are, you probably would want to die.
For protection and support.
Did you not hear the King Cobra JFS video we just played?
No, it's always been the conservatives.
Jacob Chansley pled guilty in federal court this week for his role in the Capitol riot.
He's an American hero.
No, he's not.
So are you.
I'm just doing what I can.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Quins. Don't tread on me.
Without a fully loaded quick day, aim it at an SA, SK, HK. Police get distracted from my motherfucking AK. It's payday.
I thought that was Sam Hyde doing a bit. I'm not even kidding. I was like, why is Sam Hyde in the video?
Don't have my money, get the fuck up out my way.
Are you allowed to talk about January 6th? Well, I have a motion in the courts right now, and my attorney has advised me stay away.
Violent people. Let's not, we have to be honest.
This is your country. If you...
Anybody dumb enough to enter the Capitol on January the 6th deserves whatever in the fuck they get. How are people this stupid? I'll never understand it. You couldn't have got me within 2 miles of that Capitol on that day for $1 million. There's no amount of money.
You have a weapon to defend yourself and your country. You need to get it. This is not a peaceful protest.
So how would you describe Jake's role on the 6th?
Oh man, Jake's role on the 6th, I would say, was a type of just protector or maybe voice amplifier.
Freedom!
What we were doing there in DC, we had been doing in Arizona.
5 months before
Arizona ain't DC, partner. I mean, you notice that you don't see Antifa near that Capitol. There is a DC Antifa, by the way. And yeah, I understand some folks claim that was Antifa dressed up like MAGA. That's fine. That's not what I'm talking about. They don't appear as Antifa at the motherfucking Capitol. They're not stupid like y'all.
January 6th, Chad and Jake entered the Arizona state capitol to protest mask mandates.
Oh, let's go inside! No more masks!
This is the end of the...
I've never even seen most of this. I watched Alex Jones' InfoWars coverage that day and the next day, and I paid absolutely no attention to any of this afterward.
They faced little to no consequences in Phoenix, so figured
that's in Phoenix.
It'd be fine to do the same thing.
Why would what happens in Phoenix but still a red state, lest we forget, why would that transfer to the motherfucking belly of the beast? This doesn't even make, and this has got to be a LARP, right? I mean,
in DC.
He had seen the Proud Boys gathering up, right, near the Washington Monument.
Antifa! Antifa!
Where's the f***ing pisser at?
Yeah, you ever notice that every single time you MAGA bozos show up in places like Portland that Antifa fucking counter-protests? I know because I've seen it with my own eyes in Portland. But you notice how they ain't there? Because you're at the Capitol, partner. That's why.
Something broke out, some kind of argument.
Right there, anyways. Let's not fucking yell that, all right?
Well, and exactly. Here's the thing: is Antifa might fucking throw urine and feces onto the police and fight them. I'm pretty sure they don't just fucking announce it to everybody when they're planning on committing crimes. Like, that's a dumb person that does that. Just said, and now, oh, well, that person must be an agent. Well, possibly, but if I happen to be in the crowd and agents are saying things like that, number one, I'm going to be like, what's gone wrong in my life that I'm here where agents are making these open calls for something to happen? Number two, why am I not escaping on foot right motherfucking now?
They started marching.
Our streets! Our streets!
And he started observing, going along with that.
Washington, D.C. is our capital, not a capital full of communists.
Well, by the way, this is back to what what's his name? Passio talks about. He said these people don't want to reform the government. They don't want to reform society. They want to take what's authoritarian and tyrannical and just use it for their own purposes. That's all this is.
American citizens! Free American citizens!
At about noon, Jake arrived at the Capitol.
Oh, there we go. He sees a tower, right, that goes up. Climbs up the ladder to get a good view of the speech that was going to happen. Amongst that, he said he was in a crowd that just was like like a stream of water.
After entering the Capitol through a broken window.
Well, and I'll just say it. That should be a crime. Motherfuckers should go to prison for that. I don't care if they was duped. I don't care if they was led in there. I don't give a fuck. They should go to prison for that. Antifa, if Antifa was dumb enough to do that, they should go to prison for it.
Jake, along with about 15 to 20
Now,
other...
we all know it's a fucking LARP because, obviously the government has the fucking means to protect the fucking Capitol. So, they let it happen. Yeah, probably. And the whole fucking thing is government operations, I'm sure. That's not even what I'm talking about.
They're patriots.
I'm just saying, if I'm willing to accept it as presented, right? The official fiction, as it were, right?
Goodman through the building.
I mean, this is just complete LARP, right? This is just total fucking fantasy. I mean, this is like a TV show, I'm assuming. I've never seen any of, and I mean any of this.
Then he encountered his first set of officers face to face, okay? And there's a lot of pictures, So he says they start escorting him around, and lo and behold, they're on top of the chambers. And that's where you see some of the video that came out.
Hey! Fucking hey, man. Glad to see you guys. You guys are patriots. Look at this guy. He's got covered in blood. God bless you.
I got shot in the face with some kind of plastic bullet.
Any chance I could get you guys to leave the Senate wing?
We will. I've been making sure they ain't disrespecting the place.
And I don't know where that guy's from. There's always some bozo from Arkansas involved. That same thing with that Charlottesville. There's always some idiot from Arkansas. I think some idiot he had his feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk and was like stole her fucking laptop or something dumb like that.
Okay, just want to let you guys know this.
Some bozo from Lavaca, Arkansas.
This is like the sacredest place.
I saw other people rummaging through paperwork, search for intel, and stuff like that. What I saw from him is asking everyone to bow their heads and pray.
Thank you, divine, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, creator God, for blessing each and every one of us here and now.
Well, and again, just pretending like this isn't government operations. Just imagine the common folk who just took it as presented.
He said a prayer. When he was asked to leave, he left.
After being escorted out of the building, Jake went outside and told people to go home.
You have to go home now. We have to have peace.
We're going to obey our president. What? Huh?
Respect the Capitol!
He tells me,
hashtag not my president. Hashtag also Biden not my president.
Hey, the president told us to go home. Meet me at the car. Okay.
Jake and Chad left D.C. at about 6 p.m. to embark on a long 33-hour drive back to Phoenix.
Oh, 33-hour drive,
Jake's world
huh?
was turned upside down.
So what'd you do on January 7th?
That was quite the story. My life transformed over less than 24 hours. My phone number had gone public. I was getting all sorts of weird messages and calls. I had family telling me the FBI was looking for me.
My friend, somebody texted me and said, your son was photographed in the Capitol. I'm like, what? I was surprised, but I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? I have known since Jacob was a little boy that he was going to do something really big and great.
So what about January 8th?
Just more of the same, you know? I think that was when I had my interview with Alex Jones, where he screamed at me and told me I was a liar.
Yeah, forgive me, Miss Blanche, for, in my mind, Lavaca and Gravitt is the same fucking thing, but I hear you. I hear you. They're different places, to be sure. But yeah, it's funny how I misremembered Gravitt as Lavaca. Although Lavaca might be around Fort Smith. Now, I'd have to look at the map. Yeah, Gravitt near, somewhere near Fayetteville area.
Liar.
I love you, dude. I love you, but you gotta let me talk.
Highest level military intelligence. Tell me more about it.
Or are you waiting for your turn to speak, sir? Are you listening?
Tell me about the highest level military intelligence.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your two people after this.
There were people on that day that were violent. That's just all there is to it. People assaulted police officers, they broke windows, etc. The real knife's edge that we are talking about here is there were people that were violent on the outside, and then there were people that were not violent at all on the inside.
We made history, guys. People are smoking weed in here.
People are smoking weed in here. Well, I mean, yeah, if you're going to risk going to prison, might as well fire up a doob, sir. Oh, he's smoking the weed.
This is our house.
How soon, like after the 6th, until you went to jail?
I was detained on January 9th after I turned myself in at the FBI office, field office in Phoenix.
What made you turn yourself in?
Well, that's just the kind of guy I am. They told me they just wanted to talk, you know. Well, it's important to differentiate between the Q drops, which there are thousands of them, and the QAnon community.
What's the current state of QAnon?
The current state of QAnon is, I would say, disheveled and confused, right? Like a lot of people.
Well, yeah, that the entire way through, sir. Yeah, when that first happened, I looked at that for about 5 minutes. I said, yeah, this is interesting, but this is, you know, clearly some sort of government operations, or, you know, this is not for me, right? But yeah, I took a look at it for a couple of days, and I was like, well, yeah, this is not the thing.
Well, this was like this mind control psyop, essentially.
A psyop.
It's like a bunch of psychology tricks to make you research, right? It's not necessarily like literally true. It's like a lot of it is allegory. A lot of it is disinformation, right?
But here's the thing I want you to understand.
Donald Trump loves you individually.
Are you familiar with the occult? So this idea of baby eating, it goes way.
All right, well, I can't do this. I'm out. Anyway, good stuff, Q Shaman. Q Shaman. Good stuff indeed. Oh, this war. Can't do that. Yeah, that exactly. I would. Yeah, no kidding. Shout out to 37 in the house, apparently. I found this Kiwi Tapes channel. Is that anything like the Kiwi Farm? Kiwi Farms? Is that the same thing? Truth or Cop?
In my time wandering through the desert that is the internet, I have found very few oases of entertainment like King Cobra JFS. But in my last 3 years of watching him, things have went from pretty bad to somehow even worse. When I first started watching Josh 3 years ago, I never expected we would find ourselves in the landscape that we have today. Josh is not only more delusional than ever, he is more addicted than ever, he is more stagnant than ever, he is more unhealthy than ever. The list goes on. Things have never been worse for him. But I would say after Valentine's Day, when he had a massive blowout, is when things really took a turn for the worse.
Honestly, I'm here for it. Let's go.
Is this what's going to happen to me? Well, I don't make my living from streaming.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
don't know if I can just listen to this dude yell necessarily. Yeah, that's all this is, him raging. Yeah, not interested in watching that. So anyway, I dropped the link to the channel. Okay, cool. Yeah, I still never completely figured out what Kiwi Farms was all about. Trying to keep my chat up here, but or our chat. Why is this crap showing? Oh, I know why that's showing up. What's this? Quantum Epic. 6.7 million views. What that is. What that is. I had something I wanted to go to. Now I can't remember what it was. Watch this about Fish Tank.
World famous comedian Sam Hyde has a brand new show that's been out for a couple weeks now, and it's called Fish Tank Live. The concept, simple. 8 people, 6 weeks, $10,000 last.
No, when was that? I think I heard some of that, Christos. I guess I didn't find it particularly scathing. I'm pretty sure I know what you're referring to.
One standing wins. See, Sam Hyde has created his own homemade hell. He has a house that he has completely cut off from the outside world, except for a couple of key aspects. He has put 8 people in there who he calls fish into this fish tank. You can go onto a live stream website, which I'll have linked down below, and you have access to any camera in any room of the house at any time of the day, 24/7 for these 6.
I heard something, but I don't know if that was the whole thing, Christos. Yeah, I heard some of it, I guess.
Weeks. You can speak to the contestants through TTS, you can buy them care packages, you can pay to have their beds taken away, you control the action. And if you think that Sam has picked 8 random people, completely ordinary people, to be in his fish tank for 6 weeks, you'd be dead wrong. Each one of these individuals was carefully handpicked and heavily researched to fit a specific role of this show, but all of them share one overarching trait. They are extremely easy to bully, and it's something that Sam takes great pleasure in. Before we dip into the fish tank, I'd like to shout out all the channels who clipped these clips, because this video would not be possible without them. I will have all of them down in the link in the description below, and without further ado, let's introduce the fish. Starting with one of the more interesting fish, John. Jon. See, John, he's got something going on up in that brain of his, and it makes him hyperactive. That, on top of being a big fan of Andrew Tate, has put him at odds with quite a few people in the house. But I will admit, during the course of this whole thing, he's kinda grown on me. Next up is Sylvia. Now, despite Sylvia's appearance, she hasn't been much in the way of content. She's shown herself to be a tad narcissistic, but she gets along with everybody in the house pretty well. The verdict's still out on Sylvia. But one thing I do know is that she seems to have the least support from the fans in the entire house. And that brings us to the one that has probably gotten the most support from the fans in the entire house. That's Josie. Josie has been lovable from the start because Josie... I can't even explain this to you. I just want you to watch what Josie basically does all day.
What? Now what in the world is this? What dairy products should you be named after? I don't know either. Dairy products in Spanish.
It is this type of behavior that has led to the rise of the very common Josie cell. They'll buy her many care packages. There's even a function that's been added to the tank to give Josie a plushie. Definitely a strong contender for that final spot. And after Josie, we have Morrow. See, Morrow, his qualities seem to be almost an unlimited supply of patience. Morrow will try to mitigate conflict at every turn, and this has led him to be an easy victim. Speaking of victims, this is Simmons. Now, Simmons has a very dark secret. He's a sicko. More on that later. Basically, no more needs to be said except for the fact that Simmons is one of those new age, crystal therapy types. After him, we have another stinker named Violetta, or Letty for short. This woman is the succubus of the fish tank. She's tried to nuzzle up to the Alpha John. She's flirted with almost every man in the house, except Morrow. Just keep an eye on her because she'll stab you in the back. And don't go looking her up on Twitter because people found a couple images of her and they're pretty disgusting. At number 7, we have Damiel. D-A-M? Damiel. Sorry, it gets me every time. See, Damiel is a brawler. He claims to have been in hundreds of fights. And Damiel's hiding a little secret of his own. No, it's not quite near as dark as Simmons. It will be interesting to explain down the line. And finally, we have what seems to be one normal guy in the vein of Vance. Vance has some fans out there. I've seen him to be just an average bro. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and I think his everyday bro kind of attitude balances out the pH levels in the fish tank. With the combined powers of John, Sylvia, Josie, Morrow, Simmons, Violetta, Damiel, and Vance, we have Fish Tank Live. But let's not forget about our illustrious host, Jason Goldstriker. Or is it Jonathan Goldstriker?
Was that the lady who supposedly got shot Sterling Ray, good to see you. I don't know if y'all know this. You can't fire a fucking 9mm pistol indoors like that without fucking. It's gonna be loud as fuck, dude. Nobody reacted in what I saw. It's like it's severe fucking. You know, everybody's ears are gonna get blown out if you go to shooting fucking handguns in an enclosed area like that. That's just how that works. I'm pretty sure. I don't know from experience, but I'm just guessing.
He's always switching it up. Jonathan Goldstriker, and a couple more rules I have to explain real quick before we get into the first fish tank challenge. Jonathan Goldstriker is there to do nothing but cause conflict and chaos. Every time Sam enters the house, something goes wrong. As soon as he has to use the bathroom, he goes up to Letty's bathroom, and he never flushes, often posting about it on social media right after. But Sam actually does have a very important purpose there. He's there to issue the challenges, and you may be asking yourself, what challenges? Aren't these guys just supposed to see who can stay in the house longest? No, there are challenges, some for elimination, and some for bonus money. See, Sam will offer out what are called fish bucks for the victors of challenges. Each fish buck is worth around, I believe, $500, and you get to keep all of your accumulated fish bucks when you leave the house, as long as you don't leave on your own volition. You have to be kicked out to keep your fish bucks. And of course, to keep the challenges in check to make sure everything's going smoothly, Sam has a couple of enforcers in the house. They're called the Sharks. But now with all the background out of the way, we can get into the first challenge. That's the rice challenge. Sam takes bags of rice out of his pocket, throws them on the floor, throws them up against the wall, and tells the fish to start counting. The one who gets the closest number of rice kernels, and the one who gets closest to the correct number will get a couple fish bucks. That's like $1,000 is on the line already. And the one who comes in second place will get some wings, which is arguably more important because the food situation gets bleaker in that house by the day.
We've got 8 containers. Inside each container, a PA has counted the rice grains. There are exactly equal amounts of rice in these containers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It gets worse. And rice pile 8, this one, can go right here. Have fun, fish. Get to counting. The first person who successfully counts the number of white grains gets $1,000 cash tonight. The second person gets barbecue wings tomorrow. Trust me, by then you're going to want them. The third person to count them gets the world's most sour soda. This must be consumed tonight. We will be checking for an empty bottle tomorrow.
So Sam is going around the house, actively trying to spread disease, starting fires, and ruining food. With a host like this, who needs contestants, guys? I'm telling you, this is all designed, specifically so that Sam can mess with these people harder and harder. This is day one. This is the first. In this book, there is a lot of talk of grooming, there's a lot of talk of a lot of messed up stuff in Simmons' book. It totally exposes him as a sicko. And now the whole tank knows about Simmons and this book, because TTS will not stop telling them about it. That's right, folks. Simmons is a sicko. He has very dark thoughts, and I've read a couple of the passages from that book, and it is messed up. Of course, as soon as Sam found out about this, the hazing commenced, and it commenced hard. Sam would start quoting Simmons' book right in the middle of the living room in front of everybody, and everybody knew what was going on. And it eventually led to this moment, which is probably the most savage moment I've seen in the entire fish tank.
Well, I got some reading I can do. If you want to hear some reading.
Is it Simmons' book?
No. I just keep excerpts. I keep excerpts of books that I like on my phone. I'm not a freak. All right? I mean, this is something I saved as an inspiring quote. There was a counselor who worked for a camp for decades. Everybody loves him, but he got fired because he offered drinks to underage girls and allegedly raped her. Here's how to do it the right way. And I don't know, what is the right way? What's that? Where does that go? You don't know either?
It was a while ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you say it was a while ago?
No, I don't think that's my book.
Sexual harassment warning, like every culture they're accustomed when you hit on boys and girls. So does camp counselors who work at camp nowadays are mostly college kids from all over the world. Of course they would expect a romantic experience. You got to do it the right way or you might get fired. What's that referring to? What does that mean? That struck my curiosity. That
Ms. Blanche, I hope you'll accept this in the spirit in which it's intended. Big Brother is a rudimentary early version of Fish Tank, and that's how it will be viewed by history. So basically, Fish Tank is a new genre, but there are similarities. But yeah, this is it's a very different thing, but it's Big Brother if Big Brother was fully interactive and hosted only on a website and had a subversive host and had a live chat that is going right now, even though season 2 doesn't start for, I don't know, however long, 6 weeks. And the audience can pay money and do a text to speech, meaning like while these people are in the house, if I want to pay money, then over the audio system, whatever I type in will be read aloud to the people. Actually, that's how everybody found out that this one guy was a weirdo, is because the internet found out, and then they started paying money to just like read excerpts from his book. Eventually, Sam found out, although he probably knew the whole time. But yeah, and I'm just a little sensitive to the Big Brother comparisons because it's actually nothing like Big Brother whatsoever. But I understand that. You know, it's kind of like when Big Brother came along. If people said, "Oh, this is kind of like Real World," which was like the first reality show, right? But Real World was on MTV and it wasn't on primetime, network TV, right? But realistically, that's what Big Brother was. It was the Real World from MTV, but it just kind of was its own thing, right? So this is its own thing, but I understand people will try to frame it as Big Brother, but if it's a takeoff of Big Brother, then Big Brother was a takeoff of the Real World from MTV. See, it's kind of like everything can sort of be connected back, but actually, what Big Brother was like an early version of what this is, because this is fully integrated into the internet. I might need to play. I won't even bother, but yeah, this is a whole new. And what's going to happen is other people are going to adopt the format of having their own website, paying for all the bandwidth, paying to have the website made. Like they did all of this out of their own pocket, without a TV network, without a YouTube platform, right? It was all done by them, which is pretty badass. I think it's pretty badass when people take it on themselves, whereas Big Brother was on a major TV network, with all of their resources, if that makes sense. But here's the website, fishtank.live. Not mad at Miss Blanche, by the way, just somewhat annoyed that that's what everybody thinks. But I understand I also understand folks need to sort of frame a thing, but I don't know. Does this look like Big Brother to you? I mean, this is the website for season 2, fishtank.live. And the first season was hosted through this same website, but the interface looked a little different. So here's the pilot episode and from season 1. So what Big Brother would have been was a TV show episodically, right? So what Fish Tank season 1 was it was live streamed on their website, and you could actually choose which camera angle to use, and it was totally free, right? Anybody in the world could watch it. But then like the live chat over here, you got to actually have the season pass if you want to post in the live chat on the right side. And then eventually over here, it's going to tell us like who the contestants are, and it'll tell us all about them. And then you got like fish toys. So, like, I can remove a contestant's bed for the night if I'm willing to pay a certain amount of money. I can do plushie. A staff member will hand deliver a plushie to the target contestant, courtesy of you. We can do loot crate. Bring a crate of goodies to the contestant of your choice. I can have the trash can dumped out on somebody. Then I can pay money and affect the actual website. Here it says, for a certain amount of money. You get the fish tank website will be displayed flipped upside down for all users in the targeted clan. Oh, that's for the clan warfare. I see. That's a new thing. Then for $10,000, you can actually have dinner with a fish of your choice, apparently, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, it's Big Brother and many, 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 many new things that Big Brother never even thought about having. Send a TTS message right here. See, I can choose which room of the house to deliver it to. I can pick what kind of voice, gayest guy ever voice, and I just type in a message. Whatever the gayest guy ever would say, and then I hit submit, and it takes a certain amount of fish bucks or whatever, and that will be immediately, after they review it, I guess, to make sure it's appropriate. It will be shouted basically into the room, whichever room you choose. Yeah, pretty fucking cool, I think. And I always get excited when people just do shit for themselves. Sound effects, play a sound effect. Yeah. So all night long while these people are trying to sleep, people are playing these things, playing sounds, torturing them. Okay, so 100 fish bucks is $10 apparently. So 6,400 is $500. So for $500, what did I say? 6,400. So for somewhere around $225, just off the top of my head, would be the loot crate. Yeah, and they said they did in 6 weeks of season 1, they did like $1.7 million in total revenue, which is just insane, and 600,000 unique viewers also, which is that compared to a TV show nowadays. That's a lot. So yeah, it's a whole new, it's a brand new thing. It's a whole new thing, but yeah, with certainly aspects of Big Brother. But I would just go ahead and say Real World. I would actually draw more comparisons to the Real World, not Big Brother. But then again, I watched like the first 20 seasons of Real World. I was a big fan of the Real World on MTV.
It my interest. It made me wonder, and questions cropped up in my mind.
Yeah.
What could this be referring to?
That's fair.
What's this picture of this, like,
Hey, Aphrodite. Yeah, that lady is quite pretty. She's from the movie Bronson. That was a screenshot from the movie Bronson, which I recommend to anybody that hasn't seen it. And apologies, Miss Blanche, if I was picking on you. It's not my intention, but sometimes this is really the only way I can. Me and Aphrodite have gotten along, I'll have you know, TBE. I see what you're doing down there. We're on again, off again. Not in dating, I mean, we're either getting along or we're not getting along, but that has nothing to do with the $10, I can assure you. But thank you. Nice try.
11-year-old says into long legs.
Good to see you.
That made me go,
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm like, what the fuck's in arms?
Wait, I'm going to hear that one again. Apparently this dude wrote a book on Amazon about more or less like how to prey on kids at camp, like no bullshit. Yeah, that's crazy, Miss Blanche. Yeah, they actually now what they're doing for season 2 is they're taking investments on a some website I'd never heard of. I forget what it's called, but they said they've already raised like $800,000. Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, I know. TBE's piecing me up in the chat. I see. Well done, sir. I'm getting taken to task in the chat by TBE. This is great.
What's this picture of this, like,
We probably would fight, TBE. I just don't have the energy for it. I got to be honest with you. My nerves are shot.
11-year-old says into long legs. That made me go,
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, dude's a
I'm like, what
weirdo.
the fuck's in arms?
And that's the guy over there. The guy who apparently wrote this is this meek, mild-looking guy who looks like a girl, but he's not. Over there on the right side, sitting in kind of an effeminate type of way.
Okay.
Why is it funny, bro? It's so
Yeah, it's pretty wild, Miss Blanche. It's quite interesting. And I'm probably, even though I'm very cheap, I'm probably going to pay the $60 because I want to watch the actual produced episodes. Because they released the first episode. I'd like to see it. Because watching it on stream, you know, it's not high def. You can't really see people's facial expressions so much. You know, it's just like, anyway. Oh. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, Smith? Yeah. Yeah, number 33. You're right. Well, did you see? I don't remember where I posted this, but I wanted to see what you. Actually, I was thinking of you, Smith. Let me show you something real quick, actually, or I'll just type it in. Oh, nice, Smith. Nice, Smith coming in hot.
Yeah. What is it? What is it?
So I want to type this real quick. Sorry for the pausing, but so on 11/22/1945, my grandfather Jim Benton, 10 catches for an NFL record. And I know I typed this in somewhere. I don't know if it was on your site. Thank you, Ms. Blanche. For an NFL record, 303 yards. Right. Rams versus Lions. And college number 33. College stats was like, I forget the number. I forget how many receptions he had. I want to say 48 catches for 1,303 yards and 12 touchdowns. A record, an Arkansas record that stood for 33 years, of course. Yeah. I think that's all I can come up with off the top of my head, but, you know, yeah, exactly. Anyway, yeah, it seems like a lot of 33s and a lot of strange coding in there to me. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see what your thoughts, expert live chat.
Some weird ass shit.
For counselors, be nice, be polite, be the big brother of everybody else. Be a bit naughty.
Yeah, that's the thing. Aphrodite. Yeah, my family thinks it's a big fucking deal, but you know, all I see is a bunch of 33s nowadays, right? Like 11/22, right? 1945, 10 catches for 303 yards. His number in college was 33. His just happens to, you know, 1,303 yards as in college, and that was his 48 catches. Actually, that was the record. His 48 career catches was an Arkansas record for 33 years. It's like, come on now. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of crazy, huh? I don't know, John Wayne. Unclear. I didn't know to ask him about any of that. Now, also, Smith, Cloyce Box, whatever that is, Cloyce Box went for 302 yards in 1945. But then my grandfather told me that he actually should have had more than 303 yards, that there was what he called a referee error, right? And Smith's on to other topics. That's okay. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. But yeah. So what I used to think was kind of a big fucking deal, it's not that big of a deal after all, if it's all fake, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, Simmons, allow me to say something that you'll understand in your language. Okay. Translation, I'm kicking you off the show.
Okay.
Effective immediately, we'll be walking you out, taking you to a bus station in Fall River, and saying goodbye.
Okay.
You have...
When I tell you what's interesting also, don't forget that Sam Hyde is just a gigantic human being. He's just a big, massive person. And like the Simmons guy is just like tiny and meek and mild. So that's an interesting dynamic there. Sam, though, he knows to stay, at least keep his distance there, right?
You have 1.5 minutes to get
later,
your shit.
Smith. We'll see you later, brother. Thanks for swinging by.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Pack your shit.
Yes, please do. You can put the baby down also, Simmons.
Wow.
Jeez Louise.
Oh, this was pre-Super Bowl, John Wayne. This was pre-Super Bowl. The first Super Bowl was in like 60-something. In fact, he did not make much money playing football. Although my grandmother, who's passed now, she received his pension even after he passed.
Sorry I had to do that to you.
Yeah, the Super Bowl.
Right there.
Or the superb owl,
Louise.
as people like to say.
Well,
Pack your shit, Simmons.
I
Get the
guess
fuck out.
Career in entertainment's gonna have to be rebooted elsewhere. Maybe as a VTuber. Make some bucks. You know? Maybe make a few bucks on YouTube. That's an idea.
That's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah, there you go. Superb owl. Yeah. Well, no, Sam's from Fall River, Jonathan. I believe he lives in Providence now, but yeah, he's from Fall River. Pretty sure he lives in Providence, Rhode Island, I believe. But yeah, Fall River indeed.
Our show, that's the end of the show. We're heading home. We're going to Fall River to get the bus. Close. Eviction status incomplete. Eviction in progress. Door closing, opening. Practice. There we go. That's pretty good. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to take out the trash. Simmons, you're a liability. Oh no. You're a legal problem.
Now they're voting on whether or not the chat's voting on whether or not to give him bus fare, right? So this is just, I love the crowd. I love the fact that the crowd can determine some of the show. They're voting on whether or not to give him bus fare. So 58% he can use fish bucks, and 42% says no.
You could have cost me a lot of money. Goodbye. Make sure he makes it to the nearest bus stop. Oh no, shut the fuck up.
Sam not only tells him that he's going to be leaving the house in perfect Mandarin, but he's just like, hey, tough break, guy, what a shame I had to do this to you. And then you can see at the end Simmons is yelling, oh, I don't want to go. And Sam is like, shut the fuck up. Make sure he gets to a bus stop. You can tell Sam is legitimately pissed, which makes me think that they didn't know about these books before the fish tank started. I don't think that they would have put the other fish in danger like that, because it's like I went over earlier, Simmons was clearly grooming John. There are excerpts in his book that line.
Oh, that's true. He absolutely was, because he was kind of getting close with this John guy who's a little fucking spectrumy. That was absolutely a thing. Yeah, definitely. There was like massages and back rubs, and it was fucking sick, man.
Up exactly what he was trying to do to John. And John is severely autistic.
Exactly.
He did not have the mental capacity to pick up.
Yeah, it's very. This is I forgot that, but I completely forgot about that. Very, very true.
On it, but everybody else knew what was happening, and looking back on it, it's quite disturbing.
It is.
And this revelation truly would have a snowball effect, because John would get very, very drunk and very depressed, because he had come to the realization that his best friend in the tank was a predator who was probably trying to take advantage of him. John had been drinking nothing but coffee the whole time. I'm not even joking. John has this thing with tap water. He's afraid of the fluoride. And he got so drunk and so dehydrated, the producers of the show basically begged him to consume some water so that he would survive. I mean, guys, the whole tank almost fell apart, because what I'm about to show you kind of blew my mind. But in all honesty, I should have seen it coming from a mile away.
Well, since my grandfather got mentioned in the chat, yeah, it's a bizarre thing, man. Like, it was national news when he passed. Like, I was a huge sports fan back then. Like, it was on Sports Center all day, fucking was in the newspapers nationwide. It's a bizarre thing, man. And then realizing that, well, he was probably good at sports. I'm sure he was, but, it's fucking fake, man. Whether he knew it was fake or not, it's fucking fake, all right? Scripted, the outcome is predetermined, as we know. It's a bit of a bummer, right? It's a bit of a bummer, but yeah. Anyway, so it's funny. I can't really place a lot of importance on all of that, but I think his 1945 season was like the 5th highest single season receiving average ever, or something like that, to this day. But I don't know, man. Does it even fucking matter at this point?
Dude, I'm gonna leave.
Huh?
I'm gonna leave.
You're serious?
I kind of want to see some of this creepiness between John and fucking what's his name, Simmons. I want to see if I can find some of that. "33 vertebrae, narrow is the way." I don't know if they have any videos of just the creepiness or not. Creepy? Maybe it should be Simmons creepy.
Come on now.
It says how many shots he's had.
This is my Bro, this is racism. Bro, come on now. You don't have
it forever because it's so stupid.
He's not black. Yo, he is though. Yo, did you just say Andrew Tate is not black? Say that again.
You want to be black Andrew Tate in the play?
No, he is black, bro. Bro, say that again. Say he's not black, bro.
I don't think Andrew Tate's black.
His dad is full on black, bro.
Can you look up a picture of Andrew Tate's dad, please?
His dad.
What's that, John? John says, "Does my dad have any of his old football gear?" Actually, the Razorbacks have that, and like in the museum or whatever, have most of that stuff. I know it's like one of his pro jerseys used to be in the Frank Broyles complex, which has since been fucking renovated. So I don't know where that stuff is now. No idea. Yeah.
He's fucking black, bro. You just said he's not black. Dude, so his mom is British. His dad's American. His dad is black.
I don't care.
When you write down that name, story?
So, my favorite story that you read, book or and stuff.
My favorite story is about Andrew Tate.
What about?
See, this is already fucking creepy weirdness, dude. Just the body language, the fucking sitting so close. These two fellas here. That the one in the white, whatever that is, white and blue shirt, is the guy that got kicked off. And now they're like wrestling around.
All right, you're out.
You're welcome.
Y'all just had it. Y'all can just get through.
Andrew Tate.
Roughhousing with this one kid and figure something out. The main problem I'm having, I don't like to intervene in social situations. It's just like the jumping and being super loud at, like, I think it's near 2 a.m. So it's a little loud.
Is it loud outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to let it flow.
On the internet. I probably would have killed myself, to be honest. Because during that time...
And like the talking all night.
Yeah,
it's just bizarre. Bad
We gotta
optics.
move it on to, like,
They
the
finally
next
just come and tell them,
topic,
like,
you know what I
hey,
mean?
y'all have been fucking talking too
You've been
long.
talking in here for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually watched. I remember seeing this.
How's your talk going? Good.
I saw this live.
Right on, cool. We gotta move it on to like the next topic. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You two have been talking in here for like 3 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For sure.
So we just gotta. You two maybe should do something else now. You know what I mean?
Like go to sleep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm sleeping in 2 hours.
Yeah, you guys are up here for so long. We had to tell you to stop talking about
Well, they want us to talk, so yeah.
Are you serious? This did not feel like 3 fucking hours.
No. I
Oh,
don't
that's
think so.
20 minutes.
Yeah, this is definitely less than an hour.
No, it wasn't. It was like 3 hours.
No.
They just keep on talking.
Yeah, it was. It's like
Fucking
2
weirdos.
a.m. or something.
Aye, fucking weirdos. Anyway, that's enough of that. What else is happening? How long have we been live here? Are we past the 6 hours yet? Let's get a... Oh, we got 2 more hours. Yay. That'll be about noon. So, yeah, wrapping up 11:30-ish Central Time, I guess. Let's drop the link. Anybody want a panel? Anybody want a one-on-one with yours truly, perhaps? I promise nothing, by the way. I promise nothing. This is not open panel. If I don't want to talk, I'm not going to talk. But, yeah, if anybody wants to have a chat, I'll probably bring you up, right? Probably. I never got that time code from Christos unless he posted it, and I didn't see it. He's probably doing other stuff, though. Let's pin this. Maybe Bex will cruise by if she's awake. How do I get all these windows going? Z ended. Fish tank. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Jackie, for your generous donation, as well as Mr. Fox, Mr. and Mrs. Fox. Thank you. Much appreciated. YouTube has removed my content. I think we're in trouble here, folks. Yeah, I think we're in trouble. I think we're in trouble. Yeah, yeah, they're getting me on the medical misinformation. What did I even do? I'm confused. I do so many live streams. Is this a strike? I guess. I don't know how this works. Does anybody have any idea? Should I have just deleted this? Because this was the that was the one where Machine Lies and Drew ended up going at each other. Huh. Yeah, this ain't looking good, folks. I got a medical misinformation warning. Now they're removing my content. I think that might be a strike. Is this a strike? Do I have to delete all my old streams? I mean, what's going to happen here? Anybody? Let's go explore the. Let's go explore the. And I'm not Paul. I don't know what to fucking do as far as. I have no idea what to do as far as who to talk to or any of this stuff at YouTube. I don't know how that works. It's a warning again. Active community guideline strikes. What the hell does this mean? Where's Drew? I need help here. Who knows about this stuff? Anybody? So it says I have a warning. But I thought I already had a warning. See, look at this. I got 2 medical misinformation warnings. And that was on the 9th. Is it just one warning? So if it happens again, I'll get a community guidelines. So that's going to happen. I mean, this is the way I understand how this goes is it's going to happen, right? Yeah, Truth or Cop. I don't know what to delete, though. I don't know what I've said on what stream. I mean, at this point, I would just be deleting all my own content. It says, because it's the first time your account is not affected. You're only warned once, and this warning will remain on your channel. So it looks like the 1 week is. I mean, I'm just assuming this is going to happen, right? Because that stream was from like a week ago or whatever. So I'm just assuming people are reporting all of my streams, right? I mean, I'm guessing. Is that how that works? I honestly don't know. Yeah, I don't know what. And then it says take a look at my content, but it's nothing ever happens. I saw this already. I mean, what am I reviewing? Nothing's happening. How long does this take to load? Oh, they just delete it? Okay. So that's, yeah. So, yeah, this is, and I've known this the whole way through, Smith, that, you know, and folks don't really seem to know or care or understand when I repeatedly say, hey, y'all might want to email me so I can at least, you know, if I do, for some insane reason, try to stream from Rumble or whatever. You know, but it's been fun, folks. I appreciate the donations; certainly have helped, and I've enjoyed doing this. But you know, I don't know that I'm going to be wanting to pay another $800 to just, you know, lose my channel. You know, so the 28th rolls around, I pay the $800, and then you know they might just fucking delete my channel, right? Yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know how this. I don't understand it. You know, this is not really my forte. It says take action, but what's the action? It said something about I could take a fucking class or whatever, I guess. I don't know. I don't get it. Now I'm getting copyright claims from earlier today. What was this for? Me so horny. When did I play that? Anyway, no idea. But I've said enough things that they're going to consider medical misinformation. We might as well just assume the channel's going to get deleted, right? I mean, you might as well just assume it. Yeah. But what does that accomplish? I'm not even doubting you. I don't know what that accomplishes. Like, this is where people think I'm smart. I'm dumb as fuck when it comes to this. I mean, I'm just fucking stupid when it comes to this stuff. But, you know, I blame Mitchell. I mean, this is Mitchell's fault, right? I mean, not necessarily, but. But what's the subscriber only? What does that do, though? Because I don't think it's because people are posting medical misinformation in the chat, right? I know Drew at a certain point had to just delete all of his fucking streams, right? And I'm have little to no interest in downloading all. There's just too much of it. I have almost no interest in downloading all of this. Most of it's not on my StreamYard, right? What do we have to say? Mitchell's here. Mitchell, you're a lying piece of garbage. So what does that have to do with you being a lying piece of garbage? I can say till I'm blue in the face that you're reporting my content. I will just assume that you are, whether you are or not. But Mitchell, the lying piece of garbage, is attempting to connect to the live stream. So no thank you, sir. Not interested in anything you might have to say. So have a nice day. You lying piece of garbage. So we'll see you next time. Oh, that's right. No, we won't. No, we will not. Funny how that goes. Funny how he just happened to be here watching, right? Watching all day long. So I don't know. I might just delete the fucking channel at this point. So, I might take. Listen, man. I am prone to take my ball and go home anytime I feel like it. So, you might see me on other people's channels, maybe. That's right. That's not true, Gary. There's 2 streams it's happened with. One of them was the title, so that's why I wasn't concerned, Mr. Gary William Schoner. The other one had nothing to do with the title. There's 2 of them. See, if we take a look. But yeah, Mitchell, you're a piece of garbage, and I'm not interested in having any discussions with you whatsoever, ever again, actually. Because you are a lying piece of trash. And anything you have to say, I would only ever respond with, what does that have to do with the fact that you're a lying piece of trash? And if you don't understand why people assume that you're reporting their content, I don't know what to tell you. That's probably a you problem if you can't see why people will assume that, even if it's wrong. And I will certainly come on here and say that that's my opinion. In my opinion, that's the person. If people are mass reporting the videos, and I'll just go ahead and say this, Mitchell, just go ahead and report all of them if it's you. I mean, why not? Because I'll never live in a world. I'll Kaiser Soze this stuff, dude. I will cut my nose off to spite my face. I might just delete the fucking channel. I mean, seriously. I know at least one person that would hurt, and that would be Mitchell himself, right? I'd rather not do that, certainly, but yeah. Well, and that's do whatever you want to do. Again, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of garbage? Yeah. I might just live stream until the channel disappears, actually, or until they. I'm assuming a week ban is incoming, so let's just let's have fun, folks. We're here until the week ban comes. And can I change the title of the stream while we're en route here? While we're doing it? Yeah. Yep. Because I'm not quite like these other folks, Mitchell. I'm a little bit different of an animal here, sir. Little bit different of an animal, and whether or not you're the one doing things, that's completely fine. I believe you are, and that's good enough for me. And do your worst, Mitchell. Do your worst, sir. That's what I would say. Yeah, and that doesn't reflect on me, right? And I knew from day one. In fact, perhaps expect to see my podcast return, folks. So nightmaredystopia.com. Mitchell can't touch me over there. In fact, Mitchell, you're probably doing me a favor, actually. So, folks, please spread the word. When this channel disappears, you're going to want to go to nightmaredystopia.com. So let's go ahead and put that banner up. Spread the word, please. The website's not up, but it will be very, very soon. Spread the word. nightmaredystopia.com to return soon. And everybody that has my email address, everybody that's emailed me, I will send out notices through email, and I can always go audio only on my website. Now those will be pre-recorded and not streamed. However, I can probably figure out how to stream at least just audio to my own website through StreamYard, and then folks who want to hear me will be able to hear me. Now, obviously, it won't be the full YouTube format. Probably won't have any version of a live chat, at least not to begin with. But yeah, actually, let's change this. Yeah, but But yeah, do your worst, Mitchell. And again, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of garbage? You know, what does that have to do with it? Right. So we're here for the duration. I guess I'll have to take a nap or something. I'm stocked up on provisions for a couple of days. So yeah, we're riding out the apocalypse here, riding out the YouTube apocalypse. So let's go ahead and let me go into my StreamYard. Hang on, we're over here. Yeah, I'm over here now. I'm over here now. And I do tend to work best under pressure. So yeah, this will at least be fun. All right, this will at least be fun on the way down. I'm over here now. Oh, wait, not in your studio. Go back. Somebody's connecting. If it's not Mitchell, I'll be with you in a moment. Riding out the YouTube apocalypse. Week ban / channel deletion incoming. Okay, never mind. I got to do this from inside YouTube apparently. Let's see who thinks they're going to talk to me. Is it Mitchell's sock account now that I banned him from the StreamYard? Where am I at here? Oh, yeah. Confused old man trying to use a computer. Hey, it's Truth or Cop. Truth or Cop, can you hit that camera, please? Appreciate it. I can't see you, sir. Oh, thank you. Excellent. I couldn't see your face, though. I saw a hat, but it looks like you. We're going to try it. It looks like Truth or Cop.
It's me, man.
Yeah, I know. What's up? I'm not that paranoid, Truth or Cop. What's going on, buddy?
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Other than a strike or a warning? Doing all right, doing all right.
Well, I've gotten 2 warnings, apparently, which I didn't even know was possible. So I'm just assuming that this is all being reviewed and I'm assuming the 1-week ban is incoming.
You must have gotten a copyright warning was the other one, huh?
No, they're both medical misinformation.
Weird.
Yeah. But one of them I got several days ago. And then I got another warning today, which, you know, if human beings are reviewing this, I'm assuming just there's some incompetence involved, I'm guessing.
Because you can appeal those.
Sure, yeah.
I've never had success with it. I think Paul's had some success.
Well, I'm the type, sorry to cut you off, who's just, at some point, will just go back to my own fucking website where I started. You know, believe it or not, now probably some of that was that the fake pandemic was going on and people couldn't hear about that type of information in many formats. But I actually did pretty good numbers on my own fucking website, believe it or not. I had more uniques in a month. I had more uniques in a month than I do on here. But again, we know that YouTube's not giving us the real numbers, obviously. But you know, I've right at 1,000 uniques per month here, and I had it was several thousand on my website. Some of that is the same people using different IP addresses, though. Clearly, you know how it works. Anyway, what's up, man?
Yeah, all kinds of things going on. Well, yeah, I just wanted to come on here for a moment and talk to you about that. But also, you said you had those old Joe Rogan message boards you found.
While I'm still here before the channel gets taken down. Let's do that, man. I was thinking the same thing. Let me hit the bathroom real quick and get some water, and then I'll be right with you. So hang out real quick. BRB.
All right. I'll yell at the chat.
Yep.
We got Mitchell, obviously. Mitchell, I don't know what you're up to today, man. I don't know. Smash Tricknology. Did we ever figure out who this is? Who is this one? I don't know who this one is. Newer chatters. People coming in under different socks, apparently. I don't know. Could be wrong. Fraud grower. Oh, Lord. I wasn't prepared to talk. Daggone. Y'all watching this fun stuff over in the Gaza there? Inflaming old tensions, you know? Keep us looking at a little world stage they got going on. Interesting stuff. Fascinating dynamics unfolding. Recycled footage, you know? Apparently there's some new stuff. I don't know. Let's see. See, Reuters has got something up. There's smoke. What's happening there? Is it ocean mist? Or they drop bombs? Well, looks like they dropped a bomb there. I don't know. Could just be a smoke bomb. Oh, Smash Technology is not in a sock. Okay.
Hey, give me a minute. I forget where I screenshotted all this or I saved it to my computer somewhere. It might take me a minute to find it, but it's on here somewhere. In fact, I might just go back through the website because I just did like a search and came up to a Reddit thread, and eventually I figured out that do you know that the Joe Rogan Experience message board, they basically just deleted it without announcing it beforehand. It was just here today, gone tomorrow. I don't know if you know about that. Well, I was banned.
Sounds like
by
somebody's
them.
in legal trouble there.
Well, I think that was, the bigger Joe got. I think he's probably started to. I'm just assuming he viewed that as like a liability, especially when you see, the ways he's been attacked in the media, based on things he said on the show, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, then you got a forum with people saying God knows what.
Oh, dude, it was off the fucking charts, man. I mean, it was everything but, if it didn't involve underage, it was pretty much discussed and it was on there, right? Like, basically anything else you could possibly imagine. Oh, yeah. It was wild as fuck. Let's see. Where were these screenshots?
Thanks, Roy.
But yeah, I'll just say it for the millionth time. Email me with your YouTube name, at least if you want to. At least that way I can fucking let you know where the hell we're at next. It's probably going to be my website, most likely, because I will have no desire to come back to YouTube. I'm just going to put it out there. I have none. I'll still be on panels, but this is just how I am, Truth or Cop. Twitter, dude, I'm super good at Twitter. I have a mind for Twitter. As soon as I saw that I wasn't going to be able to express myself, I left never to return. Yeah, this is just how I am. But anyway, I might just have to try to do this in the web browser.
I'm wondering how the whole censorship thing will roll out with the StreamYards, and now that we can just go on each other's channels. Like,
yeah, and by the way, people may not be aware that I can pay like $75 a month or whatever, and I can have up to 100 people on my fucking StreamYard, and I can just do live streams on StreamYard if I want to. Now, obviously, that is limited, compared to and people can't find me, right? But I could still think I could probably get 15 people to just come watch me talk on StreamYard. I'm assuming, but I mean, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, on your website, you run the StreamYard through your website somehow.
I'm pretty sure I can just add people to my StreamYard, but they have to be logged in, like they have to log in with their email. I'm pretty sure. It takes away the anonymous side of it, I believe, but. Give me a second. I got to search the web here. I'm trying to remember how I found this.
Yeah, I'm interested to see because, I have my own website. I was thinking about doing something over there with StreamYards with that private hosting they offer, but not exactly sure how to use it yet. Ditch Technology appeared right as Cadence Quantum Epic disappeared from here in OTW.
Wait, what happened? Say it again. What happened?
No, I'm reading Christos' comment here. Ditch Technology or Smash Technology.
Yeah.
Did they change their name? Is Smash Technology, Ditch Technology the same
two
person?
Of them, but I don't know if that's the same one or not. And this is just where something's wrong with me. Like, I'll just take my ball and go home. Like, I have other shit I can do, believe it or not. Like, I don't have to be here all day, every day. I know that sounds crazy to some people, but like, I don't have to be here. But anyway, let's try to get to what Truth or Cop's here for.
I'm so used to. I got like 5 strikes last year, I think, throughout the year.
Jesus. Well, as you know, it comes down to when do you get them, right? If you get too many too close together, it's a wrap. That's the way I understand it. So I
Yeah,
don't
by the
know
time
that
I
I'm
get to 2, I
interested in
just don't
playing
use
that
it.
game, honestly. I don't know that I'm interested in that.
I know.
Because that was pretty stressful, I bet, wasn't it?
It was okay. I mean, like, well, when I was with the convoy, dude, I'd get a strike, and the one time I had like a rental car, so I really kind of relied on streaming a bit. But when I got the strike, I just ended up going home and doing some work and then coming back.
I see.
But yeah, it can be, it'll throw a wrench in the gears, but whatever.
It is what it is. And I knew all this going in. But here it says, this is from the r/Joe Rogan Reddit. It says Rogan board memories, and this was from 6 years ago. And all I did was I typed in J.A. Benton Joe Rogan message board, and it was J.A. Benton, and that was my name on the message board, was J.A. Benton with a space. But it says post your memories or memorable threads. I'd have to say the one that I remember the most was this guy from a southern state in the U.S. that decided to live in his car, and people on the Rogan board would send him money and meet up with him when he hoboed into their town. I don't remember a lot about him, but he had a podcast on how to be a ladies' man or something. That was my upper hand dating website. I did a podcast about that too. And he was having trouble with his own wife, and eventually one time he got really drunk and posted nudes of her, which were gone by the time I woke up and read the thread again. Yeah, that was me.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. And, as much as I would like to avoid the revenge porn angle, I mean, that's... when I sobered up, I was able to appeal to the mods who deleted it, right? But... because I had actually scrambled my password at a certain point in my drunken state, apparently. So we were able to get the stuff deleted. But, that stuff's still out there on people's hard drives, I'm assuming. I've never been able to find any of it. But... anyway, you know me, Truth or Cop. I will pretty much just put it out there, even if I look bad. So, but eventually on here, I figured out that everybody moved to a different message board, and I'm trying to remember what that was called. I found that in here. So the hardcore long-term users. So it's probably in my web history, unless I've got the browser set up to delete the history. Let me see. What day would that have been? I'm trying to remember what it was called. It was something 69. It might. Yeah, I know. Hilarious, right? Standing 69. That's what it was. Standing69.com. So there's two different forums. This one, it actually let me make an account, and you'll see that I'm logged in. There was another one. See, this one... apparently the mods just completely abandoned this forum, so apparently I can't make a post because there's nobody nobody I don't think can make new posts, but it's still there, right? So it says here, how did Standing 69 go into a death spiral? But you can actually search I think Jab, because that's what I was, well, no, not Jab. I'm trying to remember. I think just Benton maybe will come up to me. Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, like this one, it says JL Marines Off-Road Round America Adventure, and then somebody said, will this be J.A. Benton, a.k.a. Jab 2.0? It's somewhere in here, somebody actually had my first podcast episode, found it on their hard drive. So my podcast was called...
Wow.
What's that? Go ahead.
Oh, so this was before Nightmare Dystopia?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, this would have been the original Joe Rogan stuff was like 2011, 2012, I'm pretty sure. And I was going through whatever I was going through back then. This was like right when I was first inserting myself into homelessness. So this one you'll see says, let's go to the post here. This guy, Cypher. I wish I could contact this guy, but apparently this is... basically, I met up with somebody in the Bay Area who was on the message board. I guess his name was Monkey Shot, because it says Monkey Shot was in the first episode of Hatchback Mountain. I recently posted in the history thread. He's asking somebody, what was it like meeting me, right? And this was in 2020. People are still thinking about me. This is crazy, dude. To show you, this was the thread last I checked was coming up on 8 million views. It was a top 10 all time. And it says, yeah, I wonder if I'm still alive. But somewhere else, the same guy posted. Let me see if I can find this. He actually posted. Yeah, here it is, the first episode. Yeah. And I didn't realize it at the time because I'll just say it like it is, Truth or Cop. I was a bit of a lol cow back then myself. I didn't quite have the awareness. So I remember this first episode, I wanted to do a podcast, me and another person. And this person was behaving as if they were like a fan of what I was doing. But realistically, they were treating me like a lol cow, like to my face. But I wasn't really aware of it. But not in a super bad, just in a way that prevented it from being a decent podcast. Because you know how maybe he thought he was a broadcaster? It just was not a very good episode from my perspective. I remember coming away from it being like, why did he keep cutting me off at the knees? But this was a long time ago. I haven't even listened to the episode back. But, dude, somebody wrote a fucking press release and they made a website called hatchbackmountain.com. So we can... Oh, my God. Yeah. Because I picked the name because whenever I was going to start the podcast, we were like, what do we call? I was like, what should this be called? And people were posting suggestions. And this was when Brokeback Mountain was out. And somebody typed, because my car was a hatchback, and somebody typed in Hatchback Mountain. And I was like, yeah, that's it. That's it, dude, as soon as I saw it. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Are we still on the internet, by the way? Because I'm just expecting to get taken down any moment now, but that's a little bit of my paranoia. So let me go to the Wayback Machine real quick. And
see, I think a lot of those strikes are automated. And a lot of it's YouTube doesn't want to take the channel down, but they want to put pressure on you.
Yeah, I get it.
To not speak a certain way.
Yeah.
So they'll space things out a bit.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. And I'll always go worst case scenario. I'll just assume that the person I was attacking in the chat earlier, the person that was in the chat that I've been going at all day, like when I start getting more warnings, I'll just assume it has something to do with that person, whether it does or not. That's just how my mind works.
Right.
And I'm not interested in the part where a lying piece of garbage wants to come hold me accountable, right? Not interested. Like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's completely fine. He's the lying piece of garbage, not me. If I accidentally, by the way, that's my opinion. I'm not making a claim, Mitchell. Fuck you. I'm not making a claim. Here we go. Hatchback Mountain. Yeah, browse history.
I'm trying to find on the Wayback Machine.
I'm on there right now, Bubba. We're all gonna watch it on stream.
Sounds good.
Yeah, 2012 website. Let's see, and it had some of my they took some of my posts and made it uploaded it like it was a blog or whatever. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let's see.
I see the ones redirecting to upperhanddating.com.
Yeah, that was my, I had a dating and relationships podcast. I know this sounds insane and ridiculous now, but I was actually really fucking good at that. And I actually did coaching over the phone sometimes, or I did a custom podcast. It was mostly guys just needing to be told to get their fucking head out of their ass and realize that if they would stop being a nice guy, they could actually get some pussy. I mean, that's realistically. But these were all guys with like high incomes, their own home. They had everything but the woman. But then now they're in line at Walmart or whatever big box store, and they see some alcoholic piece of trash with a halfway decent woman, and they're like, they blame the women. And I'm like, no, that's not the women, bro. The woman would rather date you. It's just you can't get over yourself enough to be an option, because whether we want to admit it or not, a lot of these broads need a minimum level of abuse or they're not interested. And that's just how it, and I don't mean physically. I just mean that's how it is. If a guy's overly nice and placating, it's like it doesn't make sense to a woman. It's just like, what? What is this? But yeah, this is the website. None of the graphics are still up, but somebody actually made me a logo too, which was like me fucking podcasting while I'm driving my fucking 99 fucking Hyundai Accent hatchback. It was kind of quite hilarious. But let's see, just some of my writings here. Let's see, Moorhead, Minnesota. Let's see what this is. I'm assuming I wrote this. I don't know. I'll be able to tell you if I did or not. Oh, yeah. And this was just, I guess, stream of consciousness. I actually know how to write, but Slept in the Walmart parking lot in Moorhead, Minnesota. It felt good to once again stroll into Walmart early in the morning to drop a deuce and buy some lemons. Also picked up some oranges and 5 bottles of Hobo Aid. I'm at the McDonald's right now working on uploading some recordings from the road. Later today, I may do my laundry and see where I can take a shower, truck stop possibly. After I get to Arkansas, I guess I was on my way home. I'm better than the other travelers the farther away I am from Arkansas. When I started out, my miles per gallon, just complete no filter stream of consciousness. A very different Benton. I do rein it in, believe it or not. And let's just call it what it is, man. I was certainly having some issues in my personal life. I'm trying not to say words that are clinical diagnoses, and I've never been diagnosed, but I'm trying to avoid characterizing things in specific ways. When I started out, my miles per gallon and the gas prices meant it cost me around $10 to go 100 miles. In Cali, gas was more expensive, so the ratio didn't hold. Now I'm down to 31 miles a gallon and still dropping, so I'm paying way more than I was before. Talked to a dude at a service center. He thinks maybe the fuel pump is a problem. Actually, it was the wind, truth or cop. I had no idea, but I was out west. It was a fucking headwind. I figured that out eventually. Talked to a dude at a service center. Yeah, it significantly impacted my miles per gallon. Talked to a dude at a service center. He thinks maybe the fuel pump is a problem. They want to do a fuel system pressure test for $20. Maybe do that later today. I'm pretty good with not getting ripped off by mechanics. I used to drag race and all that, modify my car, so I know what parts do what and all that. Going to lay off the alcohol for now. Last night I was thinking of how it's kind of shitty to spend donations on drinking. So it was very, it was damn near a King Cobra JFS situation. I don't think anyone cares if I have a beer now and then, but this getting smashed at bars nonsense isn't cool. I'm concerned about when I meet people from the internet in the future, though. The most natural thing to do with someone you just met is go have a beer. And yeah, I met many different people, actually, who wanted to more or less take me out and fucking party with me and such and buy me stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
People like to treat you, man.
Yeah, man.
That's right. That's the same time I was traveling.
Yes, you know. Yeah. So there's all of that. I don't know if we want to listen to the podcast episode, but let's read the press release. This is a fucking press release that I don't even remember who wrote this. But this was when they launched the website. For immediate release, Hatchback Mountain, the new American dream, ? I wrote none of this, by the way. For most people, the American dream consists of white picket fences, big houses, a dog, and 2.5 kids. But for one Arkansas man, the American dream signifies something a little different. Benton of Hatchback Mountain, hatchbackmountain.com, packed up his car, left his wife, and hit the road, and he has chronicled every moment in time since then. March 15th of 2012. For most oh, wait a minute. Okay, I see. Never mind. That was, March 15th, apparently. Benton's story can be found at hatchbackmountain.com, where he posts stories from the road, tales of meeting with others around the country, and a map that charts his course ever since he left his once happy home in Arkansas. Benton now sleeps in his car and uses the internet at McDonald's, various public libraries, and Starbucks to chart his course on Hatchback Mountain. The man even started a podcast of the same name. Benton's story originally began on the popular internet message board JoeRogan.net, the forum of UFC color commentator and comedian Joe Rogan. It was there that Benton received his nickname, the RB Hobo. It was also at the Rogan board where he has met with unprecedented support and quite a few gifts and Oh, fuck. Hey, we might... Okay, never mind. We're back. My OBS went down temporarily. That happens sometimes, but yeah, we're back. It was there that Benton received his nickname, the RB Hobo. It was also at the Rogan board where he was met with unprecedented support and quite a few gifts and donations. The Hatchback Mountain website was one such gift. While the support has been overwhelming for the man, Benton's story has also attracted quite a bit of condemnation. While many have been touched by the man's story and his sense of freedom, many more couldn't believe that he would leave a loving wife, shelter, and readily available food. Still, Benton carries on, and he has been able to continue his journey thanks to the support and donations from many of his supporters. The website and podcast have been growing in popularity since Benton's journey began near the end of February, and the donations continue to roll in. As Benton's recently posted on the Hatchback Mountain website, I almost have $200. So far, the man has met with several homeless individuals around the country, and he even traveled with one hitchhiker named JD from Texas to California. That trip almost ended badly when JD became restless and almost violent. Benton almost, I completely forgot about that. I have so many stories, man. You can't even imagine. Benton also met up with two men in Humboldt County where they pimped his ride. That was a tune-up. One of the men, known only as Throw Wire, gave Benton several car parts for his hatchback, along with a healthy supply of vitamins and a $50 gas card. The man even bought Benton a room for the night at the local Motel 6, and in fact gave me a bunch of cannabis also. Says Benton, I feel like this whole thing, whatever it is, isn't about me, or it's not just about me. I feel a responsibility to ride this wave and see where it goes. And as much or more for the good people I've met And as much or more for the good people I've met than for myself personally. Either I typoed or they transcribed that incorrectly. Benton doesn't know where he will end up, only that he is riding the wave, as he puts it. To read more about the RB Hobo, listen to the Hatchback Mountain podcast, which is also on iTunes, or to leave a donation, visit the website. Yeah, so that happened. And then I have the actual episode downloaded, and I think that's pretty much it for what I was able to find. There's a few more posts of people just, remembering that that had happened, right? So that's pretty much the entirety of it. Somewhere I have the actual logo that somebody made. If you want to talk for a minute, I can probably find that.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Man, you don't think it's worth listening to that episode?
Oh, we can listen to some of it right now if you want. Yeah, it's probably going to be embarrassing for yours truly, but I'm somewhat used to that, right?
Hatchback Mountain.
Yeah, my big goofy, and I looked a little different back then. I had more weight on me, right? So, and I was about 105. I was 85 pounds of mostly muscle back then too. It was a different Benton. Right, I was somewhat physically intimidating, believe it or not. But yeah, so somebody made that. Yeah, if you can see the microphone.
Yeah, you got the boom arm coming over.
Yeah, and I had a mixer and a digital audio recorder, so I was and a microphone. Because I had basically the equipment I was doing my dating podcast with. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find any of that stuff. It would have been quite.
Yeah, I was looking on as far as your dating stuff, I found the website upperhanddating.com on archives.
Yes.
And the episodes look like they're there to play, but
they're not playable, unfortunately. Yeah.
But did you upload it to Stitcher, perhaps? Because I see a Stitcher thing.
I was actually pretty big on Stitcher, believe it or not, but I don't think it's on there anymore. But I actually did pretty good views just on Stitcher, and then my own website. Because I was early to the whole pickup artist type of scene, but my material was crafted for people basically for guys who don't know how to date, but who want to have a wife or a girlfriend, right? Mm-hmm. So I actually read everything available around the time, and I mean everything, and then was able to sort of distill it and, sort of have my own writings and my own message, So much as we see me do here, I'm able to just. Back then, I would make an outline. This is actually when I first learned that I could just talk and talk and talk. I wondered if I could do this, and the technology was cheap enough. I bought a mixer, a fucking digital audio recorder, and a microphone for not a lot of money on Amazon, and then just made an outline and started fucking talking, and figured out I could do 45 minutes to an hour and a half, on a topic I was knowledgeable in. So anyway. And some folks paid me money for coaching, and then looking back on it, eventually I realized it's a ridiculous thing, right? But for the time, it seemed to make some sense, And I don't even believe in treating people that way. A lot of it ends up just actually being manipulative, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is. Let's just call it what it is, and but. It also helped a lot of people. I know that because, left to their own devices, as we know, Truth or Cop, a lot of fellas end up, God forbid they actually succeed in getting a wife or a girlfriend. Oftentimes she's able to wrest control of the relationship. And like I like to say, a man ain't a man, got a woman for a boss. I can't be a man and have a woman running me. It's not. It's either or, Truth or Cop. It's either or. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm drinking distilled water. But yes, indeed, well done. Big Drink T in the house, living his best life. Yeah, we're just riding out the YouTube apocalypse here, Big Drink T, because most likely
it's coming any day.
It's coming any day, sir. We're gonna be we're gonna be smote. We're about to be smitten or smited rather, about to be smited. Anyway, your thoughts, Mr. Truther Cop?
No, it's interesting. I mean, so how many? You've done several podcasts. At least what, 3?
Oh, different ones. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yep, definitely. And I did another. I did another one that nobody ever heard because I didn't. It's hard to get people to go listen to these things, as I'm sure you know.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. I've made a few podcasts over the years.
Yeah. So just the fact that 3 out of the 4 actually found an audience is pretty fucking amazing, if you ask me.
Yeah.
But I only did I think Hatchback Mountain wasn't that many episodes, and in fact, eventually I ended up in Seattle, West Seattle, where the people who were Joe Rogan was paying to run his message board, they bought a bunch of recording equipment and video equipment, and we actually we did an audio version and we live streamed to Ustream. Ustream was the thing back then, and Rogan himself was live streaming to Ustream back then. So 2012 live streaming, I mean, that was a whole nother animal, right? But I wasn't operating any of the equipment. It was mainly just me, a way cockier fucking, muscled up version of Benton sitting there and being a lolcow to some extent. Yeah. But also, I knew all this stuff about the banks. I had spent like a year studying, this was coming on the heels of Occupy Wall Street and all of that. And I actually had educated myself on the financial system. So at times, going into these diatribes that were intelligently delivered that people responded to. And I even did some public speaking. Like I went downtown in Seattle and just more or less explained all of the conditions that led up to the financial crisis. And people were listening attentively for long periods of time until some commie fucking showed up and more or less shouted me down. Well, what's funny is, man, when somebody's like yelling gibberish, I have trouble not listening to what they're saying, and so I have a lot of trouble talking and listening simultaneously. So he actually it sort of took enough out of me that I had to wind the thing down. Yeah, lots of things have happened, Truther Cop, and this might be the time to get it all on the record because, I mean, by the way, appreciate this wonderful man while you still have him because it's probably not going to be here much longer, honestly.
Yep. Time is short for all of us, man.
Yep. Indeed, sir. Indeed. But thank you for being here, and you're welcome to hang out as long as you want.
Yeah.
But I know you are a busy man with many irons in the fire, so I'm not trying to get rid of you, but also realizing that you may not be able to stay much longer.
Nah, yeah, I'm good for a minute, but
cool.
Do you want to listen to a minute of that episode?
Oh yeah, let's do that. Yeah, and I'll send it to you, man. I'll email it to you.
I've been trying to find some of your older stuff on here, but I can't. Yeah,
there's not a lot, Truther Cop. There's not a lot. And if not for these message boards and just somebody uploading it, I'm sure I had all of this on a hard drive at one point, and just, I was a different person. So I went and visited my grandmother, and I'd left this external hard drive at my grandmother's house, and then she became senile, and she probably kept finding it in her cabinet and was like, "What the fuck is this?" So when I finally came and visited, my uncle had just left it. He just left it on outside on her porch. So
no.
Well, but not in a way that it could get damaged. Just he just understands that I'll see it and know that, hey man, take this with you when you leave, or type of thing. But whether or not they, as like an external hard drive that can be like viewing a person's fucking inner space in some ways, right? So who even knows what they think of me if they went through this, right? I mean, seriously. And then some of my family followed the message board exploits, which I did not look good in some of this, I can assure you. I was made to look. I certainly did not represent myself in the best light possible. But yeah, let's find this. Is this it? I think this might be it.
Yeah, I'm sure whatever Joe Rogan message board hazing was like is nothing compared to what CBL and them do now. Jeez.
Well, what happened eventually was they had a thing called the pink board. So I got pinked, which is I guess some of these people were military, I guess like a pink panty type of thing. So once I got put into the pink, it sucked. It was just terrible. They called it the cunt farm, and it was just awful. And the main message board was fucking awesome, but the cunt farm just sucked. It was all the cunts, right? And, I've got intelligent shit to say, but not to a bunch of cunts. And so finally somebody posted the wild and wonderful whites of West Virginia, and apparently that Mamie White was asking people for money. So I thought I would be cute and say, you know, oh, hitting up strangers for donations on the internet, like how uncouth or something, like thinking I'm being, they just fucking banned me at that point. So,
Oh my god.
and I don't try to come back. Once I'm either I leave or they ban me, I don't ever return. So yeah, I have no idea what happened after that. I know how to take a hint. But yeah, let's play some of this. Here we go, Truth or Cop. Hatchback
Sounds
Mountain,
good.
episode 1. I believe this was recorded somewhere in the San Francisco Bay Area sometime in 2012. And this would have been right before my first psychedelic mushroom trip, right? And the guy was even trying to get Truth or Cop. Yeah, we're back. But this happens sometimes, so I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't even glitch on my end.
Okay, good. It's telling me I'm disconnected. They do buffer enough of this, so who knows. But anyway, I think I played it. Is it playing?
I don't hear it.
It's muted. Hang on. Oh, you might not hear it. We're going to have problems. I'm going to have to email it to you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
the way I'm set up, you're not going to be able to hear it. So I can play some of it on the YouTube side and let you listen to some of it. But I will definitely email this to you.
Yeah, I'll listen to it on YouTube then.
All right, cool. I don't know how much I'm going to play, but I'll play at least some enough to give you a sense of what the fuck this is. All right, man. If you want to bounce or you want to stay or what, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll take off. I gotta start running, but I'll be listening.
Yeah, I'll give you enough time to get to the YouTube side, and then I'll start playing it.
Awesome. Sounds good. Good to talk to you, man.
All right, man. You too. Peace out.
Take care. Bye.
What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of trash? And while I'm still here, and if anybody wants any of my content, start downloading it now. That's all I can tell you, because it may not be here. But yeah, just for people who may be joining late, let me get this playing actually for Truth or Cop before I forget. I'll start ranting and raving. Well, real quick, let me just say I figured out the strategy to defeat Mitchell, which is every single time Mitchell or his socks appear, just say, "Hey, Mitchell." Quote, that lying piece of trash, end quote, he's here now, right? Mitchell, that lying piece of trash is here. And then whatever he says, just come back with, what does that have to do with Mitchell being the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of trash? So, you know, please avoid, and I can't tell you what to do. This is I'm only saying the strategy I've devised to smash out Mitchell. And I want to see this happen in every live chat everywhere. And let's face the fact, he's panicking. He knows that this is absolutely going to work. I am going to defeat him, right? He sees the writing on the wall, so of course he's down there in the live chat panicking. I don't even read his posts anymore. Once I see it's him, hey, Mitchell, Mitchell, quote, that lying piece of garbage is here. And then whatever he says, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of garbage? Because that's what he is. Shout out to Dick Freedom Grower for pointing out that it's always a mistake to try to resolve or equalize with these people. He does have an ability to show up and be, you know, his best self for his own evil purposes. And that man is absolutely infested with demons. If demons are real, and I know them to be real. Here's my testimony, Mitchell. Christ Jesus has delivered me from wicked spirits, the unclean spirits, and demonic spirits. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus, Mitchell. I rebuke whatever those spirits are you're inhabited with, and we can all see it, Mitchell, is absolutely under demonic oppression. And this ain't going to work, Mitchell. Whether or not I'm on YouTube, you can't stop me, Padna. I'll just fuck up right back off to my own website where anybody that wants to hear me will be able to hear me. And you know what you can do about that, Mitchell? Nothing. You can't do anything to me on my website, and I mean nothing, sir. So probably I'm going to ride this out till the channel disappears, and then I will return very quickly on my own website, and this will be the fucking banner. Can somebody please, I can't screenshot this with both my fingers in the air, but this is going to be the motherfucking, this is going to be the graphic on the main site. Could somebody pretty please with sugar on top? Or I guess I'll have to do it, you know, from my own fucking stream. Hang on. Yep. I got it. Never mind. I'll do it myself. Oh, shit. 720. Yeah, print screen. Yeah, there it is. That's going to be my it's going to be my main graphic on the site. I love it. You like it, I love it, Mitchell. You like it, I love it, Bubba. Hey, you want war? You will get war. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. And this has been my fault for humoring enough of this nonsense up to this, out of my own humanity. Hey, that's what the enemy does, folks. The enemy uses our own humanity against us. And Truth or Cop, I might just have to. I'm going to play this. I don't know. I don't know that I can play this right now. I will absolutely email this to you. My apologies, Truth or Cop. I'm going to email it right now, but I'm on one, buddy. I'm on one. This is not the time, unfortunately. I had every intention of doing this, but one moment, sir. I'm going to email this to you right now, so I can at least live up to that part of what I need to do. Yes, sir. It's all happening. I love it. You like it? I love it, Mitchell. Part of me loves this. Loves it. And whatever he's posting down there, what's that got to do with the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of garbage? You tell me. I'm not exactly sure, but probably nothing, actually. Probably has nothing to do with it. I don't know. Can somebody get my password from hearing the fucking sound of my keyboard? Maybe I got to change my password now. Is that a thing? Well, if you're not, I would say that perhaps you should go somewhere else. So what's that got to do with the fact that, in fact, let's just do this while we're at it. Yeah, let's just do that, and then we won't have to worry about it anymore. But, yeah, what's that got to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of garbage? Or trash. I like trash better. I've gone to garbage, but, yeah. Well, either way, Roy. Either way. I hear what you're saying, though. All right, I'm already getting emails. Beautiful. And I got your emails. If I don't respond, it's just I'm busy, folks. So please be aware. Thank you for the emails I see. And please include your YouTube name if you can. Much appreciated, because I don't always know who's what. And I'm not going to read out any of your real names. So you see I'm erring on the side of not doxing anybody. So, But I'm absolutely getting your emails. And thanks again, Mr. and Mrs. Jackie Fox, for the Mr. and Mrs. Fox, thank you for the generous donation. It means a lot. And in fact, I'm probably going to go ahead and get this Fish Tank season pass. It'll give me something to do if I'm not able to stream, right? Bex, you're probably next, I'm assuming. So batten down the hatches, ma'am. I'm just assuming. But yeah, let me go ahead and fire this off to Truth or Cop. Golden Renaissance. Trying to remember his. Oh, there it is. I see it. Never mind. I got you, Truth or Cop. Hatchback Mountain, Episode 1. Do with it as you will, sir. I trust you. And no, if that's a mistake, then I just won't trust you anymore. How about that? Not a threat, just saying. Podcast, Episode 1. Attached. Can't play it on stream right now. I'm on one. But yeah, there's a little too much protestation down there in the chat for somebody who's not Mitchell, right? Don't know, don't care, to be honest with you. And the channel's about to get deleted, so what does it fucking matter, right? What does it fucking matter? And if not, I thought I was going to get. I thought somebody was going to call my company at one point when I doxed myself truck driving. So if I err on the side of paranoia and caution, that's okay with me. Oh shit! It's too big, Truth or Cop. Fuck. How much? Let me see. How much too big is it? It's barely too fucking big, sir. All right, I will get this to you. I have. God dang it! I got to compress it. 25 megabyte limit. Yeah, or maybe I can play it. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Truth or Cop, he's down there. Yeah, man, I don't think I can play this. Let me play a little bit of it. Sorry, I'm back and forth so much. This is how I get when I'm under attack, or I perceive that I'm under attack. Benton JA on. Hey guys, what's up? This is Jason Aaron Benton, J.A. Benton, doxing my real name. At Benton J.A. on that doesn't even matter at this Twitter. Point. I got my man here. I'm going to let him introduce himself. He's conveniently leaving the room as I'm saying this. And I do want to mention this is a one-off podcast with no formal title. And I'm here with my man in his hotel room, and we're recording this for you guys at the Rogan board. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Where am I going with this? This is brought to you by Paper Cups and Free Water.
Paper Cups and Free Water. All right. Well, we're going to have a name, good sir. You can make one up.
You can call me Monkey Shot.
Monkey Shot.
There's nothing worse than a monkey shot.
Yeah, Monkey Shot was good enough to come and scoop me up at the Concord, California library earlier and get me drunk. And
what brought you at Concord? What made you stick around there for so long?
Well, I was in Sacramento. I think a lot of guys that have followed the thread were aware of my adventure transporting the crackhead from Tucson. We made it all the way to Sacramento, and so I spent the night in Sacramento, got up the next day, and I knew I wanted to come to the Bay Area, and I finally realized that they have transit, the rail.
It's easier to get around.
Yeah, the rail system. So
what's it like having a guy piss on your tire?
Well, before we get to that, yeah, exactly. The deal with Concord was just I looked at the map, and that seemed like the most convenient place to drive to be able to take the rail system. And, being from the South, I'm not used to all this traffic, man. This is like, what's that Mel Gibson movie with the Thunderdome?
Mad Max.
Mad Max.
So you'd rather have somebody else drive for you. Just do the driving.
I'd rather ride the train.
That sounds like safe route.
But yeah, JD, he was...
Who's JD?
JD is the crackhead in question that I
Oh, that's right.
Tucson,
yeah.
The homeless gentleman.
Yeah, the extraordinary fellow
he was
that you
cool,
gave a ride to.
He was cool at first, actually. We got along really well. I've got some theories on what happened to him, but he turned into a fucking weirdo.
And he wandered off after the weirdo thing, right?
Well, what he kept doing was that when shit wouldn't go his way, I don't know, I'm speculating, but I'm kind of hard-headed, and once it's my car I'm driving,
right.
Whether he's paying for the gas or not, I'm making the decisions,
right.
So he was real insistent. If I'd stop, he wanted to go again right away. He'd be like, let's go. I'm like, well, I got to get on the internet for a few minutes and take a piss and do my business.
Right.
I can't drive just from Tucson to, he wanted to go to Medford, Oregon. I'm not capable of driving that straight through. Now, some people that use illegal drugs like crack cocaine, maybe they can. I don't know, but I have to stop and rest every 8 hours or so. Call me crazy.
I can see the conflict. I can see the conflict of interest there.
Yeah, so what he kept doing was he would threaten to, because he knew I had a heart, and I didn't want to just leave the guy in the middle of nowhere. So he kept threatening to just take his shit out of my car and hit the road.
Oh, so he was making direct threats against your property.
Well, not my property. He was just basically like, well, pop the trunk. He did this like 3 times. He'd be like, pop the No, this was a podcast episode that I recorded and uploaded to my website. All right. That's what this was. Yeah. Oh, cool. Roy Duggan watched Bronson. But yeah, Truth or Cop, if you're still around, that was the first 3 minutes of the podcast, and I'm going to get that to you. Yeah. Well, I don't know who this is, but well, and this is kind of what if you notice this is where the lolcow thing comes in, because if you notice already this person I'm talking to is taking a certain type of attitude, and it's the same kind of attitude I'm detecting in the chat right now, where a person's only communicating with me as if everything I do is just fantastic and above reproach, right? Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Because certainly we know whoever that user was that I banned is that's a sock account. So whoever was operating that sock will be in here under another sock. Now, who that is, I don't know, right? It's hard to say. It's interesting dynamics here on the YouTube, right? We'll play a little more of this. I'm kind of curious as to see which way this is going to go. It's an hour and 43 minutes of this, by the way. Trunk.
Oh, that sounds
I'm going to
real-
get my shit out.
okay.
You know, like that passive-aggressive type
Right.
shit. So, like the first, as I remember, the first like 45 minutes is me thinking he actually wants to hear this story. And then him just like throwing in, I guess, what he thinks is a funny joke or whatever. But then it's just preventing me from telling the story in chronological order, if that makes sense. But yeah, we'll play a little more Truth or Cop, but just so you know.
That sounds real threatening. So he's going to take his stuff out of your car, and that's going to hurt your feelings.
Yes. Well, he knew I wanted to take him all the way to Oregon, and he did spend a lot of his own money. He gets a government check, a crazy check, and he was spending his cash money, on the gas. And I didn't pay for any of the gas. I let him fill the tank up every time.
That was smart. That got you a long way. So
if I was smart, I'd have laughed his ass in San Diego with a full tank.
I think that would have
SoCal with a full tank.
Yeah, I think that karma would have come back to you. You probably would have felt bad, at least lost.
Well, it's not my style, man, to just leave somebody.
Couple of minutes of sleep.
I don't believe in doing people wrong if I can help it. Now I know I have done people wrong in the past, but yeah, I don't believe in doing that if I can help it.
So it looks like you got all the way to Sacramento, and you had how much money when you got there?
Oh, when I got to Sacramento, because it's hard for me to remember the sequence of events, but I don't think I had any Rogan board money yet by then.
Oh, you're talking about the donations.
I don't think the donations started rolling in until... I could be wrong about this, though, so I apologize. But I hadn't got very much money until they saw that I basically was destitute in a city I've never been to Sacramento.
I think people bitching about it was very helpful, right? So if people were bitching, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's right. By the way, here's the PayPal address." That was pretty funny.
The fundraising efforts. Well, I totally tried to avoid that for a long time, and then I had to embrace it, the fundraising side of it. But when I got to Sacramento, I had I think I had $50 in cash and then about $80 of Rogan board money.
Right.
Yeah,
Speaking of the
$80.
Rogan board, it looks like Jesus says, "Go fuck yourself." It seems to be the meme of the day.
Oh no,
that's pretty funny. But that was back in a few pages. Man, it was good times though. It was good times. So so let's work up to that point.
That's something I want to talk to you about. Being that my only interaction with the thread is posting in it and reading it.
Right.
Versus somebody who never knew me before, which is you.
Right.
And now you've encountered the thread, and you said that it's touched you in certain ways.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would have called the police if that was the case. Now, but it looks like the momentum has kept going. I don't think I've seen a thread go 100 pages so quickly and get this momentum going. It looks like 127 is where it's at now.
127 pages already for this thread. Ended up with millions of views. So you'll forgive me, folks, when I get accused of, Benton got the big head because, he got a certain number of views and, Drew did this and Drew did that. I had millions of views all on my own in 2012. So you'll have to forgive me for not being that. And my podcasts have done quite well compared to what the YouTube numbers are, I can assure you. Well, I do the maximum number of messages per page. I'm on 26, but still. And by the way, Truth or Cop, since I'm bragging on myself, they had rep points on the Rogan board. They maxed out my rep points in like a week. So they're on my name, it would have these little like emblems, these like green emblems. Denoting my rep points. That shit was completely maxed out as high as possible within a week. It was fucking crazy. And this was a very big active message board, like huge number of active users. It moved very fast. I had been on offtopic.com since like 2001, so I was very well adept at using an active message board. I type 85 words a minute. It was right up my alley,
So you don't even see the pictures, like you don't even see the rotten penises, and
I don't see anybody's avatars, and I do. I had avatars turned off because a lot of people had very disgusting pornographic avatars. I do pictures as a link, and then if I want to, I click on it.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that could be a little uncomfortable, breaking your concentration.
But some of the memes have been very funny. I've laughed at several of the memes. Have been really.
Yeah,
good.
I got memed. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of cool people posting in the thread, and it seems to be a lot of fun to read. Seems to be a lot of.
Yeah. Well, before I made the references to being touched.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. Is that you at least liked it in some way.
Well, the touching or the feeling of being touched.
The thread, sir.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Let's see. Well, now that you're going to take a drink, see.
Yeah, you got to say something.
Oh, yeah. Anyway,
I can talk for 2 hours.
It looks like you have a lot of fans, sir. And so you met up with somebody in Sacramento, and he bought you a beer.
Trev, yeah. And what he gave me, I believe, edibles. 6 pot cookies.
Oh, allegedly.
Yes,
allegedly. Yeah.
Yeah, those. I don't even care. So I want to talk about these pot cookies, man. This guy gave me these weed cookies, and I ended up like I've always approached edibles properly. Whatever I think is one dose, I make sure I'm on an empty stomach. I eat half of what I think is a dose. I wait a full fucking 45 minutes on the watch or the phone. Then if I feel okay, I take the other half, and that's it. That's how one uses edibles. So I had a pretty good idea of the strength of these cookies. I think I had like 6 of them. So I ate the last 2 like in the afternoon or in the evening, I think, in San Francisco. And I just wandered around San Francisco on foot, baked to the fucking gills, dude. Just baked. Just wandered through fucking all kind of crazy shit. Homeless people in the park fucking blasting off rocks, trying to offer me drugs. I'm like, no, man, I don't fuck with all that. Just craziness. Just complete fucking craziness. But yeah, let me try to change this title to this fucking stream here. This fucking stream, man. Channel under attack. Let's see. Yep. Can we edit this bad boy? Yeah, edit. Does this allow, I don't know, does this allow editing during the deal? Here, we're about to find out. Yeah, apparently it does. Channel under attack. Streaming until the wheels fall off. Was a walking Cheez-It. Oh, man. Yeah, baked. There you go. Baked. Michael Stevens' comments were erased. Well, not by me, sir. YouTube deletes the comments sometimes. Unless one of the mods may have actually. We don't have a mini mods right now, but apparently sometimes the mods misclick. But if Truth or Cop's still here, I'm going to play a little bit more of this, but not a whole lot more. Anymore. But yeah, allegedly he gave me 6 pot cookies and a huge, the biggest joint I've ever seen in my entire life.
Wow. Yeah, they get pretty big. Those things are very powerful. I don't think I've ever allegedly smoked such powerful weed until I came out to California. But I didn't even know that there was a medical marijuana program in Seattle. So.
Oh, wow. I mean,
yeah, I had no idea.
Maybe I'll go there next.
And you wouldn't even know it here, actually, unless you went to Oakland. It looks like it's prevalent in Oakland, but
not so much in San Francisco.
Yeah, it seems to be hush-hush. For now, I've only been here.
Super easy to buy pot on the street in San Francisco, though, especially the Haight near the Golden Gate Park. Super fucking easy. Also other parts of the city, certainly.
A week or so, myself.
And we're both new to San Francisco.
Yeah, we're both homeless, pretty much. I mean, basically, this is a hotel room. This isn't not a fucking estate, so.
I mean, that's a good point. Well, and this dude had his old lady working, and he was just hanging out, as I recall. I mean, just homelessness in general is a topic that I'm very interested in.
Right.
Sure.
It seems to be fairly taboo most of the time, and it doesn't get any discussion in general public. You know, it seems to be like
it's to be avoided. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems pretty taboo.
Well, on the train last night or this morning, there was there's levels of homelessness. Well, this guy was as homeless as it gets, and he was panhandling for change on the train. And after I gave him a quarter, somebody else gave him $1 or whatever. And after he went on about his way, the people next to me, having no idea that I was homeless, they talked amongst themselves for a good 10 to 15 minutes about homeless people and. How, like, one of their moms had seen a homeless guy with a sign that said, like, we'll work for food. And she said, well, I have some work. And he was like, no,
Oh, right.
I think this gets kind of boring, but I will send it off to you, Truth or Cop, and you can peruse that at your leisure. Oh, excuse me. But I think that, in retrospect, I think that guy was more interested in just participating in a happening than he was actually talking to me. So that made for not that great of a convo, as I recall. But yeah, we'll get that to Truth or Cop. Oh, man, what else? What else? What else? That was me, or you mean the other guy? That was me talking, unless you mean the other guy. What's up, Jessica Jane? Good to see you. Channel under attack. Probably going to be back on my website soon, most likely. I guess if I end up doing the IRL stuff, I can stream to other platforms, right? I can just do what, Kick? What do the kids use? Is it Kick? Right. What's up, Bex? Channel under attack, Miss Bex. I don't know if you've heard. We're getting warnings and soon to be receiving medical misinformation strikes. Because this last stream that they gave the warning, and somehow I have 2 medical misinformation warnings, which I don't quite understand. But so I'm assuming that's already going to be a strike. I'm guessing, right? I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know quite what you mean there, Michael, but it sounds true. But I don't know if Miss Bex wants to have a chat or what. I'm thinking about making some coffee, although that might be a mistake at this late juncture. But yeah, what's up, Just a Gal? Yeah, channel under attack. And I have devised I am in the Bex, you may be interested to learn. I'm in the process of defeating my enemy Mitchell, although that may not actually happen because he's already said that he can have my channel taken down if he wants to. And I said, well, do your worst, sir, please. I will Kaiser Soze this stuff, meaning, they threatened, apparently, in the story of The Usual Suspects, these gangsters threatened Kaiser Soze and said, if you don't do what we tell you, we'll kill your family. And Kaiser Soze's response was to kill his own family, apparently, in the movie. It was spoken about, but I will just delete this motherfucking channel, or just do your worst. Do your worst, Mitchell. Do your worst. I'll just come back on my own website where you can't touch me, partner. I'm actually just looking for a reason to leave YouTube at this point. So, yeah, obviously they've made it so convenient. I'm going to be here, as I'm able to be, but I'm not Paul. I'm going to have very limited patience, and I'm not earning my living from this. So thank you again, Mr. and Mrs. Fox, for your generous donations. And folks, while I'm still here, we might as well turn it into a telethon. Feel free to super chat, super sticker, or hell, I guess I can't even turn the memberships on. I don't want people to pay for something they might not ever actually get. Oh, and if they take the channel down, I don't get the $300, right? That's right. I was expecting $300, $315 sometime this month. So that's probably not going to happen, I'm assuming. Yep. I'll tell you what happened with Mitch. Yeah, his perseverance. I agree. I agree, Jessica Jane. What happened is that I listened to Dick yesterday. If you happen to, did you hear Freedom Growers' soliloquy? We can play it back. Yeah, exactly. Telling people what it's a concerted effort. That's right. Yeah, it's a concerted effort. But again, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of trash? Uh-oh. Chuck says Mitch is a good kid. Well, he's a good kid for a lying piece of trash, Chuck. I mean, let's be clear. He can certainly behave himself when he chooses to, as we've seen. But I don't know why he's here. I thought he was going to be busy getting my channel taken down. So I'm kind of curious as to why he's even posting in the live chat. Yeah, Mitchell is a lying piece of trash, and I would recommend the strategy for destroying Mitchell is that every channel he goes in, as soon as he shows up, as soon as he makes himself known, if people type Mitchell is a lying piece of Mitchell, the lying piece of trash is here, but you're gonna have to put it in quotation marks, so he'll just misconstrue that you mean someone other than him. And then whatever he responds with, just say. And again, I'm not telling people what to do. This is the strategy. And then just say, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of trash? Because Mitchell embodies being a lying piece of trash. He's the very embodiment of it. Yeah. Yeah, you can super chat, Chuck, if you want to. It should be on there. Did I turn super chats off again? Or did I don't know. Am I on punishment already? I don't know how this shit works. Yeah, you can. It's there. It looks like. Yeah, if you want to. Well, and yeah, I tend to judge based on that. Yeah, of course you're not able to meet his needs, Jessica Jane. Whatever Mitchell thinks he needs, you're not equipped to provide that. So that would make sense that he would treat you well. Yeah. Oh, maybe. I don't. Who knows? Don't know, don't care. Because here's what I would say: Smash Technology. What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell's a lying piece of trash? See how it works? Yeah. Are you on Apple? Kick out the jams. Are you on Apple, perhaps? Because at a certain point, that was not accessible if you were on Apple. But I don't know if that ever got resolved or not. Maybe it did. Not exactly sure. All right, no coffee. I'm going to stick to my guns and no more coffee today. Hey, look at that. Thank you, Sunshine Time, for your generous donation. Much appreciated. Hopefully I will get to receive it. All right. If the channel's, I don't know if the channel's taken down. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't super chat. Yeah, my understanding. Yeah, that's what it is. You can't use it on Apple. There's some kind of a kerfuffle. There's something with Apple that you're not able to do it for whatever reason. You could do it from your from your computer if you wanted to, like from a web browser, I think, but not on. I guess it would have to still not be Apple, right? Oh, there's my inbox. Oops. Wait a minute. Oh, and Tony, somebody emailed me a screenshot. So thank you for the screenshot, sir. Much appreciated. Appreciate that. Looks like maybe a couple people did it. I love it when I can make a request and folks will do it. That's awesome because I try not to make too many requests. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we got active community guideline strikes. Warning. But it says active community guideline strikes. Your content was removed due to a violation of our community guidelines. Because it's the first time your account is not affected, your own. So it is a strike, apparently. Yeah, I've received a strike. See, I just don't even know what I'm looking at. The channel's been stricken, folks. Here it is. The channel's been stricken. So if this happens again, I get a community guidelines strike. So it's not a strike. Is it? It's not a strike. But how do I have two warnings, by the way? Oh, this is one warning, I suppose. This constitutes one warning? Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is. See, I don't completely understand what the heck I'm doing here. Why did that pop up over there? Oh, I see what happened. Never mind. From the OBS also. Well, yeah, the turpentine thing, that was a play on one of my favorite YouTube videos where a guy did a parasite cleanse and claimed that he was no longer desired to have sex with men. It's what he claimed. I'm not saying that that's the case. He claimed it, not me. But anyway. But the thing is, whatever they're claiming I did on Sit and Spit 102, that would have just been me talking as I'm going to talk, right? So, you know, and then it says begin review, but nothing ever happens. It says look at my content. Yeah, you're not showing me anything here. But, yep. As long as you're not actually Kim, it won't get you banned. You can pretty much say whatever you want, Jessica. I actually thought you were Kim. Like, I thought he was using you as a... maybe you still are, but I don't think so. I think I finally figured out that it's your channel, right? But yeah, I'm not going to ban you for that. I'm all in. Yeah, no, Jessica, you can pretty much say whatever you want as far as I'm concerned. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too worried about you, Jessica. I just legitimately thought it was someone else, specifically Kim. And see, this never does anything, so how am I supposed to even know what to review here? How long did I just leave this? I guess I'll just leave it going in the background, and we'll see if anything ever happens. Go straight to next. But I want to see what they want, though. I want to see what they want, what I did wrong, supposedly. And what? Now, what's the training do? This is so fucking stupid. Oh, well, there. Wait a minute. Aye. Guess I could have read a little better, huh? Well, I've been trained now. I don't think that helped me at all. Well, anyway, we completed the training. Sorry, I thought I had that on the screen. All right, we'll see you later. Michael Stephen got a call. Yeah, and this is, I don't know if you know this, Monel, good to see you, but back in the day when Drew, maybe we'll play that sometime. Basically, the reason why I was able to launch Nightmare Dystopia podcast was that Drew, I went on this rant about the mask. I think that's what I was ranting about, and I recorded it on my phone and just emailed it to Drew because I was a big fan of his channel, and next thing I know, he just made it into a video, and then he had me on his channel just to talk about the mask, and next thing I know, people are in the chat going, "What's Benton's channel?" And I was like, "I'm not going to have a channel, but I don't want to be on YouTube because I know they're going to censor me." So that was years ago, and instead I started, started my website and my podcast, which is not up anymore, but it is on the Wayback Machine. But yeah, no freaking bueno, man. Eyes are bothering me. Oh, the people that are here, just a gal. Yeah, it's a lot of these people came from. Some of them are from my podcast, and then there's a few from, like Jessica's here. I met her through CBO, but then it's mostly people from the Paul Unslaved universe. If you're familiar with, are you familiar with Paul Unslaved at all? And I'll say it for the millionth time. If you guys like what I'm doing over here, feel free to email me and include your YouTube name, so I'll know if this disappears. If if the channel goes away, at least I'll be able to send out an email and say, okay, I'm on Nightmare Dystopia now. My fucking stomach hurts, man. What's up with this? Anyway, I'm gonna have some fruit and think about it. Who else is live? Anybody else live? Hey, here we go.
Get laid? I think everybody needs to get laid, Every, 6 months to a year. It should be mandatory.
It's been several years for me, sir.
No, Bob, there's a proper way to do it. You can't live in a tent in my backyard. I cannot? Well, I can tell you. You just won't like it. Illumitami is an incel. Benson! Benson! Well, you need to fix that, Benson. You need to relieve some stress, Believe me, it helps. All right. How can I set up a 24-hour live? I'm just gonna paste this fucking thing.
Paste it, man.
And I'm trying to do it for free. I've been trying to set up a 24-hour live stream for a fucking year, it seems. I tried it on my phone, I tried it on my other laptop, I tried it on this laptop, and they keep shutting me down. I've looked into it, and I'm trying to avoid, paying some fucking service to do it, and all that, because I just, I'm too cheap. I'm too broke, and I'm too cheap to be spending monies on. I mean, it is a good cause. I think what I need to do is really, what am I willing to invest in this? And I think I'm willing to invest $40 a month. I don't think 40, 50 bucks a month. That's all I'm willing to spend on this shit, because that's all I can afford to be honest. Like, $10 a week, something like that. How much is that a year? Let me see. Wow, 52 weeks a year. What? That's $500 a year. That's not bad.
What the fuck?
Type
all of a sudden.
So if anybody knows how to do it, if anybody on here, you know, like I've asked Troll Central, he doesn't seem to want to tell me. So, you know, whatever. I have to figure it out on my own. I get it, you know.
Be right back, folks.
All right. How to, without leaving your computer on. All right. But how recent are these videos? Shout out to the Doe Show. Fuck you, Doe. Fuck you. I'll never forget that. Fuck you. '81. It was a diplomat son. It was '81. I like Vampire Weekend. It reminds me of a buen amigo I used to have. I used to have a buen amigo. All right. You're retired from those activities, Benton? Sucks to be you. You know, you gotta, you gotta dust the cobwebs out every once in a while, you know? Fraudum Grower, let's see, Hurt Benton, Truefree, let's see, no more using your ill mother for fraudulent fundraising? Are you talking to me? I don't remember doing that. Did I do that? I don't remember doing that. What's up, Truth or Cop? What are you doing lurking around? Huh? Looking for evidence? Are you exposing me? Am I being exposed? All right. Share this tab instead. Let's watch this video. Let's see.
You may have noticed I've had an ongoing, non-stop, 24/7 live stream. This is 4 hours of non-stop video on rolling repeats without me having to turn on my own computer.
I don't know how to turn on a computer.
I wanted to create a place where people could hop on, watch a live stream, and learn things in their own time or listen to it in the background. And now I'm going to show you how I do it. I use a service called Gaia.
No, I'm not trying to pay you, motherfucker. I'm trying to do this shit for free. Why do they always fuck up my thing? Who can read, these fonts? Why do they always change the fucking thing? All right.
Yeah, they're not sponsoring this. I just happen to have stumbled across them. I'm probably even pronouncing them wrong. They are a streaming hosting service. They offer a free trial, but I'm using their starter package. Once you sign up, the way it works is you upload a video file. You make sure that it's as compressed as possible. They even give you guidance when uploading, what kind of bitrate you're looking for, file size you're looking for, dimensions, that kind of thing. I'm streaming a streaming hosting service. They offer a free trial, but I'm using their
99 bucks. Number of streams for
starter package. Once you sign up, the way it works is you upload a video file. You make sure that it's as compressed as possible. They even give you guidance when uploading, what kind of bitrate you're looking for, file size you're looking for, dimensions, that kind of thing. I'm streaming at kind of HD. Mine's not 1080, I'm using the 720. The reason for this is I wanted to make it reliable. Some of you have already noticed that it buffered when it was my first test. I've nailed it now. And I'm sure it would work at 1080p as well. Anyway, Alan, rambling.
Sorry, I'm rambling.
You upload the file and then you set up the stream, and you need two very important things. One, your stream ID, in which if you go to YouTube, click go live, choose that you're going live later, it'll dump you into this, which is your live dashboard. In the bottom left-hand corner.
I know all this shit already. So, okay. Let's see. Mitchell, the lying piece of trash. Okay, so I'm assuming he's talking about you, Benton. Were you doing that? No bueno. You know, the usual, Robert. What? Exposing people? Don't expose me, Truther. Let's keep all my dirty little secrets in the closet, okay? Where they belong, all right? What, you don't have skeletons in your closet, Truther Cop? Not you, Benton, the LOL grifter. Oh. Are you an LOL cow, Benton? No, he's not. Are you? You did say the other day that you were a conspiracy theorist, though. You said that you are the conspiracy theorist, something like that. So, I don't know, man. You stand with Israel. I don't know. I don't know. It just seems to me that there's a group of people that you're not allowed to, say anything bad about ever, and I don't know. That's all I'm saying, like, shouldn't we be able to criticize everybody? That's my thing, shouldn't we be able to criticize anybody and everybody? Is nobody, above, or should anybody be above, being criticized? I don't know. So that's a complicated issue. We're not even going to get into that shit. All right. My friend called me yesterday, and like, it's funny because, like I said, you don't even know who you can say what to anymore. If you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, you get fucking canceled nowadays. So like, he's telling me like, what do you think? And I'm like, well, what do you think? I don't know, Benton, but I'm just saying you should you should not use other people for grifting. I don't know. I guess it depends. Like I had a friend who her father-in-law, he was sick and they couldn't afford his cancer treatment. So what they did, and he was like a really proud like Hispanic man, and he would not let them fundraise for his treatment. He was like, let me die, like I'm too proud of a person to accept a handout from people. And you know what they did? They started selling food on the weekends to at least give something in exchange for their donations and stuff. So I don't know. When it's something like that, I support something like that. Let's just say I'm working the right angle.
Bex, what's up?
Oh, for a second there, I thought I had no sound. I thought I was going through that. I'm good. How are you? Nice to see you.
I'm all right. I think probably we're in for a suspension for medical misinformation, I'm assuming.
I think I was up here talking to you that day.
Oh, yeah, there's two different videos with I guess they've taken two videos and made one warning, I'm assuming, but I don't really know how it works, but I've got two different videos listed, but it doesn't ever really, one of them, it's the actual title of the video, but the other one, it never tells you, it doesn't show specifically what I supposedly did.
Do they, now I just got my first copyright sort of warning. It wasn't, I don't even think it's a warning. It's just one of those ones that says like, you could cut that part out or something, which I don't think I actually can because I played music for an hour and 40 minutes straight. So this just one song must have tripped their algorithm because I don't think I could play any of them. So I didn't know if there was different grades of warnings for the medical side of things too.
Well, that copyright stuff will only hold you back from monetization, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it won't actually affect
and that's
your
also
channel.
only,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. That's only if you leave it up too, right? Like, I mean, even if you just tore it down, it's not like they
You can leave it up. It's just you'll have to take it down to get monetized.
Mm-hmm. So the medical one works totally different.
Yeah, it's the next one's a strike, which I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Whatever I did on the second one, I'm sure I've done on pretty much all of them. So yeah, I mean, if people keep looking into that, then there's definitely going to be a strike.
That sucks.
Well, I mean, that's what it is. It is what it is. I'm not that worried about it and it sucks. Yeah, it sucks that YouTube's that way. You know.
Exactly.
That's the part that sucks. But I knew that when I started doing these live streams. So, and in some ways, I guess I'm surprised I'm still here this much longer. You know, this long into the game.
Yeah. Yes, you do speak quite freely. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you know, I'll speak in the coded language to some extent, but I by the way, I played entire episodes of my podcast, which has been just completely. I didn't even try to hold back on that thing. So.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Do the algorithms have more of a trick, like getting through a couple layers of broadcasting software and stuff like that?
I really
could that be part of it?
Don't know. No idea. I don't really know how it works whatsoever.
I'm assuming it's audio. I'm assuming it's transcribed, and then and the robots look for certain words and stuff.
I would assume so.
If a robot can look for things.
Yeah.
If a robot can look for things. You know?
That would be my assumption, sure, but I just don't know.
Mine too.
I don't know a lot about how it works.
Yeah. No. It's pretty interesting though if it is some sort of scribe, transcription like that. Like it's obviously never really thought about how complicated voice to text software would be for the whole mass of everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
pretty impressive, actually.
I just honestly don't know any. I just know this is one of those things where people think, not you, but people might perceive me as a know-it-all. If I don't know something about a subject, I know nothing about any of this. Like, I mean, nothing. So
yeah,
we'll just see what happens.
No, my inference only goes from the fact that they do transcribe every video, right? It's one of the things we can read. So I don't know anything about it. I'm just trying to infer from what the tools they offer us, our audio, our video, and our transcription.
Well, I would assume if it's AI and algorithms, it probably goes beyond that. I would just assume, but don't really know.
Yeah. Well, I just thought I'd pop in and say hi.
Oh no, I'm glad you did.
Have a little chat.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I kind of. My intention was to just keep streaming, just assuming the channel would go down any minute. But I sort of, I tend to catastrophize, I guess. That's my, I tend to go worst case scenario first and then sort of reassess.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, but probably.
Yeah. I'm much that way myself.
I see.
Mm-hmm. But with my giving away my motorhome yesterday.
Oh, how did that go?
Although all I did was sign some. Good. I just signed some blank paperwork for him to sell it next year.
Oh, okay.
He's going to do some work on it. But basically, I have free weed for life.
Oh, nice.
I know. He gave me like the biggest bag I've ever had in my entire. Like it probably lasts me a year.
Wow. That's awesome.
And he's like, when that runs out, you just come back. And it was like 4 different types too. He's a really neat 72-year-old man who's like vegan. He juices all summer. He grows like essentially, let's say hemp he grows the male plants for juicing. He's got a huge garden. He's like been off grid for years. Like you can't even get power on his property. I would be surprised if he's hooked up to like water. I mean, he's got wells and stuff like that. It's a pretty neat, autonomous little piece of land. It's right on one of the pathways that goes, like, there's a bunch of, I guess, hiking paths that join up with biking paths and that kind of stuff. Like, if I had to, I could walk there. I mean, it would take a day. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so I was happy with that.
Well,
he's a really neat guy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It sounds like he'll be.
Yeah, it seems like a fair trade to me.
Yeah, well, you weren't using it, I assume. The motorhome?
No. I bought it in 2020. I bought it in 2020 in that sort of like pseudo prepper way. Like I'm not a prepper by any means.
Yeah, I get
not
that.
a prepper by any means. And the only thing it would have been able to prepare me for is like I guess better shelter than a tent. It turns out that and originally the engine and everything was fine, but I can buy a good engine, but I've never bought a motorhome.
I see.
So, but it is a place that if, shit hit the fan, there's a farm I can go to and, pitch a tent if the machine's gone still. So that's cool. But he harvests lots. He does a big crop.
Okay.
So it's nice to have some outdoor stuff that's been hand tended to every day, hand watered by someone who loves what they do.
Oh, I'm sure it's great stuff. I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried any of it yet?
No, I've had his before though. It's really nice. It's a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. It's just plants that are tended to outside like that. You can't really judge a book by its cover. In my opinion, outdoor, when it's been well grown, it's not going to look the same as an indoor, but it's going to be pretty good bang for your buck.
Nice. I love that.
But yeah, enough of that. It was just a fair trade, I mean, I was ready to just give it away, and I can spend a fair amount of money on that. So nice to, it'll definitely pays itself off already.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah. Maybe I should have taken bigger risks in my adult life. This was going to be one of the biggest sort of financial losses I ever took, but.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it turns out not.
Well, funny how these things have a way of working out.
I know.
So no need to panic.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's one of those barter things, right? It ends up being the barter, so even better.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. It works.
Although by the size of the bag he gave me, maybe he doesn't want me to come back around for a while.
Oh, could be. Yeah. Could be. Well, unless he leaves the island.
I'm just kidding. I only show up once a year anyway.
You'll be able to find him unless he leaves the island, right?
Yes, that's the beauty of an island. You can always be found. I'm just kidding. It's a pretty big island. There's the neat thing about an island like this, though, is the towns at the end of the road. Like there's always towns at the end of the road going down into a little fjord, or they used to be busier. They used to have mills and such. Some of them are really neat old towns, but they're actually great for some of the stuff that this community taught.
Uh-oh. You left and now you're back.
I'm sorry.
That happens. That's just what it does. Just letting you know that you dropped off, but please continue.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really neat on the island, the small towns at the end of the road that are, 20% populated. They can really be a nice little microcosm for what it's like to live without police. I mean, I don't know if nice is really it depends on who you're talking about, but people do their own. So actually it does end up being pretty liberating for a lot of people. I'm sure there's a little bit of a gang mentality in some cases. I don't know. I don't live there, but I've definitely done a lot of driving around the island. Some of my favorite places are just wandering down a road where there's a town that got forgotten.
Oh, like abandoned towns?
Yeah, they're not totally abandoned, but they definitely have been abandoned economically.
Okay.
Basically more of a welfare state than anything. Yeah. Yeah, some of them are really neat. One of them is a place called Tassus. It's way up island. It used to have a mill and it has a deep sea port. And I often thought that, like, if Canada could come up with something that was a little more like Puerto Vallarta-esque, they could, because it has a deep sea port, you could draw cruise ships in this fjord and have them dock and just support the economy. And they did that once, but the economy couldn't support the cruise ship. They didn't have enough anything for the cruise ship people to do, so they only stopped there once. but definitely a really neat tourism. There's some good opportunities for tourism if you were willing to get the cruise ship lines to invest somewhat. Anyways, just thoughts.
No, I'm listening.
It's a huge island
go ahead.
here. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a really big island. And I think when they, with some of the stuff where people were looking for that sort of, how can I put it? I guess, I guess founded cities or whatever. I have a T-shirt from this town that says Tassis Lager Sports 1986. And that's why I'm intrigued by Tassis. I got it at a secondhand store like 30 years ago. But this, trying to find anyone that's ever lived in Tassis, that when the mill was like open for 9 years and then closed, I can't find anyone online. Now I get it's only 5,000 people, but the Internet of Things is very good when you search keywords, right? You'd think once in a while someone would have written a letter about, something about growing up in Tassis or something. There's just a weird history to it. There's a bunch of abandoned resource towns in BC. One went for sale about 10, 15 years ago, maybe. There was a whole empty town for sale. And the hospital still had like half of its equipment was still like saran wrapped or whatever, had never been used. So I don't know how that works.
Me neither. I'm just setting up the next live stream, so my apologies if I sound distracted.
No problem at all.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
It's taking its sweet time, though. I don't know what the problem is. My internet is not working so well today, it seems.
Oh, no. Yeah, you've actually had really good internet for a while now. Is that from when you set up the new plan with Verizon or whatever?
Yeah, it's the T-Mobile 5G home internet. So it's not mobile, so it's all unlimited, right? Because it's designed to replace, like, I guess people who have cable internet, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not. It can be. You can use it apparently mobily, but it's not designed for that.
I see. I see.
Yeah. So
I've got another busy day planned.
Works good here. Oh, what are you doing today?
Good. I've got I'm tackling one big thing on my list every day this week. So I've got 3 days worth of paperwork, and they're not really paperwork, 3 tasks to do with paperwork. So I'm going to tackle the easiest one first, which is just filling in some forms and dropping them off somewhere. So just government stuff.
And just for the
delayed government stuff, nothing exciting.
And just for the audience, so they know what's going to happen, I'm about to shut this one down. I'm trying to stay under the 6 hours, and then we're starting a new stream in about 5 minutes. So we'll see you over there, folks. Although I know from experience it does take a minute or two. All right, and you're welcome to pop on, but if you're busy, I understand. You may want to leave.
Cool.
But I have to leave this StreamYard